Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talk.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Welcome to the new edition of PEPAGANDA on this space. I appreciate you guys joining me on this fine Tuesday. Let's kick off the day and the stream with the topic that is on everybody's mind, and it's unfortunate that it is the Democratic failure of Chuck Schumer and the leadership, where they capitulated to everything that the Republicans wanted, and Donald Trump is going to mollywop them, and it's just going to be what it is come December. It sucks. We're in a pretty bad position with this one because, yeah, leave it to them to wait till after the election to completely kneecap the party and the momentum that was being felt by everybody. So yeah, we're going right into it, folks. But I just really wanted to quickly say hello to everyone in chat. Appreciate you guys all being here. You know the deal. Hit the like button on the way in. It really helps out the stream. Also, just to quickly address, still having some issues over on my channel. Hopefully, I will have that fixed today because I have not been able to do my multi-stream. So if you guys happen to exclusively follow me on Twitch for some reason, which, okay. Yes, I'm having some issues. Tried to do a vertical stream. I shot for the sun and got burned. So is that a term of phrase? But either way, like I was saying, welcome in. I really appreciate you guys being here. And I hope you guys are ready for this because we're going to be covering today the Democratic failure of them capitulating and just how already Mike Johnson and the Republicans are kind of signaling that they're not going to bend to what the Democrats were trying to accomplish with, saving healthcare, but then kind of putting it like giving away all of their leverage and just being like, so you guys promise, pinky swear, that we're going to be in agreement that we don't want to raise the healthcare premiums anymore because Americans are mad. And we really have to look at the reason that this happened. Dick Durbin kind of encapsulated this perfectly, where he was talking about how his friends are mad at him. And when he says friends, we're not talking, Jim and Bob from, down the block that he has a little barbecue with, and watches the Bears on Sunday. No. We're talking about big money donors that came out and said, hey, if these airline problems persist, we are going to lose lots of money. So I think that that's why these 8 specifically were targeted, because notice how it's all the ones either retiring or it's the ones that are not up for re-election in the next cycle. So they feel safe. They feel that the short attention span of America will benefit them, which they could be right. Unfortunately, I hate to say this, but it's true. America's national attention span for politics is essentially nil, zero, goose egg. We witnessed that with Donald Trump's second rise, where people just forgot. I still don't understand that one, but this is what you get when you run 2 of the worst candidates ever. So let's get into this. We have some mainstream media reaction to this to commentate on. Rachel Maddow has been killing it lately. I have to give her a lot of credit. She has come out in the last few days and just she's shown complete support for Zoran Mondani and the new momentum for where we are kind of seeing things push left. And she's not actively trying to dissuade anybody. So I'm going to give her a little bit of credit, and we're also going to give her a platform. You know how she needs this.
After that electoral rout by Democrats less than a week ago, surprisingly, I admit I was wrong. Trump didn't do anything weirder than usual to try to step on the tail of that story, to try to change the subject, to try to make the triumphant Democrats look
No, the Democrats did it for him.
weak again instead of strong.
They literally did it for him.
He didn't do anything different.
That's why I do have this theory that like that was kind of like he knew.
Now, the people who really changed course, the people who intervened to change the story, to stomp on the tail of that Democratic victory and make the Democrats look weak and confused and divided and aimless, were, of course, the Democrats.
It's like they want to shoehorn us into our cell phones.
Democratic Senate leader Chuck Schumer could not hold his caucus together in the Senate. And so less than a week after those Democratic triumphs in that election, the worst week of Donald Trump's presidency, for some reason, 8 Democratic senators decided this was the right time to give up.
Notice how even she's just like, what the fuck? What did you do?
On the Democrats.
How are you going to give up all your leverage when you were winning? You were winning. In the court of public opinion, you were winning. This, again, was all to placate to, like, again, 8 people. So I'm guessing just 8 billionaires came out and said, listen, we back you. You're going to do this for us.
Previously, sturdy and unified demand that Republicans needed to fix the disaster they just created for the American people in health insurance and in health insurance costs. They just...
No, and the thing is, they also tanked national perception of the Democrats, like, on the upswing.
Decided to give up. And so now we are on track for the 41-day government shutdown to come to an end sometime soon, because Democrats inexplicably just gave in without any...
And they're like, maybe the next one.
Visible concessions from the Republicans at all.
Somebody said it yesterday about how, like, when you placate the bullies, that all they learn is that they can bully you even harder. That's going to happen.
Without any meaningful concessions.
Also, I'm glad that Chuck Schumer, at least, like, he's really feeling it. Did you see that he has, like, staffers quitting en masse?
And that's the kind of behavior you might expect from a party that was at a low ebb in terms of its power and its standing with the American people. Instead, in this case, Democrats just worked their tail.
Who is your daddy and what does he do?
Off to win these huge election victories.
Hello, kids. My name is Officer John Kimu.
All over the country last week. Had unprecedented success, probably their best election outcomes in like a decade, right? In terms of across-the-board wins.
What I don't understand is why retiring senators gave in. They aren't getting reelected. Again, Pinkerbell, it's as simple as they have a rich donor who, you know, they got to keep making money after even getting their pension. They have a quality, a standard of life that they expect to maintain. So when somebody comes to them and says, hey, you know, that little bit of sweet funding that we were promising you, that little retirement package on the way out, well, that could be in jeopardy if you cost us a lot of this money.
Not to mention the fact that Americans urging Democrats to fight harder.
Of course, Charlie Schumer Brown would kick the football.
Americans urging Democrats to stand up and take an even tougher stand.
I mean, they pissed on all of us. Like, after the October 18th protests and then seeing the momentum shift in the elections, like, this legitimately couldn't be any more clear. They do not want to win. This is really showing, like, the face of what our politics is, what we all knew, that these milquetoast centrist motherfuckers that have been in their positions for damn near 30 plus years, they are all in on it. They're all clinking glasses the second they get off camera.
Against Trump and the Republicans, Americans just held one of the biggest protests in American history, bolstering the Democrats in this.
You got Hulk Hogan and Macho Man giving hugs in the backstage area,
telling them to
after just going off about the split of the mega powers.
Fight harder to not give in. The polls and the polls.
Hulk Hogan split up the mega powers. Looked at Elizabeth a little bit too long. Yeah.
Showed they were finally winning both the argument and the elections to prove it. And so 8 Democratic senators decided to cave in exchange for
What? For exactly for what? Dude, you know you done fucked up when you lost like the center media.
Nothing.
Well,
Since the government shutdown began 41 days ago,
MSDNC.
Democrats in Congress had been united trying to protect Americans from skyrocketing healthcare costs. So why did they do this deal tonight? To end the shutdown without achieving
no
protections
sense.
along those lines. Democrats didn't get Republicans to reverse the cuts to Medicaid. Democrats didn't get a guarantee on subsidies for Obamacare. They're apparently going to get some future standalone vote on Obamacare funding that Republicans will definitely vote against, and that'll be it.
Yeah, and their plan is to be like, we're going to use that in the midterms. We put it out there that we could have a vote on Medicare. All the Republicans voted against it. Are you surprised? Here's my surprised face.
Even the national chairman of the Democratic Party has blasted what moderate Democrats did in the Senate tonight. Ken Martin says he stands with the Democrats who refuse to rubber stamp the full-scale Republican assault on Americans' health care.
Yeah, and I do love how low, like, those 8 are kind of being like, it's more of the radical wing of the party. It's like, what? There's only 8 of you. What are you talking about?
Says the Democratic senators who caved tonight are, quote, going to have to explain themselves. And then there's Chuck Schumer. He's the leader of the Democrats in the Senate.
Oh my God.
Senator Schumer.
There's an example of somebody that's,
says that this deal is terrible.
Can their arteries just clog faster?
And he himself voted no on it, but he apparently did not have sufficient control of his caucus in the Senate to stop this from happening. With Democrats at the height of their power under Trump so far.
We've got them on record as such a tired argument. Yeah, because you see how it works in elections. You see how many Americans actually pay attention to that shit. Come on.
Why cave now? The Senate just moments ago passed this bill to end the shutdown with those 8 Democratic senators voting in favor. What's happening here? Joining us now live from Washington is Senator Bernie Sanders of Vermont. He is one of the senators who is opposing this deal. And with an exclamation point, Senator, it's good to see you. Thank you for your time.
My pleasure.
Let me just get your reaction to this vote tonight and tell us why you think it happened tonight the way it did.
It is a terrible vote. What it will do, Rachel, is raise health insurance premiums that are already sky high. It's going to double them, in some cases triple and quadruple them. It's going to pave the way for 15 million Americans to be thrown off of Medicaid. 15 million people. Studies suggest that when you throw low-income and working-class people off of the health care
Well, maybe it'll radicalize them to a point where they can't, it's too big to rig kind of elections. I don't know. As somebody who's going through a lot in their life, I can see silver linings in even some of the worst scenarios. So I'm not even kidding here, guys. I'm dead. Like, maybe something good comes of this. If people get kicked off their health care, maybe they'll actually kind of pivot to like, yeah, we need a universal health care, or we need something way better than this.
they have. Some 50,000 will die unnecessarily every year.
Or they'll blame Biden and just listen to that idiot Trump, and we really are cooked as a nation.
50,000 people will die unnecessarily. So this was a
Choose to believe the former.
terrible piece of legislation. Democrats, as you've just indicated, had the wind at their backs. They came off an extraordinary election. We came off.
Yeah, dude, for real. This is a perfect analogy. They had the wind at their backs. We had a perfect sail line, and all of a sudden they took a blunderbuss to the fucking sails.
Last month, having 7 million people coming out and say,
you will not be going to the utopian
no king in America.
The utopian leftist island. Yeehaw.
And what we lost in this vote is not only the suffering that's going to take place with people can't afford health care. You're going to have a president who says, see, I always told you, the Democrats are weak. And yes, I'm an
I mean, yeah, we can use the taco language all we want, but
authoritarian. I want more and more power. And you,
DACO? Is that a thing?
Can't stop me. That's what this vote was about.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people who
again, it's all a big game. It's all just a fucking big game to these motherfuckers. And like, as you just saw with those 8, those are the 8 that are like most paid.
Agree with you on the substance here.
I'd be willing to bet that APAC has something to do with it.
Here, Senator, may be torn tonight between sort of righteous anger at the Democrats who chose to give up their point of maximum leverage and to cave, as you said, to reward Trump for what he's done around the shutdown, to reward him for the pain and the cruelty with which he foregrounded his actions in the shutdown. But they may be torn between that anger and feeling like Democrats fighting each other right now is the last thing we need. We have such a threat to this country, to the existence of our democracy as a country.
Are you kidding me? Leftist infighting is exactly, they've gotten so used to it.
Be the time for Democrats.
Now they're willingly putting themselves on the pyre
to say remove their leadership or engage in scorched earth
Now I swear to God, watch, they're going to use the Trump tactic. They're doing a witch hunt.
primaries against one another.
We're just trying to be sensible here. We're trying to play bipartisan politics. Yeah.
In electoral politics. I admit to feeling all of those things myself and to seeing a lot of that today among a lot of different people I respect. How do you feel about those
Well, quit respecting them. Fucking A. Respect is earned. If they lose your respect, then you can't just keep going on by being like, I still respect you, but I have a problem with this one. It's like, no. Hold their fucking feet to the fire.
emotions?
Look, I think the leadership, this is no great secret. It is my view that the leadership of the Democratic Party in many respects is way out of touch with where Democrats in general are, where many independents are.
Oh, that's actually happening?
Where the grassroots of America are. The division that we're seeing in the Democratic Party right now are those who get a whole lot of money from wealthy campaign contributors. They hire consultants. And I got to tell you, that consultant class is so far removed from reality, it is really quite pathetic. That's one wing of the Democratic Party. And there's the other wing. And that is what Mamdani did in New York.
Consultant class. The fact that these people get paid what they do, like I said, guys, if you guys really saw the extent of all the corruption in Washington, D.C., and just even federal contractors and the way that we waste so much money on people that, like, they use it as their nest egg. They're just like, yeah, you know what? It's fine. The American taxpayers could totally pay for my comfort, and they don't give a shit.
New York, he ran a campaign which says, you know what? We're going to take on the oligarchs. We're going to create a city that is affordable. And he put together
this is what we got for it.
An extraordinary grassroots movement, some 90,000 volunteers. Now, needless to say, I happen to agree with the latter approach. And I think we need...
I'm just glad that they are... All right. Again, silver linings. I'm glad that they did this at the time that they did. Because you know what? Those 8... even though they are either retiring or they have a safe place in their Senate seats, I have a feeling that's not as safe as they think.
Candidate,
like, calls for resignation are definitely going to be on the table. They already are for Chuck Schumer, but Kyrsten Sinema is one of those people that really banked on that kind of stuff. But also, Kyrsten Sinema, near the end there, she saw the writing on the wall. What did she do? She went and made as many deals with the pharmaceutical companies as possible. That's why I'm telling you guys, like, we just have to... We got to push these people out of the fucking party at this point. And we have a position to do so. Like, we have the momentum, even though they're trying to squash that.
Understand that it is insane that one person, Elon Musk, owns more wealth than the bottom 52% of American households.
Yeah,
it is insane that in the richest country on earth, we are the only...
with failing companies, by the way.
Only major nation.
Everything's fake and everything sucks.
I guarantee healthcare to all people as a human right.
We're going to cover the 50-year mortgages after this, by the way.
We don't have paid family and medical leave. The people can't afford housing. Rachel, this is the wealthiest nation in the world. And we should not have an economy and a government that works for the people on top, while 60% of our people live in paycheck to paycheck.
Senator, I have to ask you, the activist group Indivisible today announced the largest Democratic primary program since their founding in 2016. They say they won't support any Senate primary candidate who doesn't call for Senator Schumer to step down from his leadership role. I have to ask you if you support Senator Schumer retaining his leadership role, if you think this kind of a primary campaign is right-minded.
Well, I think we should have vigorous primaries all over the country. I don't think that should be the criteria. I would rather say, do you support Medicare for all? Do you support an end to Citizens United? Do you support having a wealth tax on billionaires? Look, what should...
I hate to say this, Bernie, but this is a good first step. It's like, no. Having Chuck Schumer not in a position of leadership would be a really good first start.
Not right now. Chuck Schumer is part of the establishment. And I'm sorry to say that many people in the Democratic caucus are part of it. I would say we have 8 or 9 out of 47 people who I would consider to be progressives. So you can argue, and I can make the case that Chuck Schumer has done a lot of bad things. But I think getting rid of him, who's going to replace him? who was going to replace them. The issue right now is doing primaries, getting people involved in the political process. We're going to create a government and an economy that works for everybody. We have the guts to take on.
He needs to call for Schumer to step down. Yeah, the fact is he's kind of playing, like, you see what he just did there? Like, he's like, no, we don't need to focus on that.
The oligarchs. So I think we need to take on the Democratic establishment all over this country.
Okay, but you could be a little bit more forceful in being like, yes, we should hold him to account, and what they're saying is not too out of pocket.
Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders, it's a pleasure to have you with us tonight, sir. I know it's a difficult vote for you tonight. Thanks for being here.
Thanks very much. Take care.
Yeah. Alrighty. And then here is Mike Johnson's response to this. If you guys couldn't already guess, just, when asked outright, oh, so are you going to commit to doing the right thing with this vote? Are you going to do the right thing by the American people? No. He quadruples down on this one.
So the Senate bill is setting a date for a Senate vote on extending the Obamacare subsidies, which are set to expire at the end of the year. You have not committed to a separate House vote on the issue. 13 of...
See, they haven't even committed to holding a vote on it. That's how fucking feckless this is.
Your most vulnerable
dude.
members, as you know, I wrote a letter to you saying that after the shutdown, quote, we should immediately turn...
It's bad when Jake fucking Tapper's even kind of like, yeah, they gave you this on a platter and you really didn't deserve it.
To the growing...
Are you gonna at least do something nice for them? Maybe give them a little gift basket or something? And he's just like, nah, you know what?
Crisis of healthcare affordability and the looming expiration of the Enhanced Affordable Care Act. Premium tax credits, while we did not create this crisis, we now have both the responsibility and the opportunity to address it. That's 13 members. Are you going to listen to them?
Yeah, I've been in contact with those members and all of our members throughout the entire ordeal that we've been going through. This is a very important point. We were always open to sitting down to negotiate and talk through how to reduce healthcare costs. It's a crisis for the American people. The cost have skyrocketed. It's the Democrats who put us into this scenario. Remember, they're the ones that created the ACA. We call it the unaffordable care.
I knew this is what they were going to do. Guys, this is why every once in a while you need to agree with somebody that has at least a principled stance on healthcare or something, and just kind of push them to start focusing on things like healthcare. And again, I'm seeing too much of this. I saw this with Kyle Kulinski yesterday. I'm not interested in the leftist infighting. The way that they're also trying to kind of force this issue, God damn.
That's exactly what's been yielded.
Except for the calling to ouster Chuck Schumer and the other dipshits that are not retiring, we have no recourse with them.
Since 2010, since they put it into law, premiums have skyrocketed. Some estimates 60% overall, and they're continuing to go up.
Well, premiums were skyrocketing before Obamacare, too.
Not at this pace. And the
Okay.
problem is now it's becoming completely unaffordable for more and more people. The Democrat solution is to...
The fact that these guys are so bad with their messaging, but they somehow win everything, it does kind of confound me.
Subsidize the broken system. We would like to go in and look at the root causes of why those costs are so high. And we've been doing that. It's not just talking points. We have had laws signed into law, this Congress, that have begun to chip away at that. There's a lot more yet to do. But we've got to build consensus between the parties. It should be bipartisan. We're looking forward to that.
That's a long-term issue, though, what you're talking about. You're not going to be able to solve this issue of skyrocketing premiums, not just in Obamacare, for everything. Well, premiums are going up in Obamacare, yes. They're also going up for people not in Obamacare.
I love how he gets when he doesn't have an answer, and it's always just these vague platitudes that somehow he gets away with.
Like me and you.
Well, there's short-term solutions and longer-term solutions.
Right,
You're right. It's very complicated.
But on the short-term issue of the people with the subsidies, and that's going to expire at the end of the year, will you have a vote on the issue as your 13 Republicans, frontline Republicans, people that you're the speaker because of them?
Yes.
They're in districts that are vulnerable.
Sure.
Will you have a vote so they can vote?
The very people that you were citing in the letter believe we have to have real reform. So what I'm committed to, and I have all along this.
It's almost like they told them that the next election's already rigged. So if you want a position of power, then you're going to have to do this.
This has never changed. It's a deliberative process that we do in the House. We have a very small...
They don't want these types of theories being, out there, then maybe don't make these fucking obvious corrupt choices.
Margin, majorities, whomever has the majority now in this era is going to have a small margin, and so it requires the involvement of a lot of members. See, the problem that I had with Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries is...
And there it is, the seeds to get rid of the filibuster.
Leader Schumer was insisting that I go into a back room, Leader Thune and I go into a back room with he and Jeffries and do a four corners agreement to fix this. It's not possible. It was never appropriate to do that.
What are you fucking talking about? That's governance, you asshole.
On a short-term fund.
Not appropriate? Go fuck yourself. Seriously. Anybody that really does think like that, fuck you. Especially if you're in a position of leadership in government.
Measure. We needed the month of October, November, December to work through this. And ironically, because of his shenanigans, they've now taken all that time off the clock. So we have a lot more important work to do in a shorter time period.
Congressman Don Bacon, who's retiring of Nebraska, he's been working with Congressman Tom Suozzi, a moderate Democrat from New York, about this exact issue, about reforms on these subsidies, means testing, having the payments directly go to the insurance companies instead of to the business.
All ways to add more fucking loops to jump through in your fucking life. Meanwhile, again, these people get everything handed to them. Their entire lives, they were just they were handed everything. They never had to work for a goddamn thing, and these are the people taking everything from you.
Businesses and the insurance companies. Is that something you're willing to let come up for a vote?
That's one of
just a reminder. If you're feeling angry, good.
Many ideas that are on the table. The problem is when you're subsidizing insurance companies, they just jack the rates up even higher. I mean, we've been seeing this over and over and over. So
yeah. Why would that be, Mike?
The solution is again to get at the root causes. I'll give you an example.
Fucking. Dude.
In the big beautiful bill, the Working Families Tax Cut, we had the Medicaid reforms. So as we've discussed many times, what we did was we went in to eliminate the fraud, waste, and abuse and drive down the cost. The CBO, the Congressional Budget Office, evaluated that and said, you know what, that's right, it will achieve that. It'll save $185 billion for taxpayers because you got ineligible...
What are you talking about? By costing them more in healthcare? Keep doing this. Keep telling us how much money we're fucking saving while we pay more. Good job, dude.
Rollies off the system. We need to do that same thing across the board through healthcare. We tried that in the big beautiful bill when it went over to the Senate in the House version. We included a cost sharing reduction program that would have reduced premiums 12.7% overall on average nationwide. Yeah. The Democrats fought in the Senate to take it out of the bill. So there are a lot of ideas that we'd like to bring back to the table because that will actually solve the problem and not just subsidize insurance companies.
So you're not committing to...
You know what they really, like, if they were worth half a damn, they would also have Jeffries there, and they would put them both their feet to the fire and have, like, make them have a debate.
They're bringing up
like, why don't we do this, American fucking media, CNN? The ratings would be through the roof. You would actually have something worth watching.
Bill that deals with the Obamacare subsidies before they expire.
I'm not committing.
So the solution is to regulate insurance companies. Nobody believes Republicans will do that. No, exactly.
To it.
Not when they constantly vote to deregulate everything else.
We're not committing to it. What I'm saying is that we do a deliberative process. That's the way this always works, and we have to have time to do it.
Again. This is why everybody's so mad at Chuck Schumer, everybody, because we all saw this coming. We knew that they were going to play these fucking games. But again, you know who's more important? The donors, the ones that needed to get to their Thanksgiving and their Christmas and whatever the fuck, and they didn't want to be inconvenienced. Like, I'm dead serious. I think that this was like being felt by somebody because they couldn't even use their private runway because there wasn't enough air traffic controllers. So they were just like, something must be done. I have officially been inconvenienced by this.
Do that, and we will in a bipartisan fashion.
If something passes the Senate, it would only pass on a bipartisan basis. Yeah. Would you bring it up?
Well, the bill that's going to pass...
to extend the subsidies, that later vote.
I can't commit to anything that hasn't even passed through the Senate yet. I mean, I've never done that. I'm very consistent. I've been Speaker for over 2 years, and one of the reasons I've held the gavel is because I don't go out and predetermine outcomes. It's a member-driven...
Okay.
Driven institution as it should be, and I'm really insistent about that. We got to get back to regular order, and that's what we're doing here.
President Trump today on Truth Social said that air traffic controllers should get back to work.
Too bad we, wasted a lot of money on the FBI to look into the guy that, threatened to release some stuff on Mr. Johnson here.
He said he's going to recommend a
Just remember that
$10,000 bonus for any controllers who took no time off. And he said, well, anyone who doesn't show up will be substantially docked. He then went on to say, quote, for those that did not...
If he's going to stay in that closet, then we can burn that house down.
Nothing but complain and took time off, even though...
just in, in Minecraft.
Everyone knew they would be paid in full shortly into the future. I am not happy with you, all caps. Now, as the Transportation Secretary, Sean Duffy, has said to me on my show and to plenty of other people, these air traffic controllers, some of them called into work and said they couldn't come in because they had to take a job as an Uber Eats driver or a Lyft driver just to put gas in their car so they could get to work the next day.
Yeah.
Do you think the president realizes this?
No. No, because none of you actually give a fuck about that.
I think he does. I spent some time yesterday talking to my good friend Sean Duffy, who's a former colleague, now the Secretary of Transportation, and I was with the president last night. We have a lot of sympathy for the people who have at great personal
Sorry, that was legitimately funny.
sacrifice, gone to the towers, gone to work, and done their job. The president has to reward that, and that I appreciate that sentiment. It would take an act of Congress, I'm sure, to make that happen, but it's the right idea.
But he says, I am not happy with you, all caps. I mean,
well, look, on an individual basis, there may be some people that abuse the program, but I mean, it wasn't just air traffic controllers, of course. I mean, we asked.
Does this guy ever not embarrass himself by like doing this whole talk in circles thing? Like I said, though, what sucks about this is recognizing just how he has no game, but somehow always wins. Always wins.
Border Patrol agents, TSA agents, and many other categories of federal employees, including all the employees that keep this place in operation.
Capitol Hill police officers, right?
All of them, the ones that are protecting us right now. I mean, they've been working without pay, and so we have great sympathy for them. We'd like to reward that any way we can. It's a patriotic duty that they filled for their country.
Yeah. Yet those same police officers you were talking shit about for the January 6th thing, whatever. Okay, so I'm going to really piss you guys off because you guys know what they think the solution is to the affordability. Make it less affordable for people. Make it so they can lock us in with longer rates and more interest. So right now they're proposing 50-year mortgages. Now, I'm not sure if you guys understand this. You sign one of these deals, that's your forever home. Plain and simple. Which I will say this. Now we live in an era where the starter home is no longer even a thing. The starter home is the forever home with the way that the mortgage rates are. So that being said, let's get some details on why this is not the big fix that everybody is, even on the right, they're kind of like, woohoo. I mean, because again, they're the finance people. They're the finance people that understand that this, these interest rates are not good. They understand that this is not going to be good for people in the long run.
You'd save about $100 a month and pay nearly.
We turn to what the head of the Federal Housing Agency is calling a complete game changer.
Yeah, it's about this proposal from the Trump administration, a 50-year mortgage. It could be a monumental shift with the goal of bringing down monthly payments to lower financial barriers for new homeowners.
But will it help prospective?
Honestly, if they do want to do this, do it. But just understand that it's like, don't even worry about your fucking credit.
Active home buyers. KCTV5's Betsy Webster asked local experts to find out.
Pep is right. I want to live in my own home, and I'll never have that chance. It's insane.
Who know their numbers both said it will cost more than.
It's actually the fact is, the reason I even have a home is because of like the subprime mortgage crisis and the way that kind of unfolded, and just like timing
helps. And the real solution is having more of this. That is homes on the market. Finding your first home.
Because at that point, there were a lot of homes on the market at discount.
At a price you can afford.
And they were offering them at pretty like affordable rates.
It's hard. A local mortgage lender says a 50-year mortgage won't fix that.
I think the optics of what people think it's going to save sounds like a lot more than it is.
Yeah, their solution is debt slavery. But people are so fucking stupid. They don't understand that. Nobody cares. Nobody's thinking that when they're putting their fucking Taco Bell on a fucking credit card.
For a $300,000 house, she said, you'd save about $100 a month and pay nearly $400,000 more in interest over the life of the loan.
It's like a cost of a nitro brew at Starbucks a day. That is the equivalent of what this is going to save you per month.
A better solution, she said, would be to incentivize builders.
We're years behind. And
again, people think that this is going to save you thousands of dollars. That's not the fucking case. You're still going to be paying these high interest rates.
Inventory.
Without that, there's a bigger picture down.
What border? What the thing is, what border? Like, Etch, with all seriousness, there's a cost of living crisis in Canada that, they honest to God think it's worse than ours, but I'd be willing to argue that one with somebody.
More possible buyers to the same housing supply would likely just drive the price of those houses higher.
It just kind of exacerbates the underlying issue.
Mike Decker, the founder of Kedrick Wealth, says it's not a solution for the market or the buyer.
Another way to look at a 50-year mortgage, because you're mostly paying interest, is basically you're renting from the bank for probably 20 or 30 years, and then you start paying down the mortgage. I mean, it's really not in your favor.
If $100 a month is what you need to afford a house.
No, because most median fucking home buyers at that point are going to be in their 30s. Can you do basic math? Like, wait a minute. How old you going to be by the time that fucking principal is even even touched. Not paid off, but touched. And then you have no equity. So again, this idea that you're going to buy this house and then you're going to offload it to go get a bigger house is a fucking fallacy.
He says your budget is probably too tight to be a homeowner. Until you earn more, spend less, or both.
You can't just force affordability. It doesn't work that way. So you have to figure out what.
Oh, are you telling me that the president is doing this thing where it's like a big farce and this is actually worse for the people that are being targeted with these bad loans? No way. It's almost like a payday loan place. You're telling me that we are being run, this country's being run by the equivalent of a dude that runs a payday scheme? No shit.
You have control over.
Welcome to America, people.
And work within those parameters.
If you're priced out by just a little and the down payment is the issue, they suggest researching federal and state first-time homebuyer assistance programs that can help you with your down payment. In Roland Park, Kansas, Betsy Webster, KCTV5 News.
The fact that that's also in Kansas, where I can tell you right now, the median home cost is going to be nowhere. Like, notice how they're not going to larger city areas and looking at those prices and looking at those homes. There's a reason for that, guys. I mean, I guess absolutely F you if you want to try to, build a, like they say that home owning is supposed to be kind of an investment, right? Like a safe investment. That's taking the win away from you, or any ability to win away from you. But again, all people will see is I actually got approved for a house, and I'm not in this rate. I don't care. My payment's not as much.
Last week's election, and I would say most elections, the economy, affordability, and housing. Now, for millions of Americans,
by the way, Stephanie Rule,
buying a home is financially out of reach. Today, this number might surprise you. The average age of a first-time home buyer is a record high, 40 years old. That is why President Trump says he is proposing what his administration...
Again, 40 years old, 50-year mortgage. Okay. And then our life expectancy is, that's fun. It went below 70. That's cool. That's cool.
Is calling, quote,
that's cool.
Complete game changer. A 50-year fixed rate mortgage. So what does that actually mean for you? Well, spreading...
Well, I can take a dump on the board and also say that I've changed the game, because technically you need to go around said dookie, but...
out payments could lower your costs compared to a 30-year loan, maybe as much as $200 a month. But there's a very big trade-off. You could end up paying as much as double in interest. And the bank?
No, what? It's almost like we have a very financially illiterate country that doesn't understand principal and interest.
Well, they're also likely to charge even higher rates because the loan is going to take a whole lot longer to pay off.
That's a shit strategy.
And if the goal is to bring more buyers into the market, but the number of homes stays the same.
When you're right, you're right.
Well, guess what's likely going to happen? Prices are going to go up.
Yeah, no shit.
Not to mention, who wants to wait until they're 90 years old, right? If your first time you're buying a house, you're 40, you ain't paying it off until you're 90.
That's if you make it there. This is where it's kind of fun, guys. If they want to play these games, bankrupt all the credit card system. Bankrupt the fund. Like, just do it. Just fucking, I don't care. Charge everything. Fucking go into the biggest amounts of debt and then just default on them.
That's a lot.
Just make sure that you do have that little safety net where they can't go after your house.
All the time. Back with us tonight, Bharat Ramamurthy.
Like, do it smartly.
Former National Economic Council Deputy Director and author of The Bully Pulpit on Substack, and Bill Cohen is here.
I mean, seriously, if you're in the market to buy a car, like, fucking A.
Wall Street banker turned journalist and founding partner at Puck. Okie doke.
Tyler Durden was right.
Paying for your home every month until you're 90 years old? Call me a simple girl from New Jersey. That sounds like rent to me.
Yeah. Ha ha.
This proposal makes absolutely no sense at all.
Thank you. Cool. That is the only word you should use to describe this. Is it makes absolutely no sense.
Obviously, 30-year mortgages, the rates are much higher than 7-year mortgages, 10-year mortgages. And if people stop for a minute and say to themselves, my monthly payment may be lower with a 50-year mortgage, the amount of interest they're going to pay over the course of 50 years at higher interest rates is going to make the cost of their home, what, 4 or 5 times the original purchase price in interest payments alone?
Yeah.
Over 50 years? Yeah. Who wants to do that?
Only the biggest idiots in America.
Okay.
And then they're going to complain about how the Democrats did this to them.
Bill, Bharat, when I saw this today, all I could think of was the dozens of Today shows.
This guy kind of looks like the guy that, if you've ever seen the TikToks, like where it's the Team Rocket guy that goes around like Comic-Con.
We have done talking to people about paying down your credit card debt because you don't want to be paying interest every month because it's going to take you a lifetime to pay down your credit cards. And now that's what they're potentially offering to first-time home buyers. And but even if it brought down your monthly mortgage payments, it still doesn't resolve the issue of inventory.
Yeah, sorry. If my if I had a little orangish hue there, you know what? I was just trying to be I saw the writing on the wall and I was trying to fit in.
And here's the problem with building new homes. Donald Trump's tariffs are only making home building way more expensive.
I have one small project to fix a few things on my house. I got it priced out in July. They were going to charge me about $3,000 to do that. Yeah, that same project, he just randomly called me, by the way, with this one where he was just like, Mr. Pepper, we're going through our books here. We saw that you were interested in having such and such done to your home. Well, we just are calling to inform you that the costs are now somewhere around double. Fucking $6,200.
How does any of this?
No, that's not just that is double.
This makes sense.
Fucking.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I just
and it's all just lumber.
Specific numbers behind Bill's point. If you take the average home price right now, it's about $400,000 in the United States. You take a 6% interest rate, which is what your 30-year.
That's also part of it. Is like the median like house cost back in the day when I was shopping for homes was around like $200 to $300.
Rate is right now.
And that was for like a big ass house.
If you use a 50-year mortgage instead of a 30-year mortgage, yes, you're saving about $200 a month on your monthly payment, but you know how much more you're paying over the life?
Yeah, lucky I can do 98% of home repairs myself.
The mortgage,
I have learned how to be a little bit more handy.
$120,000 over the life of the mortgage. So that is a hefty sum for somebody to have to pay for that extra amount of affordability. But as you said, the real key here is that we have a supply problem. We don't have enough homes in the United States for the number of people who want to buy them.
And you know what their solution to this is? Build a bunch of shitty condos that are already falling apart by the time you're even offloading them.
And
dude, I went to my buddy's new build, and like he's renting, thank God, because if he had bought this, I would have been like, dude, you got just totally taken for. The amount of noticeable coding issues, like specifically, I was outside, ripping a J, and I just looked down and I see his AC unit, right? And now I'm not an HVAC guy. I just have, I've tended to my own AC unit, and I happen to know that where the line it goes into the home, you're supposed to have that properly sealed. This one didn't have a seal in the slightest, to the point where you could like poke your finger through and it was in the other side of the house where you could like literally there's this just giant gap. So, weather, rodents. Yeah. What's that? So I just put some steel wool in there because I was like, hey man, you're renting. There's no reason to fix this yourself. But I'm like, you need to tell your whatever company built this that it's like, hey, this is a huge problem.
I keep coming back to is Donald Trump controls the White House. Republicans control the Senate and the Congress.
Doing a small project, bought 2 rebar. Used to be $2.35 each. Now $5.68.
Why aren't they trying to pass a housing affordability bill? Where is their housing support?
Oh, gee, I don't fucking know. It's not like they did anything with their leverage to say, hey, we want to actually put this on the table for a housing affordability bill. But you know what? We would like your support. Could we have that in writing? Do this thing so we can end the shutdown. That way we can make everybody happy. Again, the fact that they did this to make like 6 people fucking happy is insane. I can't get over that.
Where's a down payment assistance bill? They're not doing any of that. Instead, they're proposing these gimmicks that are basically some short-term benefit for long-term pain.
Yeah, it's the same reason that he's talking about $2,000 stimulus.
And not addressing any of the underlying structural.
Again, that he took from us by fucking charging the tariffs in the first place.
Issues. I mean, at the end of the day, really what Trump has.
I'm sorry, but the ROI on this one seems still pretty good in their favor, where they ripped us off for $2,400 and they're only giving us $2,000 back. Excuse me?
Done is
and then they're trying to do this thing where it's only head of household?
Enact an anti-affordability agenda, as you said, with tariffs, even as immigration policies helping drive up housing prices.
Okay, new topic. The president also floated a proposal to help Americans cover their health care by cutting Americans $2,000 checks. That money would come from tariff revenue. And soon after the president floated it, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent was scrambling to walk it back, explain, I don't know what it was, so I'm going to share it.
Do you have a proposal, a formal proposal to give a $2,000 dividend to every American?
I haven't spoken to the president about this yet, but it could the $2,000 dividend could come in lots of forms, in lots of ways, George. It could be just
when your bullshit's not in line, so you start crying inside.
The tax decreases that we are seeing on the.
All right. Usually you don't see these guys like cave so completely.
President's agenda, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, deductibility of auto loans. So, those are substantial deductions that, are being financed in the tax bill.
That ain't a $2,000 check. Bharat, here's the thing. $2,000 checks for every American would cost about $600 billion. The tariffs are only set to bring in about half of that. And he's also supposed to use the.
So you're telling me that there wasn't these trillions of dollars of tariff revenue that he keeps talking about?
Money to pay down our debt.
You're telling me that Trump is a liar? No way.
And bail out farmers.
What?
This math doesn't seem to make sense. And I even mentioned that the Supreme Court could knock down the whole tariff thing to begin with.
Yeah, these tariffs are being used for about 9 different purposes. And as you said, given how the Supreme Court argument went, I think it's highly likely that most of the tariff revenue is going to have to be refunded when they strike down the tariffs as an impermissible use of presidential authority. So again, there is no.
That's the ultimate fuck you to Trump, is just like, give that money back. He's like, when have I ever been known to give money back to somebody? Have you not heard anything about
affordability agenda that this president is pursuing? If you give everybody $2,000 checks, and again, you have a limited supply of housing, of groceries, and so on, what's going to happen? We saw a version of this, frankly, in 2021. You have more money chasing after a limited supply of goods. Prices are going to continue to rise, which degrades the value of that benefit. But the point is, the 50-year mortgage, the $2,000 checks, look, neither of these ideas are actually going to happen. There are random things that the president floats on a whim. You can tell that Secretary Bessent has no idea what the president is talking about and has no plan for actually enacting it. And all of it is a substitute for having a coherent affordability agenda that tackles the structural reasons why costs are so high in America.
Let's actually talk about IRS and filing our taxes, because they're.
Can I just say, I don't know how she did it, but she somehow made the Chuck Schumer
actually
I don't know. She made that look
about
good.
Getting rid of the free filing option that people can do online, which expedites your return, gets you the money much faster. But according to the New York Times, the Treasury Department and the IRS have been quietly providing.
I just realized that I have a little
tax relief. Can you guess to whom? Private
kind of like the Jessica Tarloff standing. It's like, oh, wait a minute. I think I have one.
Crypto companies and foreign real estate investors, as well as insurance providers and a whole bunch of multinational corporations. When the president promises to make life more affordable, were private equity firms, multinational corporations, and international real estate investors was who he was talking about?
It reeks of.
Because I didn't see any.
Yeah.
I've been to a Trump rally. I haven't seen any of those folks there.
No, that's because they're working behind the scenes with their lobbyists to get exactly what they want. I mean, who was some of the biggest donors?
Yeah, it's almost like that's what we've all come to realize, is that none of these people really give a shit about us.
The Trump campaign was the crypto industry, the private equity industry. This reeks of corruption, of course. What a surprise.
What?
They already got big tax relief in the big bad bill, and now they're getting more quiet tax relief. The whole thing just defies logic and imagination and is completely unfair and lacks compassion. But this is where we are.
All right. That is exactly where we are. He's right about that. Like, they're repackaging this, and like I said, people are going to buy into it. Enough people are going to see that they're like, he lowered mortgage rates. Like, they're going to use these as talking points, by the way, guys. Just be prepared for that. So, like I said, if you are in a position where you can take advantage of that, though, like, because there are people that this will benefit. And if you, again, are in need of housing and you have like a shit landlord that constantly increases prices, this might benefit you just to do the long-term rental program through the government, because that's what this is. 90 fucking years, like, well, 50-year mortgage, but come on. When the median age is around 40, like, God, even people in your 20s, like, they're kind of banking on you just dying in that home. Like, this is kind of gross. Speaking of the Trump administration just expecting people to die, here, got a little update on this one. So, did you know that the UK's intelligence agency, the one with that one famous spy, what's his name? Jim Band? I forgot his name, but they made like a whole series. I think it was like 005 or something like that. Sorry, I'm trying my best. For real though, the British intelligence agency has just announced that they're done with our bullshit, and they're just like, hey, you know how you're doing judicious killings in the Pacific Ocean? Yeah, we're done giving you intel.
Exclusive now coming into the Situation Room. Watch this. The United Kingdom is suspending, listen to this, suspending some of its intelligence sharing with the U.S. because of the Trump administration's strikes against alleged drug boats in the Caribbean.
We are joined now by senior White House reporter Kevin Liptak and
My home was paid off in 2010. Yay! Then the ex-wife got it. Boo.
national security correspondent Natasha Bertrand. Natasha, to you first with this exclusive reporting. I mean, this is a big deal. The UK is
sometimes chatters, you got it.
the closest ally to the United States when it comes to intelligence sharing. What else do we know?
Shout out T-Bone. That was a good one.
Yeah, Pam, it's a really...
I mean, I'm sorry if that's true, too.
...significant rupture here. Essentially, what we're learning is that the UK is no longer sharing intelligence with the U.S. about these suspected drug trafficking vessels in the Caribbean because it does not want to be complicit in the U.S. military's strikes on these drug vessels and believes fundamentally that the U.S. military's use of force against these vessels violates international law, according to multiple...
International law, maritime law. I mean, I guess maritime law is not a thing. So anything, that whole Timothée Chalamet thing where they were talking about like, oh, he's breaking maritime law. So I guess he wasn't.
Sources that we spoke to now.
Right.
Previously,
we're just doing stuff. That's what we do in the sea now. We just do stuff.
The UK had been happy to help the United States locate and interdict vessels that were transiting the Caribbean that appeared to be trafficking drugs. But the key difference, of course, is that it was helping the Coast Guard intercept those vessels, arrest those on board, seize the drugs, and allowing these individuals to have some semblance of due process. But now the US, of course, has started striking these boats unilaterally with military force, killing everyone on board. The total now for number of people killed is around 76. And we're told that the UK is deeply uncomfortable with that.
Maybe property taxes will get her. No, unless she's retired. That's the only way.
And they believe that it is pretty blatantly illegal. Now, it is unclear exactly how long this intelligence sharing suspension is going to last, but we're told that it has been going on for well over a month now, essentially since the U.S. began its bombing campaign. And it really underscores the continued questions surrounding the legality of this U.S. military campaign, which, of course, the U.S. government, the Trump administration...
I mean, they saw everything Israel was doing and were just like, bet.
...and has insisted is part of an armed conflict that it is waging against cartel members and criminal organizations, but much of the international community, as well as legal experts inside the U.S., do not see it that way.
Stand by, Natasha. I want to bring in our White House reporter, Kevin Liptak. How is the Trump administration responding to this extraordinary move by the United Kingdom?
Yeah.
Yeah, he is the one who has the German face. He looks like he's about to tell you some dirty secrets.
And Natasha's.
Yeah, Donald Trump was not too happy. He brought out the whips, and I was just like, yeah, okay. I see where this is going. Well, you can use me for all your ire. You can say that you're mad at the European Union. Yes. Harder, Daddy Trump.
It's clear that the White House hasn't commented on this particular suspension, but
look at him.
It's clear that the administration has not been deterred in this strategy so far. You know, the president and top officials have insisted that these boats are ferrying drugs and that the intelligence bears that out. And you have seen them over and over again target these boats in the Caribbean Sea, you know, multiple times per week. Now, this question of the intelligence is not necessarily a new one. You've heard a real outcry from members of Congress at what was initially a
Sure we have. One side.
relatively slow pace in delivering them briefings.
All right. I don't need to know what the Trump administration's thinking about it. What I do need to know, though, and I want to share with you guys, here we go. The real reason that they're doing this, I found this really good video about this, and I have just enough time to share this. I'm going to go a few minutes late, just so you guys know. Let's go.
A 12-meter-long wooden boat. They're commonly used here by fishermen and also drug traffickers. Typically, the U.S. would stop and search the boat to find out which, but this time, the U.S. just blew it up. 2 weeks later, the U.S. blew up another boat, then another, and another, and another.
Just so you guys know that this is absolutely not normal in any capacity.
Donald Trump claimed that dozens of people killed by these strikes worked for drug cartels.
That doesn't matter. Like, he's trying to normalize this and make people just kind of forget that you can't just unilaterally bomb people.
And that this was just the start of his new strategy to stop them.
To every terrorist thug smuggling poisonous drugs into the United States of America, please be warned that we will blow you out of existence. We have no choice.
But most of Trump's strikes were...
Someone clip that for me, please.
...in the wrong place. Most drugs are produced in Colombia, Peru, Bolivia, and Mexico, then trafficked overland or through the Pacific. Then in October, we found out the real target.
Trump is ramping up his military campaign in the Caribbean.
Made it clear he wants Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro removed from power.
Trump ordered the Navy's largest and most advanced aircraft carrier to the region.
Authorized the CIA to operate inside Venezuela.
And warned Venezuela and its cartels that striking land is next.
How did Trump turn a war on drug cartels into a potential war with Venezuela?
Oh, and Mexico, by the way, because he's trying to lump Mexico into this. They're trying to do a unilateral takeover of Central America.
This is not stretching the envelope. This is tearing the envelope apart.
Where could he take that war next?
It seems like a recipe for a war that could go on forever.
Trump's right about one thing. The cartels are stronger than ever. The first modern drug cartel was formed in the 1970s by a Colombian named Pablo Escobar. He smuggled cocaine through the Caribbean and made millions of dollars. Then he united several gangs into one organization and made billions. By the 1980s, the Medellin cartel was making 80% of the cocaine trafficked into the U.S., and its private army wreaked havoc across Colombia.
This is the most violent of cities. There's a killing here every 3 hours, some committed by these motorcycle gangs who work on retainers for the cartel.
The Medellin cartel was too powerful for the Colombian government to take on alone, so the U.S. helped by sending its law enforcement agencies and its military.
America's public enemy number one in the United States is drug abuse.
Richard Nixon was the first president to declare a war on drugs, but Ronald Reagan supercharged the military's role in it. He sent so-called military advisors and weapons to Colombia and ordered the Navy to shut down trafficking routes. The war on drugs wasn't an actual war, and the Medellin cartel...
And you forgot that part where he also had a secret little CIA operation where they were not only allowing it, but they were profiting from it. You kind of missed that one.
It wasn't an invading force that the military could shoot without warning. It was a group of criminals. So while the military could help find cartel members, law enforcement arrested and prosecuted them. That's how the U.S. helped dismantle the Medellin cartel, and eventually find Escobar, who died in a shootout. But the war on drugs continued, and presidents kept involving the military in it. George H.W. Bush invaded Panama, partly by citing Panama's leader's indictment for drug trafficking. Bill Clinton deepened the military partnership with Colombia, And under George W. Bush, the military shared intelligence with Mexico. This strategy didn't win the war on drugs, but it made a difference.
Had the U.S. never focused on this issue, you can only imagine these groups could be even more powerful, right?
Will Freeman is an expert on organized crime in Latin America.
But has this stopped drug flows or radically decreased them into the United States? No, it has not.
Overdose deaths from cocaine and heroin increased over the last 25 years, and deaths from fentanyl skyrocketed to almost 80,000 in 2023.
It's almost like making all this stuff illegal and not not having the medical services to provide to people that use these controlled substances in a controlled environment.
This demand kept the
It's almost like you don't care about the fact that these Americans are dying. Be honest. Like, I hate this Sagar and Jetty approach to things where they're just like, we have to save them from ourselves. They wouldn't even have access if it wasn't for X problem. Come on.
Cartels in business. After the Medellin cartel, the Cali cartel took over. And Colombians started trafficking through Mexican criminal groups who evolved in...
The fact that it's always some douchebag with like a really, a decent bank account, all in all good life. They're always the ones that are just like, why can't these drunkies just stop?
To even deadlier cartels. When the US and Mexico cracked down on them, they just fractured into more cartels. Today, these cartels are partnering with criminal groups in Europe and Asia to traffic drugs around the world and make tens of billions of dollars a year. More than enough money to corrupt officials, innovate new ways to evade detection, and diversify into other crimes like human trafficking and wildlife poaching.
These are really formidable organizations. And as long as there's that demand and as long as there's robust supply, then fundamentally I think you're going to be talking about putting a lid on a situation, but not eliminating it altogether.
But Donald Trump came into office with a new plan to fight the cartels. It didn't involve curbing demand or law enforcement.
The cartels are waging war on America, and it's time for America to wage war on the cartels.
This story is moving super fast. Trump is striking boats in the Caribbean and in the Pacific, and he recently authorized the CIA to work inside Venezuela. Now, what interests me about this story is how different outlets are covering it. This level of insight is only possible thanks to our sponsor this week, Ground, began by focusing on 8 mostly cartels in Mexico, plus Tren de Aragua, a gang started in a Venezuelan prison, and Cartel de los Soles, a criminal network in the Venezuelan military. Trump designated them as either foreign terrorist organizations or specially designated global terrorist groups, labels the U.S. used before.
They are now officially in the same category as ISIS, and that's not good for them.
But these labels didn't have anything to do with the military. They just broadened U.S. law enforcement's abilities to prosecute and sanction the cartels and people linked to them.
So whether that is a business which launders money or goes into business with a cartel, to an immigrant who may be forced to pay a ransom fee, it allows to cast that very, very wide net.
But then Trump sent a...
It's almost like, though, once you start playing those international games, they could...
fleet to the Caribbean and authorized it to strike a boat suspected of running drugs for Tren de Aragua. He then wrote to Congress that the people killed were unlawful combatants in an armed conflict and that the strikes were in self-defense. In other words, because drugs are killing Americans and those drugs are trafficked in by cartels, Trump wanted to view the cartels as combatants in a war and use military force against them. Trump wanted to turn the war on drugs into an actual legal war. But can he do that? Under the Constitution, only Congress can declare war, which it didn't. Nor did Congress pass what's called an authorization of military force. If anything, Trump seems to be claiming his power under the Constitution's Article 2, which names him the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. It's how Obama, Trump in his first term, and Biden justified some military operations. It's an already dubious legal argument that Trump is stretching even further, because who the military kills matters too. These strikes targeted members of enemy governments, militaries, and rebel groups. Trump is killing criminals.
There are so many problems with that.
Jeffrey Korn is a law professor and retired military lawyer.
Most fundamentally, it's not their goal to kill Americans.
The U.S. considers Al-Qaeda and ISIS to be enemy combatants because they launched attacks to kill Americans, and because they commanded their members to do it.
Think of Farouk Abdab-Muttalib, the underwear bomber. He boarded a plane in London and tried to blow it up because he was obeying orders from Al-Qaeda leadership.
The question now is whether Tren de Aragua commanding people to traffic lethal drugs to the U.S. makes them combatants too.
This is not an evolution of that concept. If you're selling drugs, you want your customer to live, not die.
Trump also hasn't released any evidence that these people were working for Tren de Aragua. This strike reportedly killed a fisherman.
We're killing people, and we don't know who they are, but the truth is, unless and until Congress were to contest this claim of war power, the president is going to run with it.
And Congress...
Yeah, it's almost like they need to do their jobs.
...isn't contesting it. When a measure came up to bar Trump from striking more boats, Republicans blocked it. So even though Congress hasn't authorized Trump's actions, they've also decided not to stop him. In October, Trump deployed more warships, fighter jets, drones, a submarine, and some 10,000 troops to the region, and authorized the military to strike more boats. But then, Trump went a step even further by claiming that Tren de Aragua is controlled by Venezuela's dictator, Nicolas Maduro. U.S. spy agencies assess that while Maduro may tolerate the gang, he does not control it. But by linking him to Nicaragua, Trump is claiming the power to use military force in Venezuela.
When a country is unable or unwilling to prevent its territory,
it's almost like they're doing the military coup that we're very used to. This is also why they do not want us talking about, like, you know, some of these things that happened in history
from being used by non-state enemies, then we assert the right to act. That's how we went into Pakistan to kill Osama bin Laden. That could very quickly escalate into a conflict with Venezuela.
But why would Trump want to do that?
Un destructor mande sus soldados expertos en misiles a asaltar barcos atuneros. Estaban buscando un incidente militar.
Venezuela has suffered under Maduro. Right after he took power, the country's economy fell apart. Crime increased and millions fled every year, but Maduro remains in power. He survives by stealing elections and corrupting the military and elite.
Wow, this definitely comes across as kind of pro the
for their loyalty.
Regime change. Okay. Well, I linked the original video in the description here. This is kind of it. Obviously, there's a little bit more to get to, but this is really breaking down the reason why we are in this.
Why Trump may want Maduro gone, but not the only reasons. Trump also blames Maduro for the thousands of Venezuelan migrants in the U.S. and may be pressuring Maduro into letting him send some back.
Yeah.
Many suggest that Trump may also want access to Venezuela's huge
there it is. There it is. The oil. And that's where I'll leave that one. All right, guys. So appreciate you guys hanging for the show today. If you guys have not already found yourself over on my YouTube page, please hit this link and do me a favor. Head on over there and hit the subscribe button. I hopefully will be live at my normal time today, but we will see. I'm still dealing with some technical issues. So with that being said, as I said, I do appreciate you guys being here on PEPAGANDA today. Look out for the show next week and stick around for some Rational National. We have some Rational National fun, which if you guys do not already follow the Rational National, do yourself a favor and also do that. But I will catch you guys next week. See ya.
Who the heck is Pep Talks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk? They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Canada is far more popular than Donald Trump is here in the United States. Look at this. The net popularity rating of Canada is plus 49 percentage points.
Well, there is some new data out showing that Americans love Canada so much that if Canada were to run in an election against Donald Trump, it would absolutely destroy him. But I'll get to that fun information later. In this video, I want to discuss what's been going on, the drama around Canada, this anti-tariff ad featuring Reagan that Trump is freaking out about, the response from the government about it, and all the people's hair on fire over this ad, which is so ridiculous when I get to the information, the underlying data showing there is no reason for anybody to be freaking out about the ad. So let me first start by linking you to my initial video on this ad about 2 weeks ago before Trump ever caught wind of it. So I have a whole breakdown there about my thoughts on the ad at the time, which my thoughts have not changed. But I am going to defend Doug Ford kind of in a bit here in a way that other people are not. But this ad, let's be real here. For people living in Ontario, this ad is ridiculous. This so-called fiscal conservative Doug Ford spending $75 million of public money on this ad on U.S. networks, paying networks like Fox News and Newsmax, networks that spread bullshit about tariffs, giving them money for their lies over this ad, is absurd when you have Ontario being the lowest in health spending, also underfunding education, You also have the production company of this ad linked to Doug Ford because, of course, it is. I actually speculated that in my video 2 weeks ago, not knowing that was the reality because of Doug Ford's obvious corruption at every single point. But and I'll get to more Doug Ford corruption in a bit. But it's just, this is a horrible government. That said, if you are not living in Ontario, if you are not impacted by wasteful spending like this, I totally understand why you would love the ad, because the ad itself is fine. I think it's actually a pretty good ad. You know, I'm not going to play it again. I played it in my initial video, but it's Reagan talking about how tariffs are terrible and, over some stock footage, which, look, first of all, to address the bullshit about, oh, he's taken out of context, you can go and read Reagan's comments. There's some stuff that is rearranged, but it's the sentiment stays the same. It's Reagan's words. It isn't made up. But apart from any of that, the ad would make more sense if Americans didn't know who to blame for the rising cost of living, for cost of groceries, for inflation. Yet, as I'll get to in a bit here, the data already shows us that Americans are aware of this, and they've been aware of it for some time. So to spend money on an ad that you would assume the purpose of is to inform people of something they aren't aware of, to spend an ad on something that they're already very aware of doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. Especially when you have, as I said, underfunded healthcare, underfunded education. And then you have the reaction here from Donald Trump. Trump calls off trade talks with Canada over Ontario's anti-tariff ad. Now, a lot of people, understandably, freaked out at Doug Ford over this ad. I'm here to say it's actually not his fault. No, you know me. I don't waste an opportunity to take shots at Doug Ford because he is a absolutely horrible premier. The issue here, though, is clear. It's Trump. Trump is the problem. He also called off trade talks over Canada's digital services tax. This is back in June. I think he's done this 2 more times over other issues. Whatever he doesn't like, Trump, that's it. No more trade talks. At some point, are people going to realize he has no interest in any kind of trade deal? Considering he's the one that signed the USMCA during his first term, and he's the one that ended up violating it himself this term. He does not care. Even if you sign a deal with him, how could you actually trust that he would follow it? So this, they ended up caving on the digital services tax, which the White House then bragged about, saying that the Canadian Prime Minister caved to Trump. So it benefited them. It only benefited them for Canada to give in on that. Because again, where's the trade deal? You gave in on that digital services tax. We no longer are taxing these big companies that we could have taxed. And at the same time, you're handing the White House a win and you have no trade deal. So to continue giving in to Trump when he has no interest in trade is absurd. Yet we're doing it again. Ontario was pulling the ad, which again, I'm actually fine with if we're going to save some money here and not have to hand millions of dollars over to these massive networks, these American networks, because the ad, there's no point to doing the ad. But you're giving in because of Trump, not because it's a waste of money. And it didn't matter anyways. It was too late because it played during the World Series and Trump saw it and he freaked out and is now raising tariffs on Canada by 10% in retaliation for the ad. This gets to how this has been bubbling up in other ways. U.S. Ambassador to Canada goes on expletive-laced tirade at Ontario's trade representative. So Pete Hoekstra here apparently freaked out. One witness said Hoekstra appeared to be upset about the anti-tariff ad that the province recently ran on television in the U.S., which has infuriated President Donald Trump. The witness said Hoekstra could be heard using the F word and also mentioned Ontario Premier Doug Ford by name. I can't help but feel this was done on purpose in a way for the media to catch word of it and write a story about it, for a way for Hoekstra to be in Trump's good graces. Because anybody with a brain has to realize the ad doesn't do anything when you already have the majority of Americans on the side of hating tariffs. Here is Harry Enton discussing this.
Has Trump's push for tariffs been successful in the minds of the American people?
No. No is the simple answer. I mean, I think that Americans have moved more against tariff than any other major Trump policy that he's been pushing during this second term. What are we talking about here? Well, why don't we just look at this? New tariffs on imported goods. You know, you go back to November of 2024, the majority, 52%, were in favor of it. Look at where we are now in 2025, in the fall of 2025. 60% of Americans are opposed to Trump's tariffs. So we're talking about a 4-point margin in favor, switcheroo now to a 20-point margin against. And of course, there was all this news coming out of the World Series, right? Canada tariffs. We're not just talking China, we're talking Canada and tariffs. And get this, we're talking about just 36%, as I look at my little footnote here on the bottom, who support new tariffs against Canada. So the bottom line is this. If I were advising President Donald John Trump when it comes to his policies, I'd say step off the tariffs, at least from a political point of view, because the bottom line is it doesn't sell with the American people. It's one of the largest shifts that we have seen during Trump's second term in office.
Now, you may think that this is a recent trend, that Americans maybe just saw the Reagan ad and thought, oh, you know what? Reagan's right. These tariffs are terrible. But you'd be wrong. You could actually go back to February to see that the majority of Americans say they opposed Donald Trump's threatened tariff war against Canada. That was before any of this was really even implemented. So back then, do you favor or oppose the U.S. placing new tariffs on goods imported from Canada? 62% opposed. And that opposition has either, in most data, either stayed where it is or increased. You have data here, less than 1/3 of Americans view tariffs favorably. That is from Navigator in August. So Americans have remained consistent on not liking the idea of tariffing Canada. This ad, while may make you feel good because it angered Trump, it was a complete waste of money, especially, again, if you're living in Ontario and are actually impacted by what Doug Ford does. Now, I just want to play for you Doug Ford's reaction to Pete Hoekstra, the blowout or blow up that he apparently had, because this shows you why Doug Ford gets away with so much.
The Globe and Mail has a piece that speaks about Ambassador Hoekstra, to use a blunt phrase, cursing out your Ontario representative in the United States at a meeting. What do you say to that? This was related to your advertisement related to Donald Reagan. Yeah. What's your response to Ambassador Hoekstra's words?
Come on, Ambassador. He's a guy. You know something? I like him. Pete, you got to call Dave up and apologize. It's simple. You know, the cheese slipped off the cracker. I get it. You're ticked off. But call the guy up because you're a good guy, and Dave's my champion. The guy is just instrumental in these trade deals down in Washington. And, you know, some of the people get hot. They get heated. I get heated sometimes. But just call the guy up and bury the hatchet, because the ambassador's a good guy, actually. I love Dave. I like the ambassador, so he knows what to do. Come on, Pete, you've been around for before Moses. Call the guy up and apologize. Let's start getting back on track.
All right, so I'm going to get to the data on Canada and Trump in a second here, but I wanted to show this clip because it showcases why Doug Ford is able to get away with being a horrible politician. It's because he has dumb guy energy. And I'm not saying that as a pejorative. I think it's a positive quality that he has that more politicians, good politicians, need to have. His ability to speak plainly in a way that can come off as humorous or jovial, like your uncle, like quotes like the cheese slipped off the cracker, or he's older than Moses. Just this sort of stuff, his ability to communicate is incredible. The problem is it's married with horrible, corrupt politics. So again, I'm not going to get deep into this because this is another videos that I've already done, but the $100 million skills development fund that he used as a slush fund, his own campaign manager, his clients got over $80 million of skills development fund cash. Not to mention other people that work for him got this as well. It's the level of corruption is unlike anything Ontario has ever seen. And if you're living in the US and all you know about Doug Ford is what you see of him on CNN or you see that Reagan ad, you probably like him. The reality is he is horrible. And now he's trying to change election rules, very Trumpian of him, to benefit him in the future, inviting more wealthy donor money and more corporate money into elections. So don't be fooled by the dumb guy energy, even though it is a positive quality. And as I said, More politicians should be able to communicate with your average voter. You marry that with just terrible politics, and you get away with a whole lot. But I forgot to even mention the green belt scandal, which I also covered back during the time it was happening in 2023. But quoting TVO here, there's corruption, there's utter corruption, and then there's funneling more than $8 billion to your developer buddies and party donors through land swaps in the bright light of day and expecting to get away with it. And he did get away with it because he went on to win the next election, continuing a majority. Because, again, dumb guy energy is incredibly effective. And just credit here to David Moscrop for that piece. He's a great writer. Now, let me get to, just to end on the Trump stuff, Trump Canada stuff. So Trump and Carney were just at a meeting, this dinner, before the APEC summit. This apparently was their only interaction, because again, they're feuding over this ad. It's so stupid. But they were seated across the table and even acknowledged each other during a toast at dinner. But Trump did say on Truth Social, for those that are asking, we didn't come to South Korea to see Canada. So he is still very angry with Canada, again, over an ad that has no actual effect on anything. But this gets to Harrington's piece on CNN about how Americans feel about Canada compared to Donald Trump.
Picking a fight with China is one thing. Picking a fight with Canada is just something totally different here. So what are you talking about? Net popularity in the United States. Well, Canada is far more popular than Donald Trump is here in the United States. Look at this. The net popularity rating of Canada is plus 49 percentage points. Look at the net popularity rating of Donald Trump here in the United States. It's minus 10. We're talking about Canada coming out nearly 60 points ahead on the net popularity rating versus Donald Trump here in the United States. When you pick on Canada as a United States president, you are picking on a country that the American people adore. They adore Canada. Canada has always been a friend to the United States, at least during our lifetimes. And when you're going after Canada, you are going against someone who is far more popular than you are with Donald Trump. Pretty much every single time among most Americans, Americans will choose Canada over Donald Trump, yet Trump has decided to pick yet another fight with somebody or some entity or some country that is more popular than he is.
Any president would love to see that number under their name.
The last president that had this type of number was George W. Bush back in the early 2000s. No president has come anywhere close to how popular Canada is right now, and Donald Trump certainly is a long away. He cannot see Canada from his house when it comes to his net popularity.
All right,
rating.
let's reverse this. How do Canadians feel about the United States?
They think that Donald Trump's a big hoser. That's what they think. They hate Donald Trump. They hate everything that he's doing. Canadians who say America is an enemy or potential threat, look in 2023, it was 7%. Look how high it's gone now. We're talking about 48%. We're talking about a nearly 48-point jump. And the Trump administration, my dear friends, has a net popularity rating in Canada of minus, get this, 58 points. Canadians no longer love the United States of America.
Despite Trump's nonstop attacks on Canada, Americans remain vigilant in their love for Canadians. And I have to say, I love that. Worth noting here, there's some more data. This is on how Canadians feel about Americans, and this really has shifted. Trump, the damage that Trump has done on the world stage, and I know this is not just for Canadians, but every country, is going to take some time to reverse. This is obviously going to have to be fixed after Trump is no longer the president and someone else comes in. There's going to have to be just a complete reversal in how the country interacts with other countries. But this is from the Toronto Star. Data from the Environics Institute shared exclusively with the Star shows that 36% of Canadians currently view the U.S. as a friend, compared to 60% at the end of 2020 and 89% in 2013. And that 27% of Canadians presently view the U.S. as an enemy, a number that stood at 11% in 2020 and as low as 1% in 2013. And breaking that down by party is also may tell us something here. 55% of Conservative Party supporters still consider the U.S. a friend to Canada, compared to 26% and 29% of Liberal and NDP supporters, respectively. Now, I do think it matters how you view the question. Because if you view the U.S. as the government, then yeah, why would Canadians view the U.S. as a friend? But if you view the U.S. as the American people, as just the people living there, and understanding that even though Trump won an election, It isn't the majority of the country that voted. It's just that the majority of the voters that voted for him. Those are two very different things, because a lot of people simply don't vote. They feel disillusioned by the system, by the parties, for obvious reasons. But I think it's important to just consider how we view a question like, do you think of the U.S. as a friend? Because whether it's the government or citizens, I think those are two very different answers. Because I would consider Americans as friends. Yes, I still do. I would not consider the U.S. government as a friend, obviously. But let me know in the comments below how you feel about all this. If you're American, if you're Canadian, what your thoughts are on the other country. If you enjoyed this video, please hit like and subscribe and check out some of the other videos I have.
I literally just called it out. I just called it out.
Point. If you're inviting him back, giving him the air.
What more do you want me to do?
This has to be one of the greatest meltdowns I have ever witnessed during a political debate, and it couldn't have happened to a nicer person. Katie Miller, the wife of Stephen Miller, is apparently just as insane as he is. Katie Miller used to work for Elon Musk at Doge, then went on to work for Elon Musk at XAI. Now she started her own podcast. For some reason, I guess that's because everyone does. But this is where we get to this incredible debate. So I got a few clips to show. This debate had a meltdown, humiliation, humor, a disgusting moment that is actually making headlines, and even Piers Morgan got angry. So we'll get to that later. But here is the first clip. A lot of this debate surrounded around Zoran Mamdani for some reason. But of course, the debate gets to where you expect it to get to. Here is the first clip.
Why is it that every time someone wants to criticize Mamdani, it immediately comes back to the Jews and the anti-Israel movement instead of actually talking about his viewpoints, which is that he
Nobody
wants to
said
make
Jews. You just said it. You always do that. We say Israel, you say Jews. We say Israel is a government. Please don't make it about Jewish Americans. And you come back and go, you have to make it about Jewish Americans. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you?
Is Israel a Jewish state? Yes or no?
Yeah. First of all, okay, so Saudi Arabia is a Muslim state, and you can criticize it all day long, all day long. There's no special protection
because
for
what you're doing is you're decoding language
that
to
calls
attack
themselves
American
a Jewish state or
and
a
to
Muslim
say that
state.
we should not be here and we should not be in existence, and that you would be happy for other people like Mamdani
No,
to use
I want Israel to be safe.
Nothing of the sort.
Nonsense. You're totally lying. It's very normal for a Miller to be completely and utterly lying.
So as you can see, Cenk Uygur was absolutely on fire during this debate. You're going to see in the next clip how Katie Miller construes that line about a Miller lying. It is just amazing. My jaw was on the floor during this debate whenever she spoke, because I could not believe the kinds of defenses, the kinds of arguments that she was making, because they were so obvious bullshit. But this gets to why this debate is even happening at all. Why does every single debate about Zoran Mamdani have to be about Israel? It's absolutely ridiculous. This is a guy who's running to be mayor of New York City. It's only because he's a Muslim who acknowledges the genocide that Israel has committed that somehow has become this big deal, when even human rights organizations within Israel acknowledge the genocide. So it's got to the point now where they're even trying to construe facts that he has stated as somehow being offensive or crazy. Like, this is the recent big blow up that is happening on the right wing, where they're freaking out about this clip, where Zoran said, quote, "We have to make clear that when the boot of the NYPD is on your neck, it's been laced by the IDF, the Israeli Defense Force." The reality is that is fact. Amnesty International article here from 2016. With whom are many U.S. police departments training? With the chronic human rights violator, Israel. So Baltimore law enforcement officials, along with hundreds of others from Florida, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, California, Arizona, Connecticut, New York, Massachusetts, North Carolina, Georgia, Washington State, as well as other D.C. Capitol Police, have all traveled to Israel for training. Thousands of others have received training from Israeli officials here in the U.S. He stated a actual fact, and people freak out about, oh my God, it's so offensive. Why are you offended at facts? Facts don't care about your feelings. Let me get to the next clip, where this line about the Millers is apparently the most offensive thing ever.
Katie.
No, Piers, quite frankly, I'm really sick and tired of this racist, bigoted rhetoric that comes from people like you against my husband, against my family, and my children. I am raising Jewish children in this country.
Who brought your
in which
children into this? What a weirdo.
Piers, I'm going to be done with this if you're going to allow racist and bigoted attacks against one of your commentators just for the sake that he will not
hang on.
speaking.
Casey, to be clear, Casey, to be clear,
he inserted a line that says the Millers lie. Is that not coded language for therefore we are Jewish? Come on, Pierce. Where are you?
What?
Where are you standing?
God, you're so
Katie, if I can,
One of the more absolute insane things I have ever seen said in a debate. A comment about the Miller's line, which is clearly directed at her and her husband. Nope, it's about Jewish people. What are you talking about? I had to look this up. I wasn't aware that Miller is a common Jewish last name, but it's also a common last name among people who aren't Jewish. That comment that Jack made was clearly about her and her husband. But everything that she takes throughout this debate is a personal attack because she has no actual arguments to make. Jank and Omar Badar, who I'm going to play in a second, run circles around her. And she has absolutely no way to retort in any sort of rational, argumentative way. It's all personal attacks for her. This is the same person who called Karine Jean-Pierre a DEI hire who was picked based on her skin color. So saying that someone is hired because they're black is not offensive, apparently. But saying that you're a liar like the Millers because your husband is a well-known piece of crap, that apparently is very offensive. Insane stuff. But here is the next clip. This is political analyst Omar Badar, who also comes back with a great argument here against Katie Miller.
Somebody criticizing you personally is not an anti-Semitic attack. If somebody says that you are lying, that is not an attack on Jews, that is an attack on you. And just stop hiding behind identity. This is all the snowflake behavior that the right is supposedly criticizing the left for, that you're simply repeating here. Yes, Stephen Miller is a destructive force in American society. That is not an attack on Jews. That is no reference to his identity.
How we got here was Jillian very perfectly pointed out that we should not use identity politics to get here. And immediately we went to the state of Israel. Anti-Semitic attack.
No, I'm sorry. The state of Israel is not identity politics. That is a foreign government that is engaged in genocide and war crimes. And we're allowed to criticize that without you pulling identity politics into this. It is utterly unrelated.
Omar Badar doing a great job there, just being rational, being normal in a debate, making a solid argument. Katie Miller, once again, no idea what to do. We're going to get to, okay, the next clip is incredible because even Piers Morgan gets annoyed with Katie Miller here. And then it gets into a moment where I gotta say, it's absolutely hilarious.
This is my last time on this program. If you're going to invite open anti-Semitics to participate on your platform and not call it out for what it is, which is anti-Semitism,
I literally just called it out. I just called it out.
That's my point. If you're inviting him back, giving him the air.
What more do you want me to do?
Spew his hatred toward people like myself, toward people like my children, toward people like my family, and again, not debate the merits of the argument.
No one said your family. What kind of lunatic are you?
In the last segment with Rep. Randy Fine, what you said was he had said the word Muslim. He never once said the word Muslim. You immediately turn it to identity politics,
he did.
which are completely more than identity politics.
He did say the word Muslim. He did say Muslim. He did. I heard him. He did say it.
What you're doing.
That has to be one of the top most humiliating moments I've ever seen in a Piers Morgan debate at the very least. I'm going to play the clip of Randy Fine, who was interviewed in the middle of this debate. Piers Morgan does this thing where he holds interviews in the middle of debates when the panel is still sitting there. They all have to sit there and wait and watch this other discussion go on before they get back to their own debate. It's very bizarre. But let me play for you Katie Miller back to back with Randy Fine.
What you said was he had said the word Muslim. He never once said the word Muslim.
The reason we need a Jewish state of Israel is because of the Muslims that surround it.
Not sure why Katie Miller would bring up something that she claims didn't happen when it just literally happened minutes earlier. But this gets to why I almost feel bad for her, because I feel like she's not in her right mind. This is somebody that I actually believe that she believes what she's saying. I don't really think she's lying. I think she lives in this made up world where everything to her, any sort of criticism against an argument that she has made is a personal attack, where she doesn't hear things that happened, where she hears things that didn't happen. Like, it's just, she lives in this fairy tale land that doesn't appear to be going very well for her. So I don't know. But this, like, Randy Fine, to claim that Randy Fine, out of all people, doesn't attack Muslims, like, you don't even need to see that debate. You can just go to his massive history. Trump backs staunchly anti-Muslim Florida lawmaker. This guy is a well-known anti-Muslim. Fine often proclaims that the U.S. has a Muslim problem In 2021, when told by a social media user that Palestinians were being forced out of their homes by Israel, he responded with a hashtag blow them up, which he never was forced to apologize for, or there was never any sort of repercussions from the party. His broader record includes saying, quote, Gaza must be destroyed, calling a fellow member of Congress a Muslim terrorist, telling Palestinians to eat rockets by posting hashtags like bombs away and starve away, mocking a dead Palestinian child with quite well, actually, thanks for the pic, telling a Muslim constituent to go blow yourself up, referring to a Palestinian kafia as a terrorist rag during a public hearing. It goes on and on and on with this guy. To claim that Randy Fine, of all people, I mean, he was even too offensive for Ron DeSantis. Quote, he repels people. DeSantis tears into Fine after Florida's special election underperformance. When Ron DeSantis has the moral high ground over you, something's wrong. Here is the last clip. So this is the clip that is making the rounds, has made headlines. It happened somewhere in the middle of this mess of a debate, but it's really worth pointing out here because of how disgusting it is.
Hold on. So
You better
what
check your
happened in the
citizenship
Holocaust and all
application
the
and hope everything was
pogroms and
legally
all the
and correct.
pogroms were
Because you'll be just
disgusting.
like Ilhan
That
Omar
doesn't
coming
mean
in.
that Israel.
So no, you did not mishear that. Katie Miller, the wife of immigration czar Stephen Miller, did in fact threaten to revoke Cenk's citizenship. So there was a lot of talking over in that clip, but the actual quote there, you better check your citizenship application and hope that everything was legal and correct. And this is someone that actually has power because she's losing a debate, because she has no actual arguments to make. If you enjoyed this video, please hit like and subscribe and check out some of the other videos I have on this channel.
Trump said you're his candidate.
Hello?
Tonight's the night. It's going to happen. Has to happen. The race for New York City mayor, we're going to find out. Is it going to be Zoran Mamdani, Andrew Cuomo, or, in a major twist, Curtis Sliwa? Unlikely. But in this video, I'm going to go over some of the stuff that is leading up to tonight, including the hilarious endorsements that Andrew Cuomo has been receiving, Mamdani's reaction to those endorsements, as well as Cuomo's own reaction to one of those endorsements during a radio interview that is just priceless. I'll also get to later on a clip from CNN that has to deal with this election and just the incredible laying out of Scott Jennings by David Hogg. I'll show that later. It's really, really fun. But let me first start with where this election currently stands. So these are the latest polls. This is from the New York Times. So leading up, Mamdani, big leads here. The latest two from Atlas Intel, I don't know their track record, but they have Mamdani with a tighter lead, but still a lead. And look, who knows what's going to happen tonight? But if the race does tighten, it is likely because those Curtis Sliwa voters, those Republican voters, are going to go to Andrew Cuomo, who was once the Democratic candidate, was once a candidate within the Democratic Party for the primary, who of course ultimately lost to Mamdani, and then Cuomo was so hurt that he had to run as an independent. But right now, New York City is seeing the highest early in-person turnout ever for a non-presidential election in New York. So early voting ends with 735,000 ballots cast, as well as younger voters surging. And as Adam Carlson points out here, more people vote on the final day of early voting in the 2025 mayoral general election than in the final day of early voting in the presidential election last year, which is insane. 2 million total votes is well within reach. So I can't wait to see the turnout tonight, what ends up happening. But maybe this will change things. Trump urges New Yorkers to vote for Cuomo for mayor. So this is in a long Truth Social post. He also did it during a CBS interview, but you finally get through all of this garbage. Down to the bottom, whether you personally like Andrew Cuomo or not, you really have no choice. You must vote for him and hope he does a fantastic job. He is capable of it. Mamdani is not. The Donald Trump endorsement for Cuomo. Incredible. Zoran Mamdani reacting to it on Twitter here. Congratulations, Andrew Cuomo. I know how hard you worked for this. Trump endorses Cuomo. Now, this is the reaction before I get to Mamdani's explanation of the Trump endorsement. This reaction from Cuomo on this radio show. This is Hot 97 in the morning. Check this out.
Your boy was just on 60 Minutes, Cuomo, saying that you're his guy.
No. First of
Trump said you're his candidate. If he had to pick a bad Democrat or what did he say? Or a
communist.
Or a communist, he's picking you.
Hello?
I think that they cut him off. I think he had to rap.
You just get, oh. I really wanted to hear that answer. That's what I was going to ask you.
Ebro just got spicy.
Oh.
I heard a click before the boop.
Wow. Okay.
Oh, well. I guess he hadn't yet been briefed on how to answer that question. Because how can you claim on one hand you're going to stand up against Trump when he endorses you? And his billionaire buddies who are funding your campaign also are backing you. Now, here is Zoran Mamdani on Morning Joe this morning discussing why Trump is doing what he's doing.
When you're speaking to New Yorkers, they ask you less how you describe your politics and more whether there's room for them in that politics. Right. And New Yorkers are asking me, does your politics have room for my struggle to afford my rent, my childcare, my groceries? And frankly, President Trump ran an entire campaign focusing on the cost of living, focusing on the promise of cheaper groceries. And his inability to do so is now making him increasingly desperate to try and stop the campaign that will actually deliver on the same diagnosis that he shared.
That is exactly it. Trump is terrified that Mamdani can actually deliver on the affordability issue that Trump claimed to care about. Because if they actually believed that Mamdani would destroy the city, would make everything worse, then why wouldn't they just say, hey, sure, go vote for Mamdani. You're going to see how terrible he is. Because they understand that his approach is one that can actually deliver. Now, this gets to the Elon Musk endorsement. Just incredible stuff here. This is a pinned tweet of his. Remember to vote tomorrow in New York. Bear in mind that a vote for Curtis is really a vote for Mum Dummy because this guy's a child or whatever his name is. Vote Cuomo. Matt Binder pointed something out that was really interesting. You're likely going to see this Elon Musk post in your feed because Musk is using X's paid boost feature on it. Elon Musk is running his anti-Zoran Mamdani / Andrew Cuomo endorsement as an unmarked paid promotion on the social media platform that he owns. Elon Musk and the right wing are doing what they claim the left were doing with Facebook or Twitter or whatever, that they never were. But here, Elon Musk has done this, and this isn't the first time. This is clear during the election as well. Elon Musk using the platform that he owns to clearly push a political agenda. And I had Musk blocked, so I actually didn't see his tweet. But the first tweet I did see this morning when I logged into Twitter was Andrew Cuomo saying, vote for me. I don't follow Andrew Cuomo. There's no reason I should see an Andrew Cuomo tweet in my feed. But Elon Musk is actively pushing up pro-Cuomo tweets to try and have an impact on the election. It's ridiculous. This gets to Mamdani's reaction to the endorsement. Another big endorsement for Andrew Cuomo, and it only cost $959 million in tax breaks. I'll get to what that's all about in a second here. Elon endorses Cuomo. So here is Mamdani discussing that Elon Musk endorsement.
Elon Musk's endorsement is one of the most expensive endorsements that Andrew Cuomo has ever gotten because it cost him and the state of New York $959 million in tax breaks that he gave Elon Musk years ago when he was the governor of this state. That's actually more money than it would cost to make every bus free in New York City. So I've said clearly that I believe we should tax the top 1% an additional 2%, that's New Yorkers making $1 million or more a year, and have the most profitable corporations pay the same tax rate they do at the top tier in New Jersey, what they would actually pay here in New York. These things together would pay for the entirety of our economic agenda and start to Trump-proof our city. Because as you've said, the endorsements that Andrew Cuomo has got, and this morning he started it by going on Fox and Friends, we're talking about Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and Stephen Miller. These are the architects in many ways of the crisis of authoritarianism that New Yorkers are facing. And Andrew Cuomo is so unwilling to tax Donald Trump's billionaire donors because he knows those are the same ones whose checks that he's busy cashing trying to get back to City Hall.
And that's also a big reason why they are fighting Mamdani, because they do not want to be taxed. And not just about being taxed, but also because they have been enjoying their corporate welfare from the status quo. So as Mamdani pointed out in that clip, Cuomo's $1 billion boondoggle with Elon Musk. So this is a piece from Politico back in March. I will link to it below the video. But essentially, massive handout to Elon Musk. The state spent $959 million to build and equip a plant that Mr. Musk's company leases for $1 a year. $1 a year. Does Elon Musk need a tax break? A handout to pay rent? The richest man on earth can't afford to pay proper rent for a plant? No, he gets to only pay $1 a year. Absolutely insane. These are the sorts of giveaways people like Musk and other billionaires have been enjoying under people like Andrew Cuomo or Republicans generally, and many Democrats as well, who have fought for the corporate status quo. Mamdani clearly has a different way of doing politics. Now, you did hear correctly. Stephen Miller has endorsed Andrew Cuomo as well. Just a quick clip here.
The anti-Mamdani vote, which is really the pro-New York City vote, the pro-America vote, needs to unite behind the leading candidate, and that's Andrew Cuomo.
I don't know. Vote for Zohran Mamdani, who actually has a history of fighting for people, or vote for the guy that one of the worst people on earth wants you to vote for. The very coveted Stephen Miller endorsement there for Andrew Cuomo. Now, I want to play a clip here from CNN. This is related to the race because they were debating the race, but let's be honest. I want to play this because it is hilarious to watch Scott Jennings absolutely getting laid out here by David Hogg.
He's probably going to win. I mean, it's a Democrat town, and they're going to elect a socialist to run the financial capital of the world. I mean, you gave him $300,000. That's interesting. That's probably the only 300 non-Islamo-Marxist grand that he got. I saw Linda Sarsour today bragging about all the money that's coming from all over the world.
And so for their elections in New York.
Look.
And honestly, I think part of the reason he's so powerful is because people are tired of being lectured by men with Rolexes on CNN about affordability in this country. That's the real reason he is resonating right now.
I thoroughly enjoyed that. Scott Jennings Rolex sparkling in the studio lights as David Hogg delivers that line. Great stuff. Couple last things here. Jacobin, I completely agree with him here. If Zohran Mamdani wins tomorrow, he'll have defeated not just Andrew Cuomo and Curtis Lewa, he'll have defeated DoorDash, Airbnb, Mike Bloomberg, Walmart heiress Alice Walton, Bill Ackman, and a long list of billionaire donors. This really is a fight about the working class versus the billionaires, and this is a great clip. So it's 3 minutes long, so I'm not going to play the whole thing here, but I will link to it below. This is showing the before and after. This is a year ago when Zohran Mamdani was on the street talking to people or trying to talk to people about running in the Democratic primary versus what is happening on that same street today. Really great stuff. I'll just end on this.
How's it going, guys? Do you have 60 seconds to talk to us about the election? How you guys doing? Do you guys want to talk about the election for a minute? How you doing, boss? How's it going, sir? Excuse me, ma'am. How you doing, boss? Why is it that you don't feel as confident today about Democratic candidates?
Honestly, I lost faith.
It felt like I was just choosing the greater of two evils, and whatever was going to happen was going to happen.
How you doing, boss?
Walter.
Walter, nice to meet you. Walter, did you get a chance to vote on Tuesday?
I didn't vote. I call all my African people to vote for
Thank you, my brother.
Because I know with you, New York City will change.
Thank you, my brother.
I support you.
1 year ago, we were here talking to New Yorkers after Donald Trump won the presidential election. Did you get a chance to vote on Tuesday, Devin?
I did, yes.
And who did you vote for?
Donald Trump.
Trump.
The $1,000,000 question. Trump.
Honestly, I didn't vote.
Actually, I did not get a chance to vote.
But I didn't want to anyways.
What we're finding today, remember exactly where we were? That there are far more people excited about the possibility of politics in this city on the same street, where last year there were very few who were looking to have that conversation. You going, boss?
Let's go, You got my vote.
How you doing?
Yes, let's go for him, yes.
I'll vote for this guy. You are the best, bro.
Thank you, bro. How are you? It's time for a change. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, man. Oh, thank you, my brother.
Just got my citizenship.
Hey, congratulations! Congratulations! That's amazing.
You're a game changer.
Thank you, my brother.
My bishop first. I voted for him yesterday.
Oh, thank you, brother.
Yeah, this is the mayor, the next mayor.
If you enjoyed this video, please hit like and subscribe and check out some of the other videos I have on this channel.
My friends, we have toppled a political dynasty.
Last night was a big night for empathy and sanity, and because there is so much that I could potentially go into in this video, I had to really focus it down on two important takeaways that I think people should come away with from this election that maybe aren't getting the attention that they deserve. Starting with the fact that anti-trans bigotry does not win you elections. So we saw this very clearly in Virginia. Abigail Spanberger running away with a massive victory against the Republican opponent, 57.2% to 42.6%. And that Republican race, their focus was largely on anti-trans bigotry. ABC News headline here, Republican leans on anti-trans rights ads in Virginia governor race, including one ad that claims Spanberger supports men and girls locker rooms and closes with the notion that Abigail Spanberger is for they, them, not us, a direct echo of an ad the Trump campaign used against Kamala Harris in the 2024 presidential election. So clearly this campaign came away from that Trump election thinking the reason Trump won is because of his hatred towards trans people and hatred generally. That's not why he won. You can go back and watch my video breaking down the results of that election and why what happened. It was because of affordability. In fact, it wasn't just a American election phenomenon. Across the world, in basically every single election, it was a change election. Because a lot of people were feeling the squeeze and they figured people currently in charge aren't doing it. Let me support the other guy. When you actually look at exit polling from that election, and we'll get to the exit polling from this election, anti-trans issues were nowhere to be found because most people aren't trans. So why would trans issues be their top of mind? It's not. Their top issue is affordability. So let me play a couple of clips from MSNBC discussing just how far the Republican campaign in Virginia went on their anti-trans hate.
Her opponent in this race focused on demonizing trans folks, talking about trans issues, running a million ads about trans kids trying to play sports. And I think thought that she looked at polling, she thought this was a motivating issue, and it did not work for her. And I do think it's worth everyone kind of sitting with that a little bit, particularly because we've heard so much about how this is a wedge issue the Democrats are on the wrong side of and are back-footed. Like, we've got a little bit of a test case in Virginia. Not the only thing that happened. There's national mood, there's candidate quality. But I think it's pretty striking how central those ads and that message was to that campaign. And how much that seems to have been thoroughly rebuked by voters who, to Westmore's point, do seem continually laser focused on affordability and economic prospects.
All these anti-trans ads every time you turn on the TV. It was the majority. I looked this up because I was curious. 57% of all of the money spent by both the campaign for Winsome Sears as well as the outside groups was on anti-trans ads.
More than 50%?
More than 50%.
57% of the ads spent on the election for the Republicans was on anti-trans hatred. And what did that get them? Loss after loss after loss. Democrats flipped the Virginia House, or I should say seats within the Virginia House. They already controlled it. But now they have a commanding majority at 64 seats, including all 8 out LGBTQ candidates for the Virginia House of Delegates won their races. All that hatred, all that bigotry resulted in historic losses. Sahil Kapoor here from NBC News, writing top 5 issues for Virginia voters in the election: economy, healthcare, immigration, education, and crime. Transgender rights didn't make the cut. People are not thinking about trans issues because most people aren't trans. Now, it should be noted, trans rights is a human right. You should be concerned about it. You should be thinking about it as somebody who wants to protect people who are trans. But in terms of the focus on it in an election, to try and win an election and through being hateful, it's not a successful strategy. It's stupid, and it's also, of course, more importantly, destructive. One more clip to that point. This is Andy Beshear on why he vetoed an anti-trans bill during his re-election last year. This is somebody who is a governor in a conservative state, and he stood up against transphobia and still continues to be popular.
Well, there's no question in 2023 that our legislature did what they did because they wanted to attack me politically. And I hate the fact that we had a lot of Kentuckians that had to suffer because of it. It was mean, it was unnecessary, and it was making a group of people that are already marginalized feel that much worse in a state that I otherwise love. And so first of all, I was going to veto it the whole time. Some things are worth losing over, and I was going to stand up for those individuals. They are Kentuckians and children of God just like anybody else. But I tell you what, by explaining that why, I didn't lose a single point. Not one. They ran $10 million of anti-trans ads. I ran $9 million of, hey, look at all our great new jobs ads. And I won by 4.5 points more in re-election than I won the first time around.
Did not lose a single point. This is a Democratic governor in a conservative state standing up against transphobia and continues to be one of the most popular governors in the U.S. Let's get to the second big takeaway. That is the fact that young men are not lost. In fact, you can win them back with an election on affordability. So, of course, Mamdani, massive victory here against Andrew Cuomo and Curtis Sliwa. Here is part of his speech that I just found to be, the whole speech was amazing, but I love the unwillingness to be conciliatory to an absolute loser in Andrew Cuomo.
My friends, we have toppled a political dynasty. I wish Andrew Cuomo only the best in private life. But let tonight be the final time I utter his name as we turn the page on a politics that abandons the many and answers only to the few. New York, tonight you have delivered a mandate for change, a mandate for a new kind of politics, a mandate for a city we can afford, and a mandate for a government that delivers exactly that.
It was honestly one of the greatest political speeches I have seen live, and I urge you to go and watch it. I will link to it below the video under sources on this video on YouTube. Watch the whole speech in case you missed it. It is so good. But on the point of winning young men, this is Alan Smith of NBC here writing exit polling on young men 18 to 29 in Virginia, New Jersey, and New York City. Spanberger plus 14, Sherrill plus 10, Mamdani plus 40. Now compare that to where it was last year, or I should say where it was during the last general election. Harris plus 4 in Virginia, plus 7 in New Jersey, and plus 28 in New York City. There is something I really noticed about the Mamdani campaign compared to previous Democratic campaigns, and that was the willingness to speak to podcast groups, people that you otherwise would think Democrats would shy away from. So Trump supporters. One of the first things that Mamdani did a year ago after the last election was ask Trump supporters or New Yorkers why they voted. Many of them voted for Trump, asked them why they voted, and the issue came down to affordability. And he used that as a lesson, as a way to say, hey, maybe we can actually reach some of these people. Now, of course, look, there's a cult out there that we're all very aware of. You're not going to get the entire cult. But there are people that simply vote for change. Things aren't currently working out. Let me vote for the other person, which also gets down to, I mean, this is going to be a takeaway generally for Democrats and any politician. If you don't deliver, you will lose. So whether it's Virginia, New Jersey, Mamdani, if they don't deliver on their agenda and they aren't able to bring costs down in the ways that they promised to bring costs down, then they will lose next time. So you have to actually deliver. Mamdani is somebody who spoke on these issues in a way that very few Democratic politicians and politicians generally have. And that's why I think he was able to connect in a way that others didn't. But, you know, I saw him on, I forget the name of the podcast now, but the guy with the mustache, that podcast, which these guys voted for Trump, at least the main host did. And they brought on Mamdani, had a wonderful conversation. I watched it for an hour. Now, understanding that podcast is very geared towards men, young men, and that is their audience. Now, I'm not saying, you know, going on that podcast won him this race, but the willingness to speak the language of the average person of people that just want to be able to get by, want to be able to afford to live, and understand that government currently isn't working for them, his ability to communicate to those people and communicate a message that clearly resonated was the reason why he was able to get people out in a way that we rarely see. This gets to the clip here. It's a clip from CNN with a voter for Mamdani discussing why he voted.
You've lived here in Queens for a while now. You just voted here a little bit earlier. Can you tell me who you voted for and why?
Yeah, so I ended up voting for Mamdani. The reason why is, I've always been a Democrat my whole life, but I've been kind of frustrated with the direction that some of the more mainstream or establishment Democrats have taken. I feel like they struggle to really articulate a vision for the society that they'd like to see, but that's not the case with Zoran. I feel like with him, he has a clear vision for the kind of New York that he imagines, and that's the one that I believe in too. One that's more equitable, one where the rich just don't dominate everything in the city like I feel like they're so used to doing.
You've lived here a while now. What do you think is the biggest issue that New Yorkers are facing?
Definitely affordability. I mean, that's where Mamdani really just nailed that one. Just everything in the city is so outrageously expensive that the city's really been in a state of decline for a while.
Yeah.
And I like that. I think Mamdani's going to bring us back to being the greatest city in the world.
Affordability. This is a message from voters that you heard over and over again. This was the main reason Mamdani was able to elevate to the level that he elevated. Also, just let's be clear. He's an incredible politician. His ability to communicate, his charisma, his ability to speak multiple languages, speak all different sorts of ethnic groups. Like, he is a incredibly unique politician in this time, in just that outpouring of positivity and intelligence that is unmatched. But if you don't have the underlying policies and the specifics on what those policies are, you're not going to reach many people with your message. So, worth noting as well, young women are also the story of the night. 81% for Mamdani, 80% for Charlotte, New Jersey, 78% for Spanberger. That was per NBC's exit polls. And I want to play this clip from AOC, her message to the Democratic Party. This is well worth a listen.
I do think that this moment, a lot of people who are willing to talk about party unity when it serves them, but not party unity when it serves everybody, it puts those folks on notice. And I think it also puts folks on notice that we have a future to plan for. We have a future to fight for. And we're either going to do that together or you're going to be left behind. And I think that is not a partisan issue. It's not about progressive. It's not moderate. It's not liberal. This is about, do you understand the assignment of fighting fascism right now? And the assignment is to come together across difference no matter what.
Keep in mind, Mamdani won without the endorsement of Chuck Schumer, who is supposed to be one of the Democratic Party leaders, who literally is a member for New York, didn't endorse him, even though Mamdani is the Democratic nominee. So, this victory for Mamdani is a real shot at the Democratic Party establishment. I think it's going to help embolden people like AOC, like Bernie Sanders, to speak out more forcefully and consistently against a Democratic Party leadership that appears unwilling to rip themselves away from their corporate buddies. If you enjoyed this video, please hit like and subscribe, and check out some of the other videos I have on this channel.
For as long as we can remember, the working people of New York have been told by the wealthy and the well-connected that power does not belong in their hands. Fingers bruised from lifting boxes on the warehouse floor, palms calloused from delivery bike handlebars, knuckles scarred with kitchen burns. These are not hands that have been allowed to hold power. And yet, over the last 12 months, you have dared to reach for something greater. Tonight, against all odds, we have grasped it. The future is in our hands. My friends, we have toppled a political dynasty. I wish Andrew Cuomo only the best in private life. But let tonight be the final time I utter his name.
Alhamdulillah, humans. Welcome to the Islamic Caliphate of the 5 boroughs of Zohar Mamdani. By Allah's grace, this is your power report. I am Dan. Bam is here as well.
Oh, yes,
He's gonna hop off the show after that one. But yes, it is. We are here. It is us. Bro, lots has happened this week. Of course, not just Zohar Mamdani's election, but a blue tsunami completely engulfed the country. Places where Democrats made gains rather are even the probably most known loss of the evening of Omar Fateh in Minneapolis. In the second round, he came just 6 points below the winner. So in doing ranked choice voting, that was very good. Also, Minneapolis is the Twin Cities, and St. Paul, just across the river, also elected a Democratic Socialist immigrant woman. I believe she's Hmong. And, you know, we've gotten great stuff happening all across the country. Republicans in California voting to screw over Trump and Texas. Listen, people are living out right now. Of course, the world is celebrating to find out that America does still have brain cells sometimes when put against the wall. And of course, we have a bunch of other world news to talk about. But all kidding aside, I got most of my opinions out about Zoran in the This Space Live election coverage, in the Welcome to Hell Zohar Mamdani video that I dropped the morning after, where I kind of described some of the, you know, we're outside of the campaign world of dreams and now in the legislation and mayoralty world of reality and harsh realities and tough decisions. But, you know, I wish everyone the best, and I am excited to hear Bam's thoughts on this and more.
Well, you know, Mr. Mamdani, like you said, Dan, welcome to hell, because you know, you got what you prayed to Allah for, and or Ali, I don't know, he's Shia, so but yeah, I mean, I don't want to sound like so pessimistic and like be like that, because I feel like then I'm being like a New Yorker, but I'm just like in my mind, I'm just like, it's all downhill from here, dude. Like,
no, I said the same. I said the same thing. And you know, I'm not saying that downhill is going to be like a, you know, straight line slope downwards, but it is going to be a slope of some line going downwards if we're going to speak in math, right? Because it's just, you know, the brutal realities of politics. But you know, I think that if you're looking for signs of hope, I think there are some there with how quickly, you know, one of the big criticisms was like, okay, New York City is so intertwined with New York State. How are you going to be able to actually govern? Governor Kathy Hochul is doing rallies with Zohar Mamdani, both just in the weeks leading up to the mayoral race and after, talking about how they're going to work together on their agenda. Now, it's expedient for Hochul to jump onto the bandwagon of where energy in the party is coming, especially as she is looking for a re-election next year, I believe. But, you know, cynicism aside, because, you know, she's not going to budge. She's still not paying attention to the people who are shouting at her to, you know, chanting at her to raise taxes on the rich. But, you know, there are signs that pressure is building, and we'll see, you know, will the Mamdani campaign translate into pressure that Mamdani can use in like a bully pulpit sense? And will that bully pulpit last long enough through the inherent sort of like, you know, disappointments that will naturally come about from any sort of mayoral election, from like, oh, this pothole didn't get fixed, I thought Zoran was going to fix it, all the way up to, well, damn, nightlife Mamdani, you're out here like Eric Adams at the hookah lounges, and you know, at first it was a little dim sum dates with your wife, and now we're doing you're out in the East Village. Now you're going to all the $4 sign restaurants. You're meeting with bankers and Jamie Dunn. Like, I don't know. He's not doing all this stuff. I'm saying you don't get anything done in New York City without corruption. So let's see what corruption Zoran picks, or what corruption Zoran doesn't pick, and try to get things done with the corruption in New York fighting against him. That's a safety issue, honestly. We've seen what NYPD did with Bill de Blasio's daughter during the Black Lives Matter protests for fun, by the way. So, yeah, it's real out here.
Now, I don't know if you spelled his name wrong on purpose. Are you trying to give Republican vibes?
I honestly missed it. Thank you for correcting it.
I know you're trying to give. Yeah, I don't know. You already turned on him. But yeah, I mean, honestly, like ultimately, I'm excited for the dude. Like, he has a lot of ambition, and you know, crazier things have happened. You know, hopefully he can do all the things that he wants to do as mayor of New York, and take that to whatever heights he wants to take it. I do think that a lot of the attacks on him, like the you know, the Islamophobic stuff, I think that's gonna die out. Like, you know, that's like, I feel like a lot of that stuff is just gonna go away, and people are really just gonna judge him as a mayor. And yeah, like Cuomo's political career is over. I feel like Cuomo doesn't have the, like, he's not like Trump. Trump is just like waiting in the wings to just talk shit every day about like when Biden was president. Like, Cuomo don't have the energy for that. Like, and I don't know if he has Twitter. So like, no, it's like he's not.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just saying, it's funny how quickly both Andrew Cuomo and Eric Adams were like, fine, fuck it, we're done campaigning. Jesus Christ. Okay, I'm sick of, like, you know, pretending that I actually wanted to be mayor or whatever. Like, they all gave up Wednesday morning afterwards.
Oh yeah, no, like what like the only person I could see trying to like bring his own momentum back after this is Eric Adams. Like, Eric Adams might be waiting in the wings to like be on Twitter and, you know, building his like clout up to like shit on Mamdani and try to get back mayor after. But Cuomo's done. But yeah, like maybe Eric Adams will go that like Trumpian route of like, let me just trash this dude for everything on Twitter and whatever. Like, does anybody other than Donald Trump use Truth Social? Like, I've never, like, I don't know if it's actually a platform.
Him and his fans, not really. I'm gonna see if I can find the video, but Eric Adams is already talking about like, yeah, I'm getting all these calls from across the world where they're like, they want to take what I did with New York City and they want me to do it there. So, you know, I might do some consulting, but I'm looking forward to it. I don't have to be mayor anymore. I don't have to talk to you anymore. He was gesturing to the media like, I don't have to deal with you anymore. I can take private planes in peace. I can go on vacations. Like, no. Eric Adams is, he put in his 2 weeks a week and a half ago. He is out. He is mentally checked out. He is gone. Andrew Cuomo's like, the Cuomo family are sore losers, so he can't contest the race because he just got blown out twice. He can't, complain about it because he's already a Nepo baby. If he wants to jump off a bridge, at least his dad's got one named after him, so that'd be kind of nice. But, he doesn't seem like he's sad or anything. He's just like, I never wanted to do this anyways. Like, I'm done, which is kind of what you got from his campaign. But yeah, it's the Thornton campaign. I know you don't have a ton of thoughts on it because it's just the mayoral elections race. I know the South Koreans had thoughts on it. Shout out C's with whatever fucking newspaper he was reading.
Well, no, I do think there is some level of like national importance to it because, although I do think media is going to overblow some stuff, but whatever, that's just the name of the game. But
media is all based in New York too, so.
Right, but because he's running as a democratic socialist, this is like this fool's a triple minority. Like you're Indian, you're African, and you're Muslim, dude. Like that might be the worst comment. No, I'm joking. Just joking. But he's an unlikely candidate on that level, and then obviously he's an unlikely winner, but New York City is like it's gotten more and more diverse over the years. So like, and I think like we said this initially when we talked about him, like he's literally just a New Yorker. Like he is just like a very, very much a New Yorker. Like, and he really represents the millennial New Yorker, so yeah, I think that it's an important victory, but at the same time, I don't think it like represents like a shift in like national politics necessarily. Like he won in New York, I don't think he's winning it everywhere necessarily. But yeah, shout out to him, and maybe he will be out there with the other Shia people on Ashura whipping themselves. I don't know. I don't know if he got it like that, but.
History of Islam Part 2.
You know what I'm saying?
It's me. It's now me. It's now me.
It's right there.
This is my fault now. I take responsibility for this.
And it's lit too. It is lit.
What was I just about? There's a couple of races really quickly I wanted to go through. Other than the one in New York. Because I think they are barometers for how people are feeling overall. Like back in the day, like we have Trump 2.0. If there's anything good that has come out of it, and I can't even do my in defense of joke, like this has just been such a horrible administration and horrible time. But if anything good can come out of it, it's that it has given room for liberals to be mask off. And if liberals are mask off, then, the socialists don't have to do anything. Like, you don't have to be like, socialists can turn, the Democratic socialists are like, that wing of the party. They can turn to the wonks, the policy heads. Like, they can do all that debating stuff. And then, like, yeah, let the wine moms and the liberals and the centrists, like, let them do the red meat stuff. Like, they have 401ks and shit. Like, they'll be fine. I think case in point, you go to Virginia, which is both a much more conservative state. It's within the South, it's south of Mason-Dixon, and it also has a number of federal employees that are around the government apparatus who haven't been liking this shutdown that much. And so not only did, Virginia elected a couple of, moderate liberal type Democrats for governor specifically, but the attorney general, this guy named Jay Jones, who, bam, you know what time it is. You're reading the text full mast. Full mast. Because have you seen the full threads?
Yes.
Oh man, I only saw the full threads today, and I'm like, damn, this Is this our group chat or what? Okay.
You feel me? I was like, well, yeah, you know, I've said worse.
I've literally said worse.
Oh, yeah.
Group chats within the last week. All right, that's the context of this. It's like, you know, like that's the show, but you know, it's like Dan's group chats leak, and it says this, you know, checks out. Someone who's like a card-carrying DSA member who like is a poster from the first Trump administration who had a couple thousand followers on Twitter, got some big retweets, whatever. How you pop off your jokes a little bit. Sometimes you fly too close to the sun, get some bans. This leaks from their group chat. Like, and this is one of the Chapo guys. Like, of course, this dude's a liberal. Like, he's one who would like badmouth the left, right? He's someone who would say, "Oh, the left is, you know, extreme and going too far, and we don't want all this agenda." Let me. I got my glasses. I've got my reading beverage with me. Let's kick off the festivities here. One of these text threads, and the last thing I'll also say about this is that the thing that makes this text thread pretty amazing is that Jay Jones let his nuts hang. He sent this to his Republican colleague, and I think Felix Biederman said, like, if you do that, like, it doesn't matter if you're friends. They just have like a political obligation to leak the text. And so I bet he was like, do it. Homeboy says, so this conservative is responding with the blue text naturally. And the conservative goes, they say nice things about everyone, LOL. Jay says, if those guys die before me, I will go to their funerals to piss on their graves. Send them out awash in something. And this person's like, you know, scolding him and saying, Jay Jones, I can't believe you're saying this. And Jay Jones like, oh, I'm saying this, let me double down. Quote, 3 people, 2 bullets. Gilbert, Hitler, and Pol Pot. Gilbert gets 2 bullets. And I'm not done. I did not say end quote. Spoiler, put Gilbert in the crew with the 2 worst people you know, and he receives both bullets every time. Like literally a Pol Pot reference. I'm like, do we really just link my text? Sorry, let me read. Oh my god. Someone said, I asked you point blank. I point blank asked you more than 3 times, and you dug in and meant it. I'm honestly questioning a lot today. To which Jay Jones responds, do I think Todd and Jennifer, other like conservatives in the state legislature, are evil and that they're breeding little fascists? Yes. Did I mention Jay Jones is like, you know, a little bit of half and half?
This dude literally sounds like you in the, yes, I've told you this before, only when people feel pain personally do they move on policy. That sounds like a Dan quote right there.
Verbatim.
Like verbatim.
And it came from, man, I hate that I'm even doing my boy like this, but it came from this guy. Mr. Dubois. Lord, man, like, and again, this guy, there's a Meghan McCain tweet that was like, how am I supposed to feel safe in a state like Virginia where the people in power are perfectly fine with causing harm to my family? And everyone was like, pretend you live in DC, and, you know, pretend it's Trump. Like, you know, it's just, it's so, but I can't stress enough. This guy's not Zohran Mamdani. This guy's not even Kamala Harris. This guy is like, ideologically speaking, a Pete Buttigieg, maybe, right? But they saw the text and they voted him in harder. Like, that's what happened in Virginia. They saw the text from, listen, if there's the guy who was talking about his barber and Pol Pot next to each other and you had 2 bullets, I know I'm saving one for the barber, all right? But they voted in this guy over a Republican, over anybody else. And again, these are the liberals. If you think that, oh, you're going to work with this guy, or you think this is bad, he is holding the line for even more anger from even more centrist people, frankly, right? Like, listen, I don't know, like, I'm not going to support this guy, but if he gets in office and keeps throwing haymakers, he's going to get clipped on the show a lot.
I mean, has he had a like press conference apologizing or anything like that? Well, because he's gonna have he's gonna have a press conference soon. You know, I guess he's gonna apologize, but hopefully he doesn't cry.
Yeah, let me look at his like account or something. I mean, he gave an acceptance speech. He gave like a full victory speech. It's 6 minutes long. I'm not going to watch it right now, but I mean, just like talk about profiles and courage, but also like you're the Attorney General of Virginia. Like, I know what are you going to do? Arrest him is like a very trite thing in the Trump administration because yeah, they're probably going to try at this point. But again, this is the nicest guy you're going to get from now on from the left. Everyone else is going to make me look like a saint. And they're going to be a lot more moderate than even I am.
Wait, I'm like, was he elected Attorney General or Lieutenant Governor?
Attorney General.
Attorney General.
He
Okay,
is the top cop of Virginia, and he wants more Charlie Kirk.
Hey, whoa!
Hey, Bam, to be fair, it was a little bit more like, okay, I'm done. They said it's Rigor Morgan, said it's gorgeous when you die. Okay. Anyways, California Proposition 50. I actually voted in this. You should have seen the look on the face at the New York City USPS when I brought them a California ballot on election day. They're like, they really let y'all do this shit. Wow, that's amazing.
They took a picture and sent it to Trump.
Right. No, I mean, it was the Postal Service. So, of course, there was some black ladies working behind there. So I think we're good.
Right.
But no, one of them was, yeah, I knew one of them was legit because they were like, we're going to have to get you a bump. And I'm like, a bump? What's that? And it's Postal Service speak for a special stamp they use to certify that it's postmarked on election day so that it actually counts as it's qualified. Because, you know, even the way California goes, if that ballot were postmarked the day after election day, they wouldn't count it. But California counts mail-in ballots about 3 weeks after the election, which is why California votes and, you know, ballots in general, especially ballot measures and initiatives, are very slow to come in. It takes a long time. It's very hard to, you know, it takes a long time to figure out who the winner was. So it's funny how 6 minutes after polls closed, everyone called Proposition 50 approved.
Called it a what?
They called it approved. Like, usually California votes take like hours, and it's the last one of the evening. So like everyone on the East Coast is in bed by the time they have results. 6 minutes. I was there at the Zoran Raj party. I was like, okay, polls closed at 11. I did some interviews. I turn around 11:04. Gavin Newsom's cheering. I'm like, yeah, damn. And then the next morning I wake up and I look at some of the maps from LA Times, like showing it by like breakdown. I'm like, Riverside County approved this?
Oh, so
Orange
many.
County approved this?
So many Republican areas approved it. So many.
Fresno County approved this? Silicon Valley, like Contra Costa County approved this? Like,
the funniest
go ahead.
The funniest thing is that I was talking to Caesar about it, and I was like, honestly, this whole time I only saw one anti-Prop 50 ad, and I saw the pro-Prop 50 ad a million times. And literally today, November 6th, 2 days after the election, I got something in the mail that was against Prop 50, like a anti-Prop 50 thing in the mail today. I'm like, these guys were not putting that much effort to go against this. They knew it was not going to happen.
And these Republicans do not have the makings of a varsity athlete. They got, and again, I still found a way to blame Democrats here, but Democrats got so bad that Republicans got so used to phoning it in every single time that the one time where like, okay, the odds are completely stacked against them, and the Democrats put in like 0 plus 1 amount of effort. Cleaning. It's a cleaning. There was a poll done by a really good polling agency, SRSS. And if I'm gonna like ballpark the numbers, in November of 2017, so 1 year after Trump was elected, Trump would have been in office for, let's call it like 10 months or so, right? Almost, going on 10 months. Trump's like the way people felt about the economy, Trump's first term, November 2017, it was like 70% are in favor of how Trump was handling the economy, 30% not in favor. 2025, the numbers flipped. 70% of Americans in November 2025 disapprove of how Trump is handling the economy. I'm going to let that marinate. In big 2025, 75% of Americans do not approve of Trump, the buildings and money guy, to handle the economy. Man, we're reaching the point where maybe the Democrats there may be nothing the Democrats can do to fuck this up next year. Real bad. Usually it's like, damn, it's all that's left is for the Democrats to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory, and that's just then everything's set. But no, it's like, oh wow, this is looking good. This is looking real good.
Well, and what Trump is doing is just lying on Truth Social about like Walmart's prices, like literally just like lying about shit. And I saw something or heard something that I don't know how true it is, but like somebody was telling Trump about the economic numbers or whatever, and he said, I'm going to look at it in January or some shit like that. Like, I don't even know. I mean, that's the thing though. It's like not only was what he was saying on the campaign trail a bunch of just like political bullshit, but he's like also done stuff. Like there was probably only so much he could do, so to speak, to like change where the macro economy is. But he's done things to make it worse. Like everybody knows that the tariffs make shit more expensive, or just the threat of making shit more expensive. And now also everybody knows that you gave 20 or 40 billion dollars to Argentina. And
to say nothing of the other subsidies and soybeans and everything, like
right, and just like
the beef, all that.
I don't even like. Obviously, I don't know what they talk about on Fox News. Like, I have no idea. But like, I'm sure at some point they brought up the money to Argentina. Like, at some point they brought up that China is not buying American soybeans anymore because of the tariff. The really funny thing that I took from Trump's ridiculous trip to Asia this past week or whatever, he came back. Like, you're supposed to come back. Like, you said the meeting with Xi Jinping was a 12 out of 10, but you got nothing on soybeans, dude. Like, that's what you're supposed to talk to him about. Like, talk to him about the damn soybeans. Like, you said the meeting was a 12 out of 10, and you did not come back with anything about these soybeans that people cannot sell.
Bam, I think it's actually worse because I feel like they came out of that meeting, they decided to lower the tariffs back down again, which would include lowering the tariffs on the soybeans. It's a triple whammy. You're gonna Trump is hurting, and the way the Chinese media is it's amazing. When you hear Chinese foreign officials speak, especially compared to Trump, it's like hearing Obama officials speak. They're just like,
right.
Well, that was crazy, but we want to be measured about this. We're gonna, come to the negotiating table if we want to negotiate, but we're fully prepared to take all the legal measures needed to protect our economic system. I mean, we're gonna do that. It's like, yep, tough but fair. That's very reasonable stuff. Trump's crazy town. I have a compilation that way back when Power Report guest Jordan Ewell put together of some Republican freakouts that I'm going to play here in just a second. And I want to get into some of the comments from that are in the chat here. But yeah, hold on. Let me get this going. Chromebook days are about to be behind us. We are getting there. Not fucking fast enough. Okay, there we go. Oh yeah, this is great. Come on, buddy. There we go.
To Zoran Mandani.
Well, you can't imagine how disappointed I am. This is a horrible blow.
I honestly feel bad. I have friends of mine in New York. My phone is blowing up. They are officially depressed and scared.
And this was also a hostile takeover by the Democratic Socialists of America.
And this is a crazy situation. It's a very, very sad night.
Made him the stylish candidate as well.
Exactly. The rapping video. The cool kid.
Older people. This isn't just Gen Z or Gen X.
I agree with you. 100%.
Boomers and that kind of thing.
Yeah, I see this as a disaster for New York City. And
Zoran Mandani. All right. Well, I want to bring in our panel. They'll cheer me up. They'll cheer all.
So yeah, this is like, it's funny because like they don't even feel like, obviously they got routed and obviously they got defeated, but they're not. It honestly felt like when I was peeping in, they were playing up the doom and gloom and fear because they know like fucking nothing's gonna happen. And I saw someone on TikTok today where they were like on the train and they were like on a subway and they were like, it's really interesting. Everyone's dead silent today here in New York. And it's just like a subway car of people like, reading books like on their phone. Like it's the downtown 4 train at rush hour heading back home. Like, you thought they're going to be prayer rugs out and shit. You thought people were going to be like, you thought this was like the L train in Bushwick where you had the hipsters are like raving all the time. Like, no, people are going home to work. Like, you could have taken that video any day in New York City, including 9/11, and you would have gotten the same, just people silent on the train, just minding their business. All right. So yeah, it's just like when last year, when people on the left were visibly upset about the election, myself included, the past 365 days have proven all those things to be correct. The great quote that Zoran had was Bill Ackman was throwing millions of dollars into the campaign a day, which is more than Zoran would even tax him. It's like it was a complete phony, made up thing. This whole, put all your votes into Cuomo, like support Cuomo. The fact that I'm not going to rehash it, but that's just all there. It is just very, very funny.
It's funny, and also I mean we'll see, but it's going to be funny. But how much more they pay attention to New York. I feel like they're going to have their stories no matter what every once in a while. Oh, the crime in New York, the rats, the crime, I don't know, whatever else, the subways. But I wonder if Zoran is like that. I wonder if he's that inspirational candidate or winner now or mayor that like also makes people want to do better. like, you know what? I'm not gonna take that lady's purse.
You mean it makes people like want to behave better as citizens?
You know what I mean? Like maybe he's that kind of inspirational guy. People like, you know what? Zoran's mayor, dude. Like, let me not do that shit. Like, let me not go slide on the ops. You know what I mean? Like, let me not put out this drill song. Let me make a freaking positive song. Like, where's Most Def at? Like, You know, who knows? He might be that guy.
Bam, this is New York. And if Mr. Rogers were mayor,
come on, man,
they shoot each other up on Rogers Avenue. I'm sorry.
Bro, if he was black, Mr. Rogers, he might be that guy, dude. He might, you know, somebody might not want to play knockout game. I'm joking.
I mean, I will say this. And this is true about New York before Mamdani got in here. Trump did that like fun pretend like little ice raid down the street in Flatbush in Little Haiti, and them Trinidadians random ICE agents out the street, man. Like it was,
yeah, it's called studies.
It's just I've seen in many cases my own personal experiences, just like looking out and seeing different things happen so much. Like it is true this is such a chaotic city. It's true that's an ungovernable city. It's a blessing and a curse. But when it comes to that, if the Knicks win or if people start getting snatched off the streets, like this place is Gotham. Like for better or for worse. Like truly, if the power goes out, or if there's an anti-Trump rally, everyone's going to be hitting the streets. Like that's just how it is, right? I think, you know, it depends on the context, right? Like if the power's out, person's going to get snapped. I'm sorry. People going to be putting their hands to cash registers for no reason and taking their money. Their money is your money. Like that's the stuff that's going to be happening. But what I think Zoran can do, and you know, I even feel it, like he is going to motivate other people who didn't think it was possible for them to run for office and win. He's going to hopefully motivate people who have that same sort of thinking, or like, you know, have thought that running for politics was not something they could do in this world, in this environment. He's going to open a window, I think, for other people to kind of follow that model. I think similarly to what Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's win did for boosting up Justice Democrats and the squad and all of that different stuff. You're going to have some winners and you're going to have some losers. Your people will come and go. Shout out Jamal Bowman and Cori Bush and Zateo right now. But like, that's the inevitable thing that is going to happen. Zoran is going to, you know, provide a model, inspire some, you know, much needed morale. And that's important. That can't be understated. I don't like, you know, I don't love the fandom of politics, the fandom of political or making of political celebrities, or, you know, making political commentators or pundit celebrities. Like I've talked about that all the time. And so my criticisms there and wanting to get towards the realism of the Mamdani campaign have already been stated. But I definitely don't like the people who are like, God, I hate Zoran Mamdani because he's taking democratic socialism, but now he's working in the Democratic Party and he's going to water it all down and you're all going to get Obama'd again. And it's just like, I got no time for that shit. I got no time for that shit, man.
No, it's well. Then there's also the even farther left that are like, well, he's just a Zionist too, or whatever the hell. But yeah, the way that I am, which is, you know, I'm not saying that anybody else got to be like this, but I just don't really get excited for campaigns. You know, I don't really get excited about politicians like that because you gotta do it. Like it sounds great, dude. It sounds hot. And, you know, and I'm gonna like you more than somebody else, or I'm gonna want you there more than somebody else. But you gotta do it. And we gotta see it. You know, like we gotta actually see it. I have said, I feel like Mamdani is running on affordability. People are really going to need to see a material difference in their pocket on the freaking Zillow, what the rent is on the apartments. Like they're going to need to see.
We use Streeties out here, but continue.
Y'all still using Craigslist for the apartments out there? You know what I mean? They're going to need to see like, oh, it used to be $3,600 for this 10 square foot shack apartment with you sleep on the radiator. Now it's $3,400. I don't know if he's going to be able to do that. I hope he is, but if he's not, buddy, hope you got some excuses lined up. And for the people that were excited, you know, it's like, yeah, like, are you going to be disappointed and then like shit on him or realize like, you know, maybe there's things that are out of his control. And really the mayor of New York, you don't just work for the people in New York, dude. Like, you are damn near probably a slave to so much big business out there. Like, that's how mayors are in small towns. Like the small town, small city mayor's office corrupt as hell. You don't think New York City is? So, but at the end of the day, you know, I want to be optimistic. Like, I hope he can do everything he's saying, but you know, we will see.
That we will. I will say, and I think I can get a video of this up. But yeah, we do have this. I was interviewing some people outside of one of the Mamdani, watch parties for campaign supporters, DSA officials, just like people who are fans in general. And I'm not sure exactly. It's going to be one of these like YouTube shorts here. So I'm going to run through and try to play it here. But if it's not in these clips, ultimately, I do want to express that I found talking with folks in person who were like, you know, deep in the tank for Zoran and supporting him and really proud of him and like what he was doing, what he was accomplishing. They all seem pretty level-headed about the realities of being mayor and what you can get done, what you can't get done. And I think that gives me hope that like you're not going to see, now again, this is a sample size of like diehard supporters who are celebrating this. I didn't get the sense that, yeah, maybe for some people they were newer to politics, but they're not naive to politics, which was a relief for me to hear. Because, yeah, there's so much online discourse and it's easy to get engagement for, you know, drama and palace intrigue. But the real work of politics, it's messy, it's slow. I described how fast and free buses is probably, you know, the best days of that were in that little chant right there for many reasons. But let's see. I think it's going to be in this clip. So I'm going to try to get it up on screen here. 1 second. There.
To begin.
Does this motivate you to do anything?
I think so. I think sometimes our generation has forgotten that, and hopefully this will be a catalyst to begin.
Does this motivate you to do anything?
I think so. I think it motivates me incredibly so.
Is that what a bad lefty?
It shows it allows us to think, okay, if we do band together and become engaged civic citizens, we can achieve so much. But when we just sit at home and scroll in our like vegetative state from these things that are predisposed to control us, nothing really happens. You have to go back to basics. I have an amazing friend of mine whose mother's from the Upper West Side. She's a really old Jewish lady, and she's like an absolute weapon. And she's like, it's very simple. If you want to create change, get out in the streets and move. And I think sometimes our generation's.
Yeah, it is an Irish accent. The guy I was speaking to is from Ireland, and he's actually, because of Trump, likely having to go back to Ireland. But he's been in New York for 5 years. He was supporting the Mamdani campaign. Yeah, the sentiment I got from a lot of people there, folks can check out. I think like there's 11 hours of coverage. Around the 8th hour is when I'm on the street. But I think people are level-headed. I think people are like, you know, I hope he can get what he can get done. And what he can't get done, let's hold him accountable. But let's also understand the machines that were working against him in the election season are also going to be working against him even harder now that he's elected. Although it's very funny, all those same people, the Bill Ackmans, the Jamie Dimons, who are like, oh, we can't have a socialist mayor, it's not going to happen, are immediately doing the thing that all capitalists do. You suck it up, you pick up the phone, you dial the winner, you ask what you can do for them.
Right.
Because you know what? Everyone who said, oh, all these millionaires and billionaires, they're going to leave. Guess what Jamie Dimon just did in October? Opened up a brand new office building skyscraper for JP Morgan Chase, the big bank.
Wait, Jamie Dimon, that guy you used to work for?
Yeah, that's that guy. Yes. Close enough. But they just opened a brand new office complex. They spent billions of dollars on it. Every time a bank builds a building in New York City, it is a statement piece. It is meant to be like, we are here. This is our presence internationally. They're not leaving New York City. They're way too invested in New York City. The people who work there would not be attracted to work there if they had to show up in Fort Worth, Texas. No, they want to go in New York City because after work, they don't want to go to Dallas. They want to go to Dumbo. All right. They want the things that are in New York. They want to enjoy that stuff. They don't want Duluth. They want Ditmas Park. No, I'm kidding. I'm not going to name every single fucking geographic thing I know here, but yeah, we will get to see what happens. We'll get to see politics in motion. And I think a lot of people are going to get to learn up close and personal how politics works, how it gets kind of dirty and ugly, how you don't necessarily get what you want, but if you are active and not passive in it, you can. There's one person on TikTok who was like an older millennial, and they're like laughing at like, oh, this is Gen Z's Obama 08 moment. Like, this is when they're all happy that the election is won. Like, they're all singing and dancing, and it's the Black Excellence brunches will be back on session. Like, you know, all of that stuff is going to be happening. But yeah, I hope it's not going to be as drastic. I will say that Israel is considering closing their consulate in New York, so already delivering for the city.
Right. Which I'm like, stop it, dude. Like, can you stop? Like, that's literally not gonna happen. Like, never mind. I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna say that story. But
man, we can get out. We can get out so clean right now.
Yeah, let's just get out clean. Let's get out clean.
Cool. Discount Seth Rogen saying he channeled Virgil Texas of all people. I think you're talking about Jay Jones. Hopefully he's not channeling Virgil Texas in that way. I know the way you're talking about Discount, but good to see you. Shout out to everyone in the chat, Pinkerbell, Cat, Bad Lefty, Aaron, Melanie. Good to see everyone here. Narwhal, of course. Narwhal, Monope. And yeah, that's as far as other things that were happening in domestic news other than the political wins that happened. Everything else still really bad. Government shutdown. Listen, we haven't started a power report smiling like this in a year, more than a year, honestly. So, like, that was a great Tuesday. It was a nice Wednesday. You even got a little bit of the, like, you know, sex glow from Thursday. Let's be honest. People are lining up at food banks because President McWhopper, that works. Because President Mick Big Mac or whatever, he has decided that people don't need SNAP benefits. Airports in Texas, speaking of Dallas-Fort Worth, airports in Texas are looking like subway stations in New York City. Like, they are crowded. Cars can't move. It's just a sea of people at these terminals because all the air traffic controllers like, fuck it, we're out. Like, we're not going to do this. We're working 6 days a week, 10 hours a day. We get 4 days off a month. And you're not paying us shit, and other people are having to, you know, find other jobs, and so people are getting asked to come in overtime. The FAA is like, fuck it, 10% of plane flights are canceled, like, you know, just across the board. Top 40 airports in the country, just 10% of flights canceled, not coming back. I was joking in the group chat earlier, which is apparently now politics in the center of the party, but I was like, is Trump not going to be happy until January, when the only thing that's allowed to fly is Air Force One? It's really getting to be like, it's my airspace, only I get it. It's beautiful, it's mine. It's really bad out there. Last thing, because you had mentioned Walmart earlier, no seasonal hiring. All of the big retailers that are like, we make all of our money in the month of November, or in this case, the month of December, right after our later Thanksgiving for Black Friday and everything else. No, boss. Walmart is firing. Target is, well, I mean, they've been hurting from boycotts on the right and the left, but they're firing both corporate workers up in Minneapolis and, you know, store employees. We're not getting to store closures yet, but those same stores, listen, I don't be walking into Targets like that much, but I'm hearing these same stores are also not stocked as much as they were expecting to be given the season because of all the trade war and all the tariffs and how difficult it is to get things shipped around. So yeah, the economy's bad. As I opened with in the beginning, we're 25% approval rating of the economy, which is, I don't know, man. At 75% disapproval, I don't see those numbers doing anything but going up.
Right. I was just in Target the other day, and I feel like I saw like a whole big ass shelf was empty. I thought maybe they're about to stock it. I was like, what's going on here? But whatever. Yeah, it's bad out there. And honestly, the worst part is like Trump just doesn't give a shit. Like this government shutdown, like it is not a subject that he cares about. It's almost like he doesn't even know what's happening because of the government shutdown. It's like he's like is completely unaware that this is the longest shutdown ever. He beat his own record, and like people are suffering because of it. It's like he has no idea, because for him, he's just like, well, you know, ICE is getting paid. And I wouldn't be surprised if soon you hear him saying, well, you know, if those people in the federal government want a different job, they should go work for ICE. Because it's really just like, that's what he just let the economy go to shit. So they just work for ICE, and we'll just round people up wherever and then stop elections with ICE. I don't know.
That's not far off from the idea. It's like, okay, if the only jobs that are available and sustainable in the economy are jobs with Trump's friends in the private sector, where they will not just abuse you in the workplace sort of sense, but at Elon Musk's Twitter XAI, employees had to give their biometric data to the company in order to train Grok and the mannerisms and the style and the tone of the like AI anime girlfriend that is built on top of that AI thing. So it's like they're using employees' facial features, like structures. Like imagine your boss makes an anime waifu pillow out of you. And it's like, sorry, I'm going to take pictures so I can turn you into an anime body pillow, or else you're fired. I have a word for that, but that word is staying in the group chat.
I don't even want to say it, but
no, but I guess I'm just like, the main point of all that is like the economy is fucked. People are feeling it. Trump doesn't seem to care unless it's like about a political thing, because just the night of the election, which is when you get Trump's gut feeling before like the right-wing media ecosystem can start to like get on message and get reorganized, which they still haven't. They've been in disarray all week, which is yummy. But Trump was saying that night, listen, we got to wrap up this shutdown real quick. The Republicans lost because people don't like the shutdown, and also my name wasn't on the ballot, him being Trump, so like, of course. But, I think that gives into his thinking. He's like, this shutdown is not helping Republicans. Republicans had this betting pool that Democrats were going to cave in the first 10 days of the shutdown. And, frankly, that was a good bet. Or, usually would have been a good bet. But not the case right now. Republicans are really seeing that they're losing on this. And every single day they don't leave the government open, they're leaving people within the government like this much close to going postal.
Oh, right. And also I feel like the longer it goes, more Republicans in Congress and stuff are gonna speak out. Like obviously there's only been a couple now, but like give it another week, like somebody else is gonna be saying like, hey, I think we gotta do something. Yeah, it's just gonna be looking bad for Trump. I think the thing about it though, it makes him seem, and maybe I think I've also heard some other people saying this too. It does make him seem like more of a lame duck president. It's like you don't even give a damn about what's going on, like in ways that I'm like even the rhetoric, like he's not even like lying that well about it. Like it's just like, oh, it's the Democrats' fault. It's like you're not even like really putting that much effort into the lie. So yeah, like you just look bad. You look like you don't care. All you care about this freaking ballroom and like taking trips to places where they, fawn over you and you can do your dumbass dance. And also when you talk about the airports, it's like those are things that people like that really frustrate people and like the middle class to upper middle class people. Like people go to the airport and they don't want it to look like Cairo, dude. Like this is America. You want your shit to be like, oh, it's a little packed. Oh my, let's hurry up. But they don't want it to be like it's freaking the zoo in there. So when it's directly like when people know like, oh, this is because the government shut down, like they're going to get really upset. And, I wish it was like the midterms next week. Like that'd be great. It's like that's
another reason we should have a parliamentary system, because snap elections would go so hard in America.
Sadly, in America, snap elections would just lead to way more political violence. Unfortunately, like we got too many guns for snap elections. Unfortunately, but
we call them pop elections out here. No, yeah, I mean, I'm thinking about these videos you're seeing of long lines. And, this is November 6th, man. It's not even Thanksgiving yet. We aren't even really in holiday travel. These are still people trying to like get their last little PTO days in before they expire for the year, right? Like when real travel starts happening, if we're still seeing a shutdown, like, I don't know. Look like you were reading something. What's up?
I was reading the chat. Sorry.
Oh, all good. Glad to know you're watching. No, but I'll get to that in a moment. But when you have people who are waiting in line at these airports, like I mentioned Dallas, Fort Worth, like those airports in red states are playing that like Kristi Noem Homeland Security message that's like the Democrats shutdown is why you're waiting in line even though you have clear. Like, but people are so much smart. Like a lot of people aren't for sure, but a lot of people are smarter than that, especially the people you're talking about who travel a lot. They're like, hey, they don't usually do political messages like this, like over the intercom, like, hey, like, whoop-de-whoop, okay, whatever, Botox, Kristi Noem or whatever, crusty. But my wife who works at the USDA or whatever, or my son who works the Park Service, they're not getting paid. Like this is just hitting too many regular people right now, to where you get the point to like 75% of America, which will include a substantial, not enough, but a substantial amount of Republicans, are like, this has gone too far and we're not even a year in. And this is just the economy. This is to say nothing of Dude, Trump is underwater on immigration.
Good morning, comrade. You are listening to WHIVLP New Orleans 102.3. This is your weekly Good Morning Comrade. Jeff here as usual, and we have returning champion. You're taking the lead, I think, at this point pretty comfortably.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
For all-time most frequent guest on the program. We might have to put you on our website or something, give you a trophy, a participation in the most trophy.
I'll take it all.
Mark DERY still wearing his scrubs as we record. What is up, my man? Long day.
Well, it was a long day at work today, but it felt really good, even though it was a heavy burden being at the hospital doing all the work. I walked on air, given all the victories that happened last night. Tuesday, May 4th. Wow. November 4th, which we were just talking a moment ago. We were just talking a moment ago. That should be a holiday for progressives. I think I saw a shirt that was like Dick Cheney died on the day that a Muslim became the mayor of, there was something along those lines, which I just thought was great. And then the second thing I'll say was I sent you a text yesterday morning, just being like, cue all the Dick Cheney and what the rehabilitation of his the way that they rehabbed the folks after they died, like they did with not Nixon, with Kissinger, right? But have you seen anything? Like I just saw I've hardly seen anything about the death of Cheney. Like there has been no rehabilitation of Cheney. And does that mean that he really was hated on the conservative media side as he was amongst progressives?
Well, he stepped out of line. The conservatives hated him because he came out against Trump. And if you remember, the huge controversy over the election this past time with the Democrats, specifically with Kamala Harris, was that she sought out and got the endorsement of Liz Cheney and Dick Cheney, which is really cool, guys. You did a great job getting the worst two people on earth to endorse you friggin' morons. So the right had sort of already kind of kicked them to the curb. And of course, the Democrats, I sent these to you, of course. You had Joe Brandon, the disease-brained former president, who is one of the most responsible people for the horrible situation that we're in right now, and his partner in crime, Kamala Harris, both sending out their condolences and talking about how great. So again, the rehabilitation project that was being put forward, the thing that was extended to Charlie Kirk was not extended to Dick Cheney, which
unbelievable.
Hey.
Unbelievable. I thought for sure there was going to be a massive rehabilitation, and I've just been pleasantly surprised that there hasn't been. I mean,
Democrats excluded, obviously.
Yeah, he was a terrible person. I was reminded that he was the youngest chief of staff at the White House to Nixon. I knew that. But, the thing that I think that just can never be forgiven, I mean, there are many, many non-forgivables. But the one thing more than anything else, and what they never talk about was, and I think I mentioned this to you in the text yesterday, was we went to war with Iraq based on a lie, but then also became a cash cow for Halliburton, for which he still held a lot of stock in when he was the CEO of. And he got all of these no bid contracts that went directly to Halliburton. And how, like, when we look at the history of this country, how is it that the massive corruption that happens at the tippy top of government officials never gets talked about because it's perceived as being rude or inappropriate or what have you? Like, it is something that needs when the books are written about Trump, that I hope will also be there. But man, it was so obvious with the Halliburton situation. It was so obvious while we were going into Iraq. It was so obvious, but it's just like it's impolite to talk about it, or I don't know. Like,
And it was
why isn't it?
bipartisan. It was bipartisan as well. I mean, like the Democrats were just about it as much as the Republicans. I mean, Joe Biden himself voted for the Iraq War. You know, Kamala Harris was the. Sorry if you like interrupted you, but like Kamala Harris was the sort of like disciple of Joe Biden in the sense that even though she dogged him and talked about how he was
Love it.
or whatever, like, but
that
like
little girl
yeah.
was me.
Yeah, but then all of a sudden she just decides to debase herself. Because I say she was debasing herself. She was always that person. But like, you know, these kind of like establishment, you know, Democrat centrist figures. I'm sure, you know, if my new governor-elect Abigail Spanberger had enough motion, she would have done the same thing. Alyssa Slotkin, all these CIA centrist creatures. I think it was Bill Kristol who was like he was like the one guy who was like the Cheney and Zoran guy, which is very funny. But like it really was a bizarre sort of situation looking back, because the political right, who was essentially like identifiable, like it was Bush and Cheney were the great Satan, and the right eschewed him as soon as they found their new toy and Trump, and
Right.
he kind of like spit in their face.
Right. And the other thing too is,
And the
of
liberals
course,
embraced them, of course, and that's the most disgusting part.
right, 100%. And the fact that also, you know, let's also remember that he was part of a ticket in, was it 2004, when they ran on the notion that marriage constituted between a man and a
Yeah.
woman, and his daughter is gay.
Yeah.
You know, and his daughter's gay. Like, and the fact that Liz Cheney also ran on that, or she supported that as well. I mean, these people are just despicable.
Cool.
Even like just despicable. Like it's unbelievable. And he was a horrible person. I actually thought that he was going to live forever, to be perfectly honest with you. I thought he had
Darth
100
Vader
years.
IRL.
Right. I really thought that he was
Put
going to go to 100.
our
And-
fourth, or May the Fourth holiday extension
Yeah.
a little bit further. He was
Right.
Darth Vader.
Yeah. So yeah, you know, given the wins of yesterday, given the loss of Darth Vader, we were joking that, you know, this will be the new May the 4th be with you, November 4th, of course. But yeah, I mean, it was great. We were on air yesterday as some of these wins came in, and I remember saying NBC is calling it for Zoran, and that was I remember, because we are all a chatty crew and everybody's talking on top of one another. But for a second, that just kind of cut through and everybody just kind of stopped, you know.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, I mean, let's confirm it, you know. Like,
Yeah.
but yeah, you know, like, let's give. Oh, do you want to run this first?
Well, you know who agrees with us on
Yeah.
Dick Cheney is,
Yeah, let's-
and again,
Hey everyone, Graham Plattner here.
This is like, you know, not. We're going to talk about Plattner later, but like one of the people who would agree with us in our assessment of Dick Cheney is a former Marine who is now running for Senate.
Who fought in those Iraq wars?
Yeah, and also worked for some private military companies or whatever as well. But like he and I do think this is remarkable that he's saying this while running for office. It means that there's political there's political opportunity even to be perceived, if you want to look at it even like cold and as coldly as possible. Like it feels safe at this point for somebody who's currently running for Senate to say this. So let's take a look.
Hey everyone, Graham Plattner here. Usually when a former vice president passes, we all take some time to mourn. As a veteran of the Iraq War, I'm going to say, no, not this time. Over the next couple of days, I'm sure there are going to be thousands of think pieces written about his legacy. But the only legacy that we have to remember is that he wasted thousands of young American lives, hundreds of thousands of Iraqi lives, and trillions of dollars for absolutely nothing. If we take anything away from this, it should be that we need to build a politics that keeps the politicians like Susan Collins, who support illegal foreign wars like the one in Iraq,
Good job.
accountable and get them out of office.
Boom. I mean, very short, very sweet. But like, you know, again, regardless of how, you know, anybody comes down on Plattner for other things about him, and we'll talk about that, like I said, in a bit, like that, you can't, no notes, like that's good. Like you can't say that's bad. Right?
No, and I think you're tapping into something that I think is really important, Jeff, and that is that he is safe to be able to say something like that.
Yeah.
Like this is a new political
Not
moment
even just
for
safe,
us.
like that, like not even safe. Like you
But
were
that's-
saying that because it'll boost your political position.
Yeah, because people like us are like, good, you
Mm-hmm.
know, like speak the truth. Like, because think about it, Kissinger died, what, like a year and a half ago? Like,
it was like 2019, 2018 or something like that.
oh, was that?
Let me
Oh,
look it up.
jeez. God, what is time? Was it really that long ago? Oh my goodness. Okay, sorry.
2023,
Wow.
2023. I was way off.
Okay. Oh,
2023
yeah. Thank goodness. Okay. So it was still not safe to be able. I mean, some people would say it, but not somebody who has the visibility of a Graham Plattner who's running for who has a real shot as a senatorial candidate to win. And like Kissinger, who was probably like in line as being some of the worst Americans that lived, you know, in the last 50 years.
Bomb Cambodia, Agent Orange, you know, Vietnam War, all that stuff.
Right. Those two are some of the worst. And just a year and a half ago, you could not say anything bad about Kissinger. Like nobody felt safe. But now people are feeling safe. And so this is why I'm saying to a large degree, it's speaking to the moment of we're not seeing these rehabilitation. And I think it's explained by what you were saying a moment ago. He pissed off the conservatives. No one on the left liked him ever. You know, but I think it's still, you know, we're not feeling like we have to go, Cheney, we need to remember him for being a great American. F him. No, he wasn't. He was a horrible American. He was responsible for many, many American lives,
And
thousands,
10 times more.
and 10 times Iraqi lives. Plus, he and his buddies got rich. They got rich on the blood of Americans and of Iraqis. So screw that dude.
Yeah. And again, I mentioned this both last night and on a previous show. You know, the biggest tragedy, the only tragedy, I would say, and I'm cribbing Will Menaker from Chapo Trap House as I say this, the only tragedy in the death of figures like Cheney and Kissinger is that they never faced the music for their crimes. At least, you know, if you believe in an afterlife, perhaps they're, you know, burning in hell or whatever. But like in the world that we know of as that we can define definitely that is real, that they never faced the consequences for any of their actions.
They never went to the Hague.
They never went to the Hague. They died surrounded by their loved ones and their family, which I imagine is a certain kind of hell. But regardless, like, it is not justice, and that is the only tragedy when it comes to the death of these figures, is the fact that they essentially got to live their entire lives and not have to, causing so much death, causing so much destruction, the murder of you know, in Cheney's case, millions of Iraqi and Afghanistani civilians, the death and destruction of multiple governments, war crimes, torture, all that stuff, and they get to die peacefully in their, you know, homes or hospitals.
But I think if there is a positive saving grace there, it's likely that he also died isolated in America because he can't travel.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the same thing with Bush as well, because there's probably limited. They could probably go to Israel, you know, but even if they flew over airspace, they couldn't go through commercial,
It better be a
you know,
direct flight.
yeah, because they would likely be arrested. And that's another thing that we are seeing too. And I would imagine that American officials better be concerned about is that with the threat of America being gone. In other words, you have countries around the world that are no longer feeling beholden to the US. That if there are people who are accused of war crimes, I am hopeful that other countries will arrest those individuals. And I'm thinking that this is why Bush and Cheney, we never see them travel outside of the US. And I think that largely is because they're fearful of traveling.
Yeah, station ID. WHIVLP New Orleans. Go ahead.
Now, if you're tuning in, you are listening to 102.3 WHIV LPFM in New Orleans. We are Radio Null HIV with programming. That's right, programming dedicated to human rights and social justice. WHIVFM.org. We honor independent voices. We are not a radio station with a mission. We are a mission with the radio station. That is to end all wars.
And yeah, especially in the moment of the death of one of the great progenitors of many of those wars that we seek to end, that takes on a bit of extra meaning. You know, I'm just, maybe talking to God here a little bit. Do Netanyahu next. How about Putin?
Yeah, there
are still many death bringers that exist in our society. Like, these people are not necessarily relics of the past. I mean, Joe Biden himself is a massive death bringer, especially in the past 2 years, when it comes to the genocide in Gaza, and the allowance of the incursions and colonization in the West Bank of Palestine as well. Sorry, I paused for a second, but I was just thinking of I don't know if you saw the clips that Jasper Nathaniel had taken when he was in the West Bank recently. I can't remember which.
Oh yeah, of course. No. That
He was
was
basically
just
like
brutal.
He
That
was
brutal.
essentially attacked or chased
Yep.
by settlers. He's an American, by the way, American journalist, and basically he was threatened and chased by settlers in occupied Palestinian territory in the West Bank. And when it comes to him going to embassies and trying to get some kind of support or backing of it, his life was literally like at risk and on the line in the eminent sense. And the American embassies is just like, that's sad for you.
And he was set up, and he was lured into an ambush.
Yeah.
He was lured into an ambush. So I saw it on the when the Majority Report reported on it, and then I think like 5 days later or 4 days later, or however, Democracy Now! Did a whole segment on it as well and interviewed him as well, and replayed those very harrowing videos. And he's basically showed then he talked about how one of these guys came out and he kind of described him as a very large, big dude, and then just walked over to this woman, this elderly female who was just tending to her olive trees, and then just like had a club or had something and just like struck her with it. And and he was kind of freaking out. And yeah, listen, it's terrible. This morning you had the guy from the ADL on making the rounds on the news, ADL in New York, and just what a loathsome human being he is, right? And again, as an American Jew, let's be very clear. You can talk about Israel and this is what Zoran talks about regularly. You can talk about Israel as a government and not say anything specific about Jewish people or the Jewish religion, okay? But what is becoming very clear now in the Jewish world, speaking as a Jew, you have now Zionist Jews and anti-Zionist Jews. And it cuts very deep. It cuts very deep in families. It cuts deep in friendships. And, and in my world,
makes some very awkward high holidays, I'm sure.
Oh, well, no, like that, I'm talking, it cuts so deep where like, I'll just speak on behalf of my family and my friends. Their communications are being cut, communication. And this is something, I've talked about before. publicly when I talk about how these, you remember 11 years ago or however long it was when Israel was doing one of the, what do they call it, the lawn mowing, or
Mowing
they
the lawn. Yeah,
mowing
you're
the
talking
lawn.
about Operation Cast Lead in 2014.
Is that, yeah, okay, have I told you the story? I'm sorry, Jeff, I'm sorry
I don't know if you
if I
told me the
told you
story,
this.
but I know of Operation Cast Lead for sure. When
Yeah, so it was in
last time they decided
2014. Do you remember when a boat or a vessel on the water purposely bombed these four? They shot a missile onto the beach, and these four boys were playing soccer. Do you remember this? And it was in front of a hotel or several hotels where there was a number of journalists, and they witnessed it. It was witnessed, and it was horrible. And and I sent out, back in the days when Facebook was still a little bit more of a friendly place. That was pretty much the last time I probably posted on Facebook. But I wrote an open letter to American Jews saying, like, yo, this is the stuff that makes people hate Jews. We need to push Israel to do better and be better. Well, I got married the next year and nobody from my family showed up. My brother, my father, and my aunt. The rest of my family didn't show up because the majority, if not almost the entirety of my family, are Zionists. And it runs very, very deep.
It
And
probably would have been no fun anyway.
yeah, well, yeah, there's that as well. But yeah, it's so hard to talk about it without getting emotional, because I always
I don't
say,
mean to be twee about it, obviously.
no, you're fine, But the other thing I will say, and if you want to move on, this is fine, but it is that, one of the things I like to do, especially when I go to countries, especially countries that have experienced genocides, they always have a genocide museum. Okay. And I always like to go to a country's genocide museum. It's usually in a capital city, because it's really interesting. And like you and listeners here of Good Morning Comrade, this is the sort of stuff that we care about. And we want to educate ourselves and, kind of understand and be as informed as possible. And one of the things that I see now, in my mind's eye when I go to one, and the most recent one I went to, there was the Palestinian genocide. There was the Holocaust, and then right next to it, they were starting to create the Palestinian genocide as well. Like, I could see it coming up, and that's when it occurred to me that that here we have it. Like, you have, and it's very rare.
Happening right now.
It's happening right now, but it's very rare for a person who's Jewish in America or wherever to not have a family member who's been, or somebody who's been and in fact, I'm in America largely because of family that went through the trauma of the Holocaust, right?
Right.
And so to be the people who experience the trauma, to then go ahead and then deliver that trauma. You go from abused to abuser. I mean, and to
Cycle of violence.
Yes, and to see this, and this is something that I'm sure I've talked to you about a number of times, is that what do we see on TV? Whenever you see, like, the bad guys, who were the bad guys in Back to the Future? Do you remember that remember the Muslims with the exaggerated turbans, and they were
machine guns,
the machine guns, and
they shot
Germans.
Doc. I can't believe it. They shot Doc.
Yeah, they shot Doc. Right. But who are the bad guys? It's usually Muslims or terrorists, right? Or
especially in the 90s. I'm sorry, especially in the
Russians.
90s. Especially in the 90s, the 80s was the Russians mostly, but in the 90s it was a lot. Even before 9/11, the war on terror, it was a lot of Arab, Muslim, caricatures of terrorists. One of the ones that really stands out because it was so generic. Have you ever seen the movie, the Arnold Schwarzenegger and Jamie Lee Curtis movie? I love the movie, by the way, True Lies. Where Arnold Schwarzenegger is like secretly like moonlighting as a secret agent, but like in his day life he's like some dork, but he's like this like incredible secret agent or whatever, and Jamie Lee Curtis is his dorky mousy wife who like somehow gets wrapped up in it. It's a hilarious movie, but the villain is like just the most caricature-ish, like insert dial an Arab villain that you could possibly imagine. You know what I mean?
Well, I think moving forward, I think that the films and the movies in 20, 30, 40, 50 years from now, I think the new bad guys are going to be Israelis, and I think it's going to be Americans.
Yeah.
I think that the new stories that are going to be told when they want the stereotypical bad guy, I think the German, the Russian, and thank God, thank goodness already, thank Allah, is going to be they're going to put to rest the tired old Arab terrorist trope, inshallah. Moving forward, and it's likely going to be Americans and Israelis. So, f you, all you Israeli, like you are doing so much harm to the to being Jewish. You are making it very difficult to be a Jew. Okay, like you are doing more harm than you are good.
And I hate to do this too, but it's gotta be kind of underlined as well. Like a huge part of the American Zionist movement also aren't even Jewish. There are so many.
Well, that's a great point. Yes.
There's so many Christian evangelical Zionists who literally want Israel to exist because they don't want Jews to be living near them. And the state of Israel and many Zionists, in fact, all Zionists, quite frankly, have made an alliance with these literal, straight up anti-Semites to essentially do what they want, to essentially vacate your country, if you're an American Jew, to essentially vacate your place, give them the space because they want you out of here. Like,
well, and then also what the other thing too that I think is equally important to understand is that in a Christian's mindset of what the end times are going to look like, the second coming of Christ includes
the evangelical vision of that. Yeah, the
evangelical.
Yeah.
Go ahead, explain it.
No, it's essentially the sort of like millennialist sort of like second coming, the doom bringers, the people that are just sort of like talking about the rapture on TikTok now in 2025 or whatever. They want the Jews out of there because that is what would bring forward the second coming.
Right. The second coming has to happen in Israel, and it has to happen with Jews there. And but here's the story that like the Jews don't understand. Like in the end of that story, the Christians live forever in heaven, and all the Jews, even though we don't believe in hell, we all die. Like, so it's just like it is.
You're doing somebody else's prophecy.
Right. Jeff, dream with me for a time when we live back in a world where people really look toward the long term, right? Like where we think about things today in anticipating things generations from now, rather than measuring profits by quarters, right? Where every quarter we have to do more, or by political cycles every 2 years or every 4 years, or in the Senate every 6 years. I wish we could get back to a time where we could actually measure our success in generations rather than in such small, because I truly believe it's this constant pursuit of profits every quarter that has done terrible damage to us. It's the lack of people understanding that, well, I'm not going to be around 20 years, so I don't care what happens to the climate. Like, sure, like whatever, you could do that. It's going to go 2.5 degrees. I'm not going to be here, without caring about their children, their children's children that are going to be the ones that are going to suffer that, or without understanding the immense human suffering that's going to happen. Like, just dream with me that when America reinvents itself after we go through whatever hell that's coming up, that we reinvent ourselves in a doing better,
more holistic way. Yeah.
Caring about one another better, and then also just stop like looking at such a short term. And just really, for all the Zionists out there, you're the bad guy in this movie, and you will be remembered by history as being the bad guy. Okay? You are the bad one, not me. I'm the one that wants to provide care. I understand that living with Palestinian people, in your mind, you think terrorists or this, that, or whatever. You know how you make friends with people? You make sure their kids are fed. You make sure that their kids are educated. You make sure that their families get vaccinations and that they have good jobs. And you make sure that you put a blanket of equity. You make sure that they're able to provide. They can travel freely. They can use their port. They've got a whole ocean there that they can utilize to come and go. You make sure of that. And if you provide that level of happiness for people, you can live happily. Look how I remember growing up when Egypt and Israel were constantly at war. But since that peace treaty has been signed for like what, 50 years now, 45 years, however long, that treaty's never been violated once. And there is peace between Egypt and Israel. And
for now.
with
the way that Israel's been operating, they've been getting very aggressive, let's just say. But I agree to that point. Station ID.
Yeah, if you're tuned in, you are listening to 102.3 WHIVLP-FM in New Orleans. We are Radio Null HIV with programming. That's right, programming dedicated to human rights and social justice. WHIVFM.org. We honor independent voices. We are not a radio station with a mission. We are a mission with a radio station, and that is telling Israel to F off.
Yeah. On slightly brighter, though related sense, we did have some very good news this past week when it came to the victory of one. Well, not just the victory of Zoran Mamdani. Like, there were Democrats across the country, and I have a lot of problems with Democrats. Obviously, I mean, I live in a state. I live in Virginia now, and I had to essentially bite my tongue and essentially hope for the victory of someone like CIA operative Abigail Spanberger, while also we did get our first Muslim statewide elected official here, Ghazala Hashmi, who, by the way, I can speak from experience that she shows up to picket lines. She shows up to union events.
Good.
She's about that labor cause. She rocks. And also Jay Jones, who can literally talk about putting two in the dome of his political enemies, which is
in
awesome.
An elevator.
Yeah. He literally said Hitler, Pol Pot, and this other politician. You're in the room with those three people. You have 2 bullets, and the Republican politician gets both of them.
Well, Jeff, it goes back to what you were saying. Yeah, no, it goes back to what you were saying what we were talking about Plattner a moment. What we were talking about Plattner a moment ago. These were things that would have been just that would have been deal killers.
Rail too hot. You don't touch that.
A couple of cycles, last cycle, you that would have just been. That would have been. I mean, having a Nazi tattoo on your chest would have been just a cycle ago. Would have been a deal killer, and it wasn't. And if we think about what happened yesterday, just beyond the big four, right? Zoran, the Prop 50 in California, which was the only thing on the ballot. That was the only thing that was on the ballot. And the reason why, do you know why they call it Prop 50?
What? Because 50 states or something?
50 states. Good. Yeah, good on you, man.
That was a guess.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't have been able to guess it, especially as quickly as you did, because of 50 states.
They're always cheesy about that kind of stuff. Politicians are, what I mean?
I thought that there was some numerical system or whatever. And I just saw that the governor Newsom was just being interviewed. He's like, oh, because we got 50 states. He was just so matter of fact about it. Then the 2 governorships, but everything under the ballot. I don't know of one Republican anything that won. I don't know of any Republican initiative, anything that won. I mean, when you talk about a blue tsunami, it was, and again, like you, I have many problems with Democrats. I've not been, I think when I was 20, I considered myself an independent and have been one since that long. But like you, many problems with the Democratic Party. But I don't know, last night, it felt really good. Today, it felt really good to know that at least, and drinking MAGA tears looking at social
Hog watch,
media.
baby. The hogs are crying.
Looking at just drink. Oh, here, let me fill up my cup. It runneth over with MAGA tears. You know, just watching the people crying. You know, and their vitriol. And it's so funny, their lack of self-awareness. How is it that, like, if you even breathe anything about Charlie Kirk, they're like, fire you. You're not worthy of working, whatever. But then the things they were saying about Zoran, like the vile racist, anti-Muslim, you know, the communists, you know, just knowing full well he's not stop with the communist thing. Like, that
And if he is,
like,
who cares?
yeah, ring, 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 ring. Guess what? It's 1970 calling. Like, who cares that he, you know, he's a it is.
J. Edgar Hoover is just like sitting up in his grave and like,
right,
you know, like, I'm back, baby.
God, it's just, and just drinking and just watching my friends, you know, as I like watch their, you know, read their feeds and read the comments under them. And just the horribleness. But to be honest with you, I just enjoyed watching their hatred, their, you know, just coming out, and the lack of self-awareness. You know, it's like you cannot say a word about Charlie Kirk at all. You can't even quote what he has said in the past. You couldn't even quote what he has said in his own words. Okay, right? We're gonna call your boss and get you fired, but you were going to say the most horrific things about Zoran Mamdani, the most racist and anti-Muslim thing. So I don't know. It feels pretty good. But here's my thought on this. Do I trust the Democrats to clutch defeat from the jaws of success?
Always.
Yes, I do. 100%. So how far are they willing to go here? You know, the one thing that we can definitely say, and I think what Mamdani like won with over 1 million votes, and he's the first person to have done it since like the 70s or something, that a mayoral candidate, the mayor, you know, elect, at least in this case, won with over 1 million votes, which is a really big deal. But no more can people say, oh, you can't win with progressive ideals. No more can people say, oh, woke is not, you know, woke is dead or what have you. No more can people say that, because we're going to be able to point to New York City and say, this is the most important city, if not certainly the country, one of the most important cities in the world. The financial kind of underpinning that
Wall Street is there.
Right. And you're going to tell us now that progressive ideals don't work? No, sorry, Haas, move aside. This is a whole new world now. And I'm hoping that we can, you know, run on that energy.
I will say this really quickly. You say that the Democrats will snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. I feel like in a sense they already have, at least establishment Democrats, when you have, you know, our favorite Senate leader. Our favorite Senate leader, Charles Schumer.
We will win. We will win.
But he essentially.
Well, what do the Baileys have to think about that New York City? Have we checked in with the Baileys to see what the Baileys?
I think they were canvassing for Zoran, but Schumer just decided, and Jeffries as well, like Schumer decided to just completely dodge the question, not endorse Mamdani, and essentially try and pivot away from, you know, what was going in New York, when he is a New Yorker. He has a constituency that is definitionally in New York. When Hakeem Jeffries, the Republican leader in the House, gave his quote unquote endorsement of Zoran Mamdani,
he never mentioned his name.
He never mentioned his name. He spent like the 90% of the time that he was doing this, like I said, quote unquote endorsement of Mamdani. He was talking about like how much he hated Zoran Mamdani essentially throughout the entire time. It's just like caveats. He only referred to him as the Democratic candidate. So, you know, if you want to call that an endorsement, like, you're a fool.
Those guys are playing with fire. Like, and I can't wait for primary season. I can't wait to see the clips of AOC announcing that she's running, you know, against Schumer.
For president.
Well,
that would be
there's
cooler.
that.
But even beyond that, though, like even someone who won last night, Abigail Spanberger, she won by a huge number. If you look on Monday, when she was asked about Monday prior to the election, she was asked about Zoran Mamdani, and she essentially said that he is not a Democrat, that he is making promises that he doesn't intend to keep. And, I was telling this to Robert on last week's show, like that is one of those, every accusation is a confession, because Zoran Mamdani is literally the Democratic nominee, and he is making the moves to deliver on the promises that he's making. Why don't you try and speak for yourself and try and deliver on the agenda of the for the people of Virginia, as opposed to doing what you did and how you ran this campaign, which is essentially promise nothing. Did you know that when Abigail, I got some smoke for Abigail, but like when she was running, she essentially, and I'd have to find the quote exactly. So, if I get it a little bit wrong, don't let it know. Don't get it twisted. But she essentially said if she wins and she gets a Democratic majority, rolling back something like right to work, and Labor went heavy behind Spanberger. Rolling back horrible anti-worker policies that the unions push for, like right to work, would not be a priority for her, and she might even like not be on board. And it's just like, okay, then like you're not going to be.
Jeff, explain to me. I thought right to work was a right wing. I thought that was a right wing policy that was just kind of named Orwellian. Like,
it is.
The Louisiana.
She would be repealing right to work. Essentially, like she was asked if she would repeal it, which essentially is a mechanism to defund unions. Right to work is. If you repeal right to work.
Oh, and she said no.
She said she wouldn't work towards repealing it. It wouldn't be a priority for her.
Well, because in the end, these guys are all paid by billionaires anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, all you're just saying is that these guys are just being paid by billionaires. That's all it is. Let's just, and I think the reason why you had people like Spanberger or Schumer or Jeffries or anybody, fill in the blank, who refused to acknowledge Zoran is because you remember, maybe 2 months, 6 weeks ago, they were like going to spend $15 million to learn how to speak to men. Right? Wasn't that one of the DCCC or whatever? They had to speak
who supported Zoran Mamdani? A lot of young men and young women and all kinds of people across the spectrum.
Right. Like in New York City, it was like 40 plus were young men under the age of 30 or something. Like it was like some insane number that was, because he's speaking to their pain, and he also is not bought by corporations. He's not bought by individual billionaires. And I think he was shaming. I don't think he intended to. Maybe he did. I don't know. But like, you're not going to see a Schumer or Jeffries or whatever support somebody who is clearly does not need the support, the financial assistance of these large corporations.
Millionaires and the billionaires.
Right. And so without that, you can say and do whatever you want to do. Do I think he's going to deliver? I think he's certainly going to try. I think that it is possible. What are his three things? It's going to be like freezing rents. It's the government-owned or the state-owned or city-owned grocery stores. It's the free transportation. At least those are the three that the buses.
Oh, universal childcare.
And universal childcare. The reason why these things may fail, or one of the main concerns that I have, is that people are going to want to see, because this is America, we don't want to share things with one another, right? And we will do anything. We will cut the collective nose to spite our face, just so those people don't get the good things. And that's my concern, is that there's going to be real serious attempts to try to spike the ball here and try to ruin anything that he's trying to do.
Well, that's coming, no question. Like, and I imagine that he's ready for it. And if you saw his speech last night, which we watched on this space, he was essentially doing the opposite of what Barack Obama did in 2008, which was Obama essentially took the key from the Rahm Emanuel wing, which was to essentially demotivate and disband his organizing apparatus.
Oh yes,
which got him the victory. Zoran Mamdani did no such thing. And even if he's not able to get those priorities through, if he is able to at the very least show his work that he is putting his back into fighting for that, it won't be as good as getting them done, obviously, but it will be at least showing to the people that the people of New York that this is going to be a fight and you need to be on board. I do want to touch on one other thing as well, which is Democrats and also a lot of right wingers are also doing this thing, which is complete BS about Zoran Mamdani, which is they're essentially saying that he is promising New Yorkers like the moon, the stars, and everything in between. And like he was going to essentially like snap his fingers and implement hashtag full communism or whatever the hell. And that is not the case. He is promising very specific things. He has a very specific agenda and he has a pathway to do it. That's why people got on board and supported it, not because he's, and Bernie was very similar. He ran his campaign very much like Bernie with a different energy and a different type of charisma because he's a different guy. But he made this campaign work because he has he met people are going to take away the wrong things and prepare to tank a lot of cringe when it comes to how Democrats are going to take their lessons away from this campaign. They're going to try and get an Abigail Spanberger type to do the quippy, social media context. That's what they want it to be, but they want to have it with the BS abundance messaging. That's not going to fly because that's not why Zoran was popular. It was a part of it. He had a slick social media team. He's a very, very good messenger, Obama level perhaps. And he has the ability to kind of win over whoever it is that he's sitting in front of, which is kind of amazing. But he's got an actual agenda here, and that's what's important. Sorry, I was going on.
And no, good. And before we cut to the break, I just want to kind of double down on a point that you were making a moment ago. I'd forgotten about what Obama had done, and I remember the great disappointment of when he broke up that coalition. That was so valuable for him. But essentially, you're right. Rahm Emanuel was trying to shift him over back to the right.
You know what he called the activist base, the mobilization base, Rahm Emanuel? You know what he called them?
He called them effing retards.
Our
right?
words. Yeah.
Yeah. Effing retards. I'll say it. He called them effing retards. And also just a quick side point before I wanted to make my point, which was, did you see there was an Atlantic article last week about, the article was a profile on Rahm Emanuel and is Rahm, is he presidential? Is he the Democrats' answer to being president? To which I almost was just like, oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Really? You're going to see, okay. So this actually brings me to 2 points. So one, let me ask the point that I was going to say a moment ago. And that is, Zoran had a 90,000, I've seen two numbers, 90,000 or 100,000 volunteers. Now, if he continues to grab those people and engage them and engage the million people who voted for him or whatever, think about it. If he had 100,000 volunteers, that means if he had over 1 million voters, 1 in 10 of his voters actually worked for him. They were door knockers. Okay. So what if he continues to engage in those people? Right. And then once, if people do come and try to, derail his messaging or derail his priorities or his objectives, he will have an army of people who will be able to stand up, and because they're going to want those free buses, they're going to want that rent freeze. So this is something that's very unique, and it didn't occur to me until you had mentioned that about the Obama thing, because that was political currency that he completely
threw it away.
He just pissed it away, which was just horrific. And then the second point that I was going to make, I totally forgot. So I'll hand it back to you.
But and I did want to circle back station ID.
Yes, station ID. I'll do. You want me to do it? Can I do it?
Got it, big dog.
You are tuning in to. If you are tuning in,
Yes, WHIVLP New Orleans 102.3. Good morning, comrade.
If you are tuned in, you are tuned in to 102.3 WHIVLP FM in New Orleans. You are listening to Good Morning Comrade. We are Radio Null HIV with programming dedicated to human rights, social justice. WHIVFM.org. We honor independent voices. We are not a radio station with a mission. We are a mission with a radio station, that is to end all wars. Jeff, thank you so much. Do you want to do a quick Graham Plattner?
Yeah, let's circle over to Plattner.
Okay.
So we played a
Pivot over to
video
Plattner.
at the top of the show of his assessment of Graham Plattner, who's running for Senate in Maine. His assessment of Dick Cheney and how we will not celebrate him, despite the fact that he was a Marine and all this other stuff. There's been a lot of controversy around that guy. And I don't know if you want to talk about that, specifically things around his history as a military veteran. He was a machine gunner in the Marines in Iraq, I believe it was, or was it Afghanistan? I can't remember exactly. But then also probably more controversially, he worked for a private military company that was, I guess, formerly, or at least part of the sort of like formation of Blackwater. More recently, I guess it's a bit of old news as of recording and release of this, but I do think it's worth getting into for a couple of reasons. A certain tattoo that he had that was, I can't remember what it was called.
Totenkopf.
Totenkopf, which is related to, it is essentially a Nazi symbol that he claims that he didn't know about it. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. I tend to think, and this is kind of a tired joke by now, but if you get drunk with a bunch of military guys in Croatia and you go to a tattoo shop, like, you have probably 100% chance of walking out of there with something Nazi related. But anyway, what do you make of all this, Mark Allen? And let's talk about that.
Let's start with the Totenkopf, because this is something that I have shared with you in the past. So I appreciate you kind of giving me the space to do this. I've made it very clear that I'm a very proud American Jew. I grew up in the 70s, which was approximately about 30 years after the Holocaust happened, and had to bear witness to many 8mm films that were recorded by Nazis, and in yeshiva and Hebrew school. I had to watch all of the horrors of the Holocaust. Now, personally, I think that was child abuse, and I really believe that trauma that they inflicted upon us as children. I was 5, I was 6, I was 7, I was 8 years old, having to watch these films of the Holocaust. Okay, but I am a proud Jewish. And when I talk about Jewish, I'm just talking about culturally Jewish. I'm an atheist. I don't believe in God and all that stuff. But I am proud to be Jewish. I'm proud of the heritage of being Jewish. So it should come as no surprise.
It's a very shared, it's very deeply understood shared cultural experience that amongst many people and historical deal. It's very important.
Yes, very, very important. 7% of Americans are Jews, 14% of the total globe are Jews. Okay. So when we look at, kind of my proudness of being a Jew, I too did not know what the Totenkopf was. And so it should come as no surprise. I was a goth kid growing up. The word goth didn't really exist to describe kind of like the scene that we were in, but we were all brooding and listened to Bauhaus and Nick Cave and whatever. And one day I'm at the record shop at UC Santa Cruz, or in Santa Cruz. I went to UC Santa Cruz in California, and I came across this.
Banana Slugs.
Yes. Well, it was even before we were Banana Slugs. I'm dating myself. We were the California Sea Lions. But while we were there,
the Banana Slugs.
While we were there, they took a poll. They said, "Do you guys want to be Banana Slugs now?" Because there's no sports teams, there was no frats, there was no nothing. Like the UCSC was like the total, like,
nerd school.
It was the nerd school. It was like the school where there was no frats. There was no grades, dude. There were no grades. We called our professors by their first names. It was like, it was crazy. So I have this T-shirt that was like, no grades, no frats, thank you, And so anyway,
no gods, no masters, no grades, no frats, no professors,
no grades, no frats, no grades, no frats, no thank you, I think is what it was. And so, do you want to be the Banana Slugs? And we were like, yes, because even the California Sea Lions was too muscular for us.
We want to be Banana Slugs, damn it.
And so, and when it rains in Santa Cruz, in the Santa Cruz forest, those Banana Slugs are everywhere. You have to be you cannot walk no texting and walking while because you will step on a banana slug. You have to look at the ground. Anyway, so I was at a record store. I bought a record by a band called Death in June. And on the cover of it had a cool image of a skull, kind of like at a profile with these two. It wasn't quite crossbones like a Ranger, Roger. It was, it was a Totenkopf. I had no idea what a Totenkopf was. So I really got into the band. It was really kind of spoke to the darkness that I was experiencing at the time. And I went and that same record store later had a keychain that was a Totenkopf keychain, and I bought it and I used to kind of carry it around. And it wasn't until somebody kind of said to me, "Hey, you're Jewish, aren't you?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'm Jewish." And they're like, "Why do you have a Totenkopf keychain?" And I looked at it and I'm like, "Oh, is that what that's called? I just thought it was a cool design." Right? He's like, "No, that was a symbol of Nazism. That's what the Nazis used to wear." And I was like, it was a complete eye-opening experience for me. I obviously went and looked it up, right? The only time I'll ever quote Reagan, trust but verify. I went to the library and looked up Totenkopf, and there it was, right? And that was it. Threw the records away, threw the keychain away, and I had completely forgotten about the story until Plattner experienced what he experienced. So all that to say is,
just like hit the memory button.
Right. All that to say is that even this Jewish dude also experienced something that Plattner did. Is I didn't know what a Totenkopf was, but once I found out, I got rid of it, which is like what he did. But did you see that video of him singing the song to his
No,
how the whole thing came out?
It was like a wedding. It was like a wedding.
He was at his brother's wedding and something, and he sang like a Taylor Swift song, and he had his shirt off, and that's how that came out. So my thoughts, so you worked for Blackwater in the past. Okay, so what? We saw what happened with who's the guy in Pennsylvania, the guy who had a stroke, Senator Fetterman, right? We see how people can change, right? In that case, he went from progressive, to worse. But I'm hopeful that at one, but he worked for Blackwater, but he also was on Reddit, saying I'm a communist now,
Socialist Rifle Association, at Medicare for All events, out front. Yeah.
So I right now he's saying all the right things. I really do believe he wants to take not Janet Mills, that's the governor. She's also running. Susan Collins. Did I tell you that when I lived in Maine, when I went to medical school, I voted for Olympia? Olympia Snow was, and then Susan Collins. I voted for Susan. Oh my God, I can't believe I'm about to admit this.
It's all your fault.
I voted for Susan Collins when she first came to and we as Mainers, we thought it was the coolest thing in the world that we were the first state with 2 female, but those were the days when it set Republican or Democrat, that didn't make sense. That was even before the Gingrich revolution, right? Where you really looked at politicians for their ideas, not if they had an R and a D after their name. And so, but no,
it seems like a world that most people probably listening to this show probably have not experienced.
Never seen. No, it was Gingrich. Gingrich was the one. Newt Gingrich was the one that actually was because you hear these stories of them being on the Senate floor, or they would be pointing at each other, but then later their families would go and have dinner together, or they would have picnics together on Sundays, or they would do the holidays together. But those days are obviously long, long, long gone. So. Here's my take on Plattner. If I were still living in Maine right now, I would be very supportive of him. I am supportive of him. I'd vote for him. Janet Mills, who's the governor right now, she will be the oldest. If they swear her in, if she wins, did you hear this? She will be the oldest senator to be sworn in, or whatever. There's some statistic of how her age, and she only wants to run for 6 years. It's just one term as a senator, just enough just to kind of blow the steam out of Plattner.
She'll only be 84 when she gets out of her
84.
first term.
Got it. So Yeah, so I don't know. My thoughts on it is I say go Graham. I was in Portland at my medical school lecturing about 6 weeks ago. There's Graham Plattner placards everywhere in Portland. So I think these are things that we can look beyond. And I have a small. I can relate with him with the totem cop thing. Like I didn't know what it was either. So I don't know. I think these are forgivable sins.
If I thought it was possible that he was a Nazi, then I would like be very cautious. I think that there's much more evidence that he is not one. Also, obviously, not my circus, not my monkeys. I don't live in Maine, so I'm watching from afar, and we can definitely be talking about it. But like, I mean, I'm not going to be giving money to his campaign. I'm not going to be volunteering or anything like that. So, Maine can deal with Maine problems, and it seems like somebody who has the ability to motivate Maine people, the people of Maine, with a working class message is a good thing, and and it is proof again that woke is dead. Nobody cares; they just want health care, which is cool. I'm actually fine with that. All right, we got to get out of here. This has been Good Morning Comrade. Mark Allen, DERY, what do you want to shout out?
Yeah, listen, follow me, Blue Sky, Substack, Healthcare for All. Jeff, thank you so much for having me on the show.
Yeah. I'm on this space.
Yep, I'm on this space as well. I'm going to start pulling out a bunch of, I had to go on hiatus for a minute or two with making videos. So I'm going to go back to Substack and also this space. So you'll be catching a lot more of my videos, probably starting tomorrow.
Hell yeah. Well, thanks everybody for listening. You can check us out, goodmorningcomrade.com for more information, back issues. You're going to want to check out the show we did recently with Conrad Cable. He's running against Mike Johnson for Congress in Shreveport. Also, our friend Lauren Jewett, who is running against Steve Scalise for Congress. You want to check those episodes out. Goodmorningcomrade.com is your one-stop shop to get all that stuff. So please do check it out. You have been listening to Good Morning Comrade. This is WHIV-LP New Orleans 102.3. We love you. Bye-bye.
Hello. Welcome to Kristina's Corner. It's your girl, Kristina. On this lovely Tuesday, did anything happen this past weekend? Maybe like a Sunday night? We had a good week last week. And then, we all were wondering, Democrats are probably going to fuck this high that we're running on up. And they did, because fucking moderates once again always coming to bat for the GOP. We were doing so well with this shutdown. The Schumer shutdown narrative was not even considered a thing until fucking 8 moderate Democrats caved. And all my moderates are like, well, the filibuster. I'm like, who the fuck cares about the filibuster right now? What matters is that Trump was doing everything he could to starve people, and now this makes Democrats look like they were at fault for nothing. So, hey, what's up, guys? Man, god damn it. We're gonna watch some on Twitter though, Daily Show clips with Jon Stewart, because he really sums up how I feel about all of this. We are a week and 2 days away from me seeing Wicked for Good, so we're gonna watch an ad for that. I'm so excited. Yeah, I didn't really have a whole lot planned today because I'm catching up on sleep from dog sitting, and has been fun. But, and it's a big but, I'm fucking pissed. I'm pissed about this reopening the government, because it was working. I don't care what Agnes King said. He's like, well, it wasn't working. I'm like, yes, it was working. Democrats were doing so well, winning on an off election year, like as if it was an actual midterm. Trump was partying Mar-a-Lago with like surf and turf like buffets, like while he was denying people their SNAP benefits. Like this was going so well. Moderates, man. That's why I always tell my moderate friends, like, you people are the fucking problem, man. You need to be abolished from the Democratic Party, because what moderate voters will always vote for Republicans over Democrats. Polls have shown this time and time again, year after year, election after election. But do they listen? No. They don't listen. They don't listen at all. And I just cannot fathom. I don't know what else is there to say except fuck Democrats, man. Sorry. I'm really the loose cannon of this space, aren't I? Yeah. So that being said, let's watch a little Daily Show clip from the official Twitter account. I got it pulled up. Perfect. Also, reminder, tonight, 8 p.m., we're going over Key Largo for Noirvember, Moon Extravaganza. I'm excited, because y'all know your girl loves some good old-fashioned noir films. Anyway. It's not the Welcome to Derry show. That's that if you're wondering, actually. I'm just saying. Because I want it all or nothing at all. Remember the O-Town song? Remember O-Town? Remember O-Town, the boy band? Like, what, it was like 4 dudes, 4 or 5, something like that? Yeah, I remember.
Any deal must secure the extension of the ACA tax credits. This is about my party saying...
Listen. When I found out that the modern Democrats were caving over a pinky promise, I was like, a promise that can be broken? Perhaps, promises, they get broken all the time, especially from the Republicans. I mean, I know it's like Charlie Brown and Lucy with the football, but I feel like the Democrats are also doing it to us with the football too, Yeah, okay. Honestly, what's Jon Stewart's missing is the glasses, because I know Sam Cedar has another set of glasses when he does his Schumer impression, like we all do. Except for me, because I cannot sound like Chuck Schumer. I'm sorry if you came here to watch Kristina's Score specifically for my Chuck Schumer impression. I'm not good at sound like a New York Jew. Okay, I'm sorry. It's a very specific, cadence, timbre, if you will. I just lack that. I've been in the South for too long. Okay, well let me also add this thing that they're gonna vote for to reopen the government also has a federal ban on hemp, meaning the $20 billion industry that weed basically has will be done for. A lot of farmers, I mean, credit to Trump, during COVID, a lot of farmers were like, what are we going to grow? There's a supply chain crisis. What are we going to grow? And so the Trump administration said, grow hemp. You'll make a lot of money. And a lot of farmers did. And now they want to ban hemp. I'm like, why do they want to ban something that's so profitable? Tobacco companies, perhaps?
Today.
Also, they sure as hell will not show up for the Kim Novak Sammy Davis Jr. movie that she's starring as Kim Novak, of all casting choices, directed by Coleman Domingo. They never show up. They will show up for Morgan Whalen because his fucking, or Jason Altley, because their concerts are like MAGA rallies at this point. But like Sydney Sweeney's like, oh, I might be pro-Trump. I don't know. Look at my titties. Like that. I can do it. Pinky promise. It's a pinky winky promise. Republicans are notorious for not breaking pinky promises. I mean, this is what I don't get. This shit's not even writing. This is not even on an auto pen. Get this shit in writing. Like, have it like get like a napkin, a handkerchief, and be like, Republican ACA vote. Check. Couldn't even get that done. Uh-huh.
Fighting's hard.
Uh-huh.
How about a snack?
Fighting is hard. I'm honestly, I gotta be honest with you guys. I am amazed that Johnson wasn't angrier. I mean, there's another clip. I mean, he compared it to like what the New York Giants or something, and I was like, was it a Giants or was it another sport? I don't do sports. But it's just funny to me. I mean, because I was like, oh, I was also excited to see what they were doing over at the Majority Report, because we actually watched the live stream yesterday. And I have to say, I'm so glad that more and more people are pointing out that Brian, the producer, sounds almost identical, if not just identical to Michael Brooks. And I've been saying this since Brian was hired, but nobody wanted to believe me. But now even Forrest is aware of this. And I'm like, I've been telling you, he sounds like him for months now. Pay attention to what I'm saying. Anyway, I'm going off on a tangent. By the way, guys, wait, we're doing it Saturday, right? I'm gonna be on with Josh afternoon too to discuss The Wizard of Oz, a film he has never seen before in his entire existence. I'm not kidding. I know. How do you go through life without seeing The Wizard of Oz? It's probably the only VHS tape most of us could afford to own in the 90s. I know. So you're gonna have to deal with me ranting to him about how amazing that movie is, because it's not like I've seen it. I mean, I've seen it a billion times, obviously. But anyway, back to the shutdown. What the fuck, Democrats? What in the ever loving fuck? I cannot fucking I mean, I can't. We should have expected this. We should have expected this to happen. We're like, you know what? Democrats are doing so good right now. Tell them about Star Wars next. Perhaps Letterhack, if he actually no, he's actually seen Star Wars because he's reviewed Andor and other Star Wars shows. Hopefully, he has. But we kept thinking in the back of our heads, how are Democrats gonna fuck this up? And lo and behold, it's 8 Democrats who are 2 retiring, and the other 6 are not impacted until 2028. So. Yeah. Anyway, how's my eye makeup look? I think it looks okay. It doesn't look good in person, but on camera it looks great. Anyway, wait, Rob Riggle's gonna be on tonight? On the day? What? Oh yeah, New York Giant asked. Okay, there it is. That's what it is. Okay, sorry guys, but I just can't. I can't like. I know way too many friends who work in the Democratic Party. Like, well, it's not the Democrats' fault. I'm like, yes, it is the Democrats' fault, because here's the problem. We've been hearing about this for days, like the last week after Tuesday. Oh, you know, John Ossoff and so, and like a list of like 10 or 12 Senate Democrats who are willing to reopen the government, have a compromise. Now, what people are forgetting is that Chuck Schumer actually spearheaded this. He wanted this deal to happen. But he did not vote in favor of this deal because he thought that by not voting, he keeps his hands clean. But we know you started this, Chucky. We know you started this. You're not out of the woods, dude. You're not out of the woods. Hashtag never forget, you know? God, my bra is so... Okay, anyway. We will wait. Nah, I'm not gonna make fun of Al Green with the cane, but I got a cane. But you know, we will win. We won't rest. And I'm like, clearly, you did not win, and you rested. So, I'm just saying. It's like that one dude on TikTok who's like, oh my God, I cannot believe this. I am sad and shocked. I gotta be honest, my TikTok algorithm has been really, really good to me. Thank God. and my TikTok algorithm was finally saying, all right, this girl doesn't want to see anti-Hassan Piker shock collar nonsense. And I'm like, you think? Actually, this is actually a really good meme here. Not really a meme, but you know. Let's see. Believing that Republicans will honor their promise to Democrats to hold a vote on healthcare is like believing Trump when he said he had nothing to do with Project 2025. It's just a reminder, guys, Tim Kaine was Hillary Clinton's choice for vice president because moderates. We always got to appeal to moderates. How many times have Democrats appealed to moderates and it's backfired? Every freaking time it's backfired. Stop. There are people who are young, hot, progressive firebrands who want to vote for someone. Just, like, I can't. I just can't. I can't deal with this anymore, guys. Like, I don't know how many times it has to be said. Democrats are feckless, they don't have spines, and they like being the losing party. They like not being in power because they just want our money to fundraise, because they will always be like, oh, give us money or else Republicans are going to do this, and they still end up doing it. I mean, look at Roe v. Wade. Other good news, surprisingly, the Supreme Court said, yeah, Kim Davis, you've been married like, what, 4 times? We don't think you should be the arbiter of like what marriage should be, so we're going to keep marriage equality for now, hopefully. I'm hoping. I was shocked. I was like, oh God, the start of this week can't get any worse. And then SCOTUS was like, no, man, gays can still have this right. Because they probably figured that if they were going to get rid of marriage equality, some racist motherfucking redneck hildo from where the hell was going to be like, well, you see this interracial mixed race couple, that shit's illegal too now. That means Clarence Thomas would have had to have divorced his wife. They would have had to go over Loving v. Virginia too if they were going to tackle gay marriage. So let's take this win, I guess. You know. All right. Oh. So there's that. Did you guys see Frankenstein yet? Guillermo del Toro's Frankenstein? So good. It was so good. I cried. It's so weird that Andrew Garfield was supposed to be the monster. I feel like Jacob Elordi being like 7'10" kind of fits the physicality of the monster better, but you know, I love Mia Goth too. She sounds so like, her voice is adorable and cute, and I wish I sounded like that, but like I was stuck with this deep voice. Anyway, okay, we have got to watch this little 30-second ad clip thingy of Wicked for Good because it reveals so much. It reveals so much. Oh yeah. But you know what's funny? I mean, Jacob Elordi had like 3 weeks to prepare. They were working 9 months on Andrew Garfield's makeup, and they're like, oh fuck. I don't know why he dropped it. I think he was working on that Julia Roberts movie, and plus he was doing like audio books or something. I don't know. But also he's dating someone, and I'm mad about that. Anyway, let's watch this little ad thing with Jiggy for Wicked for Good, and y'all, you feel free to ask questions about what's going on, because I know what's going on.
Today, Oz writes a new chapter.
There's a house, and it's flying through the sky.
Bring me the broom of the Wicked Witch of the West.
Monkeys! Find that Dorothy!
Ugh, I swear it never ends with that girl.
Rated PG.
Today.
Ooh. Ooh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay, you know what? The more we see of Dorothy, the more I'm excited. Anyway. Wait, what do you mean so many channels? You're well aware that this space has been a thing for months, Don. Chill out. I will call you out, dude. This is also kind of the point of this space to not have to do that, but apparently, whatever. So we see more Dorothy and you know, basically what goes on during the Wizard of Oz. You know. Okay, but you can also watch us too, because at least with Francesca, she uploads clips. Anyway, like long clips, segments. Anyway, peace and love, peace and love. So yeah, we see. Okay, so here's the thing about Dorothy and the Wizard and Wicked. We don't see her face. We don't really see her. Like we only see her like from like the back. But a lot of people think the actress played Abigail in the Abigail movie is playing her, which makes sense. She kind of fits the description from what Dorothy looks like. But I guess they want to keep that facade of like, oh, it's Judy Garland. It's Judy Garland's face. It's Judy Garland. I'm like, yay, I'm here for that. I'm excited as always. I cannot wait. A week and 2 days, y'all. A week and 2 days. 5:50. I'm seeing a movie, and the movie theater is right there, like right there, like right down the road from me, within walking distance. I'm excited. So, as always, I'm very, very, very much excited. Because I love the Wizard of Oz, and also my favorite YouTuber Bailey Sarian will be doing a dark history on how they made the Wizard of Oz. I watched another documentary that I own where Angela Lansbury discusses like 50 years, no 60, 50. That was 50 years, 50-year anniversary. That movie, guys. Aw. So they did it. There was a documentary. That movie had 5 directors and like 13 writers for the Wizard of Oz. Granted, like 2 people are credited for writing it, and Victor Fleming got to for directing it, which is funny because George Cukor directed some of Wizard of Oz. Then he got asked to direct Gone with the Wind, and then George Cukor and Clark Gable were butting heads, so Victor Fleming had to go finish directing Gone with the Wind. It was a whole thing. There are so many deep dives into 1939 as a year when it comes to film, and there are so many hits that came out that year, like just so good. But it's like that movie could not have been made today with all the chaos that happened. Like, I'm amazed in Wizard of Oz. As perfect of a movie as it is, it should not have been perfect. Like, it should not. The execution is like, what? How do you do that? Like, I don't know. But I feel like a movie like that would be in, like, developmental hell, like at like in today's age. So I don't. I don't get it. So. Yay. I'm so excited to go over Key Largo tonight, guys. As y'all know, I'm a huge fan of old Hollywood, and I have a knack for knowledge for that because I grew up with that. Ugh, Bernie, what are you doing? Okay, leave it to Kenny clips. Here's a clip. You know, a lot of people people want Chuck Schumer to step down, but not the Senate Democrats. So, but Bernie, as always, with a very, very wrong, washed take here.
And some of your allies, like Congressman Ro Khanna of California and others, are saying Schumer should step down from his position as Democratic leader in the Senate. Do you still have confidence in him as leader of the Senate?
Look, Schumer and I have very fundamental disagreements about where the Democratic Party should be, and I am strongly supporting candidates for the Senate who are not part of the Democratic establishment, who believe in Medicare for all, who are prepared to take on the big money interests and fight for working people. All right, I have a very different vision of where the Democratic Party should go. If Schumer steps down, who is going to take his place? The truth is, progressives in the Senate right now are I think there are about 8 or 9 of us. We are pretty much of a minority.
I want you to take on some of your allies.
Bernie. God, man, I don't know. Sometimes he just doesn't care at this state and age. Like, he just doesn't care at his age. Retire then, dude. Like, I love you. You know, you're great and all, but like, what the hell? Like, I don't understand at this point. Yeah, you know what, Rich, that's actually probably gonna be like my name for tonight when we go over Key Largo. It's gonna be long, and Conan's got to read the entirety of it when we do Letterbox one-liners. So yeah. I'm definitely trying over here, you know. Anyway. Oh, but yeah, oh, guys, what do you think? Is there hope for the? I mean, I always say that every time the Democrats fuck up. Like, there's no. I mean, Ro Khanna out here really saying that he should, that Chuck Schumer should. I mean, Ro Khanna is so hit or miss, but that's because he represents Silicon Valley as a congressman. So it's like, he's like big tech this, big tech that, but then it's like, oh, fuck Chuck Schumer. He needs to like go. And it's like, okay, now I remember why I sort of like you. You know? Also, good news, Dune Part 3. Why did they call it that? Has officially wrapped filming. Yay! Can't wait to watch that. It's great. We love it. Okay, let me find that other Daily Show clip because I love it. Mm-hmm. But like, you know, like what Schoolhouse Rock or whatever. Found if I remember, the Schoolhouse Rock thing. It came out in the 70s because I remember I learned about this through the I Love series on VH1. Put a one in chat if you remember the I Love series on VH1. See, this is why us millennials are so well versed in like history and pop cultures, because we grew up watching like the I Love series and like other pop culture shows that delve into like the history of like the most modern decades of our time. Quiz me on the 80s and I will ace it, man. Okay? I will ace it. Yeah, I mean, he's right. I mean, he's right though. They got nothing. They got nothing at all in return. You know, it's like Harvey Feinstein. Anyway, they got nothing. And again, as soon as I heard that this was about a promise of a vote, I'm like, again, promises can be broken. I don't understand why. Why Democrats do this? Why do they do this? They do so well. I mean, again, the parties at Mar-a-Lago where it's like Great Gatsby times a trillion, seafood like buffets and lobster tails and surf and turfs and filet mignon steaks, and it's like, yes, and he's forcing people to starve because he doesn't want to fund food stamps. And then they're like, well, I just don't understand. I don't understand. I just can't fathom it. Even my sister's like, I'm tired of, you know, moderate Democrat. Me and my sister and I were discussing this because she's a teacher. in New Jersey. She's like, I'm tired of moderate Democrats thinking that they're dealing with the Republican Party of like 40 years ago. I'm like, yeah, exactly. You're not dealing with Reagan, who was pro-amnesty or somewhat pro-Palestine. You're dealing with Republicans who got their ass kicked by Trump and now kiss his ass. I mean, little Marco, remember him? Oh, he works for him now. Like, the Republican Party did not get here willingly. Trump went scorched earth on that party, and they just bent over and just said, yes, King, we'll do whatever you want. Can't say the same about Democrats because they always cave to the moderates. They don't want the more radical or progressive folks in the party to have any power. And it's like, Nancy Pelosi's finally retiring. Yay. I mean, it's not like she grew Hakeem Jeffries to be an effective leader. Say what you want about Nancy Pelosi, but like, if she got whip of like Democrats faltering, she's like, oh no, we're not doing that right now. She like, her and Jim Clyburn together made sure Democrats would try to stand united against Republicans. They can't even do that. Hakeem Jeffries can't even do that. Honestly, you know what? This is what I say about moderates. Moderates are just Republicans who don't want to admit they're secretly pro-Trump because it looks bad on them. That's the moderates. Like, and so many people are like, well, it would be a bad idea because then Trump could boss a filibuster. I'm like, look, boss a filibuster. I don't care. You know why? Because you know what the filibuster is used for? Former Strom Thurmond, my dude, whatever. Even though he had a black daughter out of wedlock, he had like considered one of the longest filibusters in history until Cory Booker. What? Filibustering is just not an effective way. Like, it just doesn't. There's other means to stonewall the opposition party. Also, the filibuster is not even used to stay on topic about what you're filibustering for. Strom Thurmond read the entire telephone book in 1960 something when the Civil Rights Act or Voting Rights Act was becoming a thing. Like, so my cough is never going away. So, and then, of course, Ted Cruz read Dr. Seuss, read Green Eggs and Ham, not understanding that he was filibustering, reading a book where the message is like, try something, you might like it, like Obamacare. This is what the Democrats should have done. Vote for that clean CR, let the Obamacare subsidies and tax credits and premiums paid speak for itself, then run on that. This whole shutdown was for nothing, because then it's like, well, the Democrats are at fault for the shutdown because they made you go through all this pain for nothing, which is true. People were calling it the Schumer shutdown before. They're definitely saying it now because the Democrats ran right into that narrative now by the Republicans. Like, I can't. Oh my God, guys. Ooh, there you go, Wanda. That's what's up. So, yeah, it sucks. It sucks. Everything is just, I don't know what else to say, guys. I mean, what else is there to say about the Democratic Party? I mean, they snatched defeat from the jaws of victory every fucking time. I mean, they were not supposed to win this well this past Tuesday. You know how bad shit is for Democrats to win to win this good on an odd election year? An odd election years, people don't care about the odd numbers. They care about the even numbers, like 2026, 2028, and 2030, 2032. No one fucking cares about 2025 elections, but apparently, because of Mamdani, people were like, oh, real shit's going to be happening too. Every year is election year, but no one ever cares about the odd numbers. It's always the even numbers. I mean, again, I mean, that's why I still think maybe last year was rigged. I'm gonna say it. It was rigged. How the fuck did Trump win the election? Like the fact that all the Democrats won, no Republican. Like we have, I mean, even Spanberger is a moderate, what milquetoast centrist, but how the fuck did Virginia vote for a woman governor like her a year after Trump won? I'm so confused. Profit. You know what's also the Mississippi State Senate is blue. Mississippi State Senate is blue. Democrat. What? What? How? How? Why? I still think last year was rigged because there's no way how Democrats were this prepared to win this well this past week. Because all the attention will be on 2026. Maybe that's the whole point, is to not see them coming. I don't know. But what do you guys think? Am I going insane? I think I'm going insane a little bit. A little cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs because I'm still confused. I'm so confused. Like even the Georgia Public Commission or whatever, people were like, "That's a big deal." I'm like, "What is that?" And they're like, "I don't know, but it hasn't been Democrats in 50 years." And I was like, "Oh, okay, all right, okay. I see how this is now. Cool. But okay." I've been bitter and jaded since 2016, and that was my second time voting for a general election. If I'm bitter and jaded after 2 elections, that's not good for the Democrats. Happy, come here. Come here, baby. Come here. Come here. Look, it's Appy Boppy, so camera shy. Oh, look at the good boy. He's so shy. And he's big, man. He's a heavy cat. He's robust. Like he's fit. He's in shape, but he eats a lot. Oh, what are you doing? He's like, no. Okay, fine. All right, fine. Cats are so camera shy. They're not like my Frankie, though. He was never camera shy. He loved being the center of attention. Mm-hmm. Sorry. I get distracted easily because, cats. Also, they've been pretty good with the. See, last year we didn't even decorate for Christmas. Last year, my mom and I didn't even have a Christmas. We were just like, ugh. And then we got them when they were kittens. But, this is their first time with Christmas decorations, so it's crazy. Oh, by the way, Saturday night, this coming Saturday, after I'm on with Josh. Actually, no, I think, yeah. My mom and I got to decorate my room for Christmas because I got Christmas decorations too. So that should be fun. Tune in twitch.tv/cosmopolitics for that. Oh yeah, and again, I was impressed that she won. A lot of people thought that what's his face, Shitterelli, whatever his name is, was going to win. But running on affordability is good. But then Trump's like, affordability is stupid, and I'm like, yo, clip that. Democrats, clip that. Trump is not even caring about affordability. He thinks shit's going down. I'm like, no, it's not. Prices are not going down. You know how much Thanksgiving is going to cost us this year? But I don't. By the way, guys, send tips. Send tips my way, please, because I need money for my electric bill, phone bill. Otherwise, that shit gets cut off. We are caught up though, so that's good. Finally. So Thanksgiving's gonna be hard. I mean, we're gonna live stream ourselves doing Thanksgiving prep the night before, the Wednesday before Thanksgiving. Making teenies mac and cheese, making wait a minute. I know what we're gonna watch. So we're gonna watch some. You want to know how to make some mac and cheese for Thanksgiving, y'all? People don't think mac and cheese is a Thanksgiving side dish, and why? I grew up in the South. The more side dishes, the better. I don't get it. Tick tock, don't stop, make it blow my teachers up. This better be muted. Oh my god, please stop talking. Okay, here we go. Teeny mac and cheese. Let's see. Okay, this is what I'm talking about. No, breadcrumbs. No. Breadcrumbs are fine, but Teeny does not believe in breadcrumbs on mac and cheese. You broil that shit, so that shit's crispy. Anyway, also, Teeny literally lives. I learned that she lives not far from me during the Hurricane Helene. I did not know that this girl lives in Augusta, Georgia, which is like right across the river from me. Like she literally lives like 30 minutes away from me. It's crazy. See, my mom's not a cheese person, but she does like Teeny's mac and cheese because it doesn't have like that artificial cheese, taste. I'm like, well, yeah, because it's not Velveeta. Let's do this, y'all. Let's do this.
I'm gonna make mac and cheese for this holiday season. Pay attention, I don't have time this year. First, boil some water.
She's pregnant with twins and she's like 5 feet tall, but her husband is like 6'5" and she's pregnant with twins, so maybe that's why she doesn't have time this year to fuck around. This girl's got an attitude, and I don't blame her.
Salt it like the ocean. And we're gonna add 1 pound of cavatappi pasta because the cream gets all in the hole and then you bite into the cream. So boil 1 pound.
Cream gets into the hole. Sorry. Damn.
So we're gonna boil the pasta for 8 minutes, giving a little stir every 2 minutes. The part everyone hates, but it is necessary. You have to shred your own cheese. Pre-shredded cheese has a film on it and it becomes very grainy and it doesn't melt all the way. That's why you have to shred your own cheese if you want a nice, creamy, cheesy mac and cheese. You're gonna shred up 1 pound of mozzarella, 1 pound of Kobe Jack, 8 ounces of cheddar cheese. So we have to shred up all our cheese and remember to divide it in half. Now that the cheese is shredded and divided up, now we're gonna add our seasonings, some salt, pepper. I don't measure my seasonings, but if you're unsure, start with the teaspoon and then taste the cheese sauce as you go. And if you want more, add more of something. I like to do garlic powder and of course smoked paprika because I like smoky flavored things. So now we're gonna make our roux. Listen up. We're gonna start with medium heat. I'm about on 3 tablespoons.
Okay, this is the thing, too, guys. There are people who don't make a roux for their mac and cheese, and I'm like, why? That's like the heart of the mac and cheese, besides the shredded cheese that you shred yourself. By the way, a lot of people try to half-ass Teeny's mac and cheese recipe, but they're like, oh, it comes out really like I used pre-shredded cheese, and it came out like curdy and greasy, and I'm like, well, she said, get your own cheese and shred it yourself. A lot of pre-shred cheese is like, preserved and artificial and all that crap.
Of butter. A roux is equal part fat and equal part flour. Now that our butter's all melted, we're gonna add half our seasonings. Because what we're doing, we're blooming the seasonings. So it's pretty much like waking up the seasonings, giving them a little bit more flavor. I let this cook for about 30 seconds. We're still on medium heat. All right, so it's been 30 seconds. We're gonna add 3 tablespoons of flour. Still on medium heat, we're gonna mix this all up and make sure it's all combined, and I let this cook for about 2 minutes. If your mac and cheese is grainy, one of the reasons could be because you don't cook the flour all the way out. It's been 2 minutes. We're gonna add 1 can, 12 ounces of evaporated milk.
She loves this stuff.
All the clumps out, so we're gonna add a little at a time and just mix. You gotta be patient. A lot of people just dump the whole can in, and that's why their mac and cheese comes out soupy. My mac and cheese isn't soupy, it's creamy. Also, make sure it's evaporated milk, not condensed milk. They're 2 different things. Evaporated milk is milk with at least 60% of the water evaporated. That's where the creaminess comes in from. I did a lot of experimenting to get the perfect texture, and that's why I went with evaporated milk instead of regular whole milk. So what we're doing now is called bechamel. I'm teaching you guys some French. We're adding cream milk to the roux. Adding the last bit in. We're still on medium heat. We're gonna add 2 cups of
It's all about patience and going little by little. It's all about doing that. Richard, that's so true.
Heavy cream, but we're gonna add it in increments just like we did with the evaporated milk. You're just gonna keep pouring and whisking at the same time. Process might take you about 5 to 7 minutes. Add in the last bit of heavy cream. Now we're gonna add the last bit of seasonings. And a good spoonful of Dijon mustard. I always get asked why the mustard, because
it adds a little kick to it. I'm not a mustard gal, but if I put if you're gonna make something that I'm not someone who likes horseradish or Worcestershire sauce, but add that to a meatloaf, it's good.
Mustard and cheddar, they pair very well together and it just enhances the flavor of the two. Now we're gonna turn the heat to low or we're gonna turn it off because we're gonna add half our cheese. And if it's too hot, the cheese can curdle, which is another reason why it'll be grainy and gritty. And it'll also separate. So we want the heat low or off. Slowly add the cheese. We're gonna add a handful and then whisk it in until it's all melted and then we'll add more.
God, I'm craving for mac and cheese now.
Is way too thick, like it's so hard to stir. Add a little splash of milk. Milk is used as a thinner, so it'll help thin out the cheese sauce. What we're making right now is called a mornay, more French. Add in the last of the cheese. So now our cheese is all melted. This is what it should look like. We're now gonna add our pasta. Moving back to our spatula, we're just gonna fold in the pasta with the cheese sauce. And you know you did it right if it sounds like this.
Yeah.
Because that's what good put. So now at this step, if
because that's what good
take a piece of noodle, try it. You want
that's what good put.
Add a little bit more.
Sorry.
So we have our baking dish. We're gonna add half our pasta because we're gonna layer it. So now we have our other half of cheese. We're gonna add half of this, and we're gonna put this down here. Now we're gonna add the last layer of pasta, and the last layer
keep
of
doing
cheese
that.
all on top. Now we're gonna put it in the oven at 350 degrees for about 25 to 30 minutes. I like to broil it for a few minutes just so it gets that nice crust on top. All right, so it's done out the oven.
2 minutes is good for the broiler. My sister and I figured that out.
We have to do a crust test. That's what we like to hear. Add some green onions. You can use green onions, chives, parsley. Here's what she looks like. Moment of truth, the cheese pool. We have to go in the middle because I like to piss people off.
Yes, same here. Corners be damned, you know?
Yeah, that's what I like to hear.
Oh, man.
Beautiful. Look at that. Don't mess it up this year. Today I'm going to show you guys how to make mac and
yeah, man. Oh. It's the bacon part I don't do. I don't like hard. No, well, here's the thing, Rich. It really depends on like how long you bake it. See, I like a little bit of crunch in my noodles, just a little bit. But also, too, really depends on how you make the mac and cheese. Like a lot of people compliment saying like it's the cheese that's hard and crispy and broiled, not the noodles, because of the fact that the roux like is so good. Like I have to bake my mac and cheese. I love baked mac and cheese. Amen. Like it's just so good. I can't wait to make it on Thanksgiving. By the way, well, the Thanksgiving Eve, we are doing we're making the stuffing and the mac and cheese because there's no way in hell I'm gonna be able to make Teeny's mac and cheese while there's a turkey in the oven. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh. So we're also gonna live stream Thanksgiving too. So that should be exciting. Yay! Was he replaced the mustard with garlic paste and seasoning? Oh wait, is this for like chicken soup? It's a lot. You know what's so funny? Ever since we got an air fryer, things have been so much more fun to make. Like we make like s'mores dip in the. Anyway, sorry, I'm getting off track. I'm so hungry now. Ooh, but yeah, I'm excited to make it the mac and cheese this year. Because even my mom liked it. She's like, it doesn't taste so cheesy. I'm like, yeah, because most of the mac and cheese we get is like Velveeta or Cracker Barrels, like that you could just whip up yourself. You know, easy peasy, lemon sneezy, you know? So. So there's that. I'm excited though. But then, okay, so here's the thing. Again, tonight, Key Largo on Moon Night Extravaganza. You can tune in on this space or the Moon Night Extravaganza YouTube channel or my Twitch channel, which I stream from there as well. Also Thursday on Twitch, I'm doing a panel. What? Me doing panels? I love doing panels. I'd rather do panels than debate because debating's stupid, especially on Twitch. Then Saturday, going over the Wizard of Oz with Josh Afternoon Tomb because he's never seen it before. And then we're going to decorate my room for the Christmas. And it's going to be very Melania Trump inspired because she is my queen of decor. I don't care what y'all said. Dark, depressing, Krampus Christmas. I'm here for it, okay? And then next Tuesday on the space, we're just gonna do all Wicked Wizard of Oz stuff because next week Wicked for Good comes out. It's gonna be fun. I might do a cosplay of Elphaba. My poor skin turned green for the cause. Yay! Oh, and then next week we're doing the long goodbye, and then the following Tuesday, before Thanksgiving, we're gonna do the Big Lebowski. A Moon Extravaganza. Yes, like my opinion, man. Okay, sorry. Anyways, I'm gonna head out. Yeah, Wicked for Good, man. Anyway, I'm gonna head out now, guys, because Alex is not here. There's a little pre-recorded interview he's got set up with Ben Dixon, I think. So I will be back later, 8 p.m. Hopefully, my cough will be better. No getting rid of this thing. Anyway, bye.
Hi, I'm Alex. I'm the devil's advocate. I talk about music, movies, TV, video games, whatever I want on this channel. And because it's whatever I want, today I'm doing something very, very special. I'm doing my first interview with Pastor Ben. And Pastor Ben, tell a little bit about yourself and where you come from and what you do.
Look, I am Pastor Ben. I am legitimately a pastor. I am a researcher. I am an artificial intelligence Zen master. I am a political commentator. And, honestly, I love the Lord Jesus Christ. And I'm surrounded by pentagrams. What am I doing on this channel? Except for you are a really cool dude, man. And like we've had a chance to sit on shows before. And and I had a chance to just watch your stuff. Like
what have you watched?
Look, I'm in. If I would just give you the most recent one, the first day of this space, I just want to talk about that one because that was, to me, that was different than some of the stuff on. Not really different, but it just you had a, you can keep the pentagrams up, man.
I'm just thinking what's most aesthetically
you have a real you have this thing that you do, man, that you really do bring the audience along with you. And I don't know like how long your channel has been up, but I think that what's going to happen real soon, especially like with what we're doing over this space, people like how to get people's attention. And I was sitting there watching you, and you kept calling yourself, I think you're calling yourself ADHD. And I was like, no, this is the right speed. This is the right speed for people's brains today in 2025. Like you kept my attention the entire time.
Everyone caught up to me.
Right. We're catching up to you. Like the shorts, the YouTube shorts has perfectly programmed us for your presentation style. But on top of that, you have a really good analysis, and you're a good faith actor. I really feel like what I respected most about you is that you really analyze stuff and you go where the truth is. So on top of all that, man, I dig it.
Thank you.
Excuse my big old
nobody
country
can
glass.
This thing.
There it is. Oh, I'm slipping.
Stickers. I'm gonna get a new I voted sticker tomorrow when I go vote for Zoran.
Yes, good. We're looking forward to that.
But my first question is really like multifaceted. What is your family history with music? Like, what kind of music did you listen to in the house? When did you discover and get into our different things? rap and hip hop. And when
Yeah.
did you learn about Kendrick, and when did you learn about Drake?
Okay. Yeah. No, my family history and music goes way back. My dad was a musician, a gospel musician, opera singer. My mother was a bit of an opera singer as well. Grew up around surrounded by church music. Got really into Kirk Franklin when he came out. At the same time, I was listening to Tupac. At the same time, I was started to listen to Biggie. Same time, not the same time, but a little bit later, I picked up Nas. And then a little bit, it was funny. I didn't really like Jay-Z until I was a bit older, but then like kind of like him now. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Maybe he was an old man's music all along.
Maybe. I was never really a fan, but
yeah, I like him, you know, as somewhat as a lyricist, but more in terms of like the persona and the aura that he was giving off and projecting. Like I felt I saw what he was going for. But in terms of like getting into music, when I was a kid, man, we had Christian rap. But we also had this was the same time as Vanilla Ice was out, MC Hammer, like that. If I'm gonna age myself, but I was really big on Motown Philly, Belle Biv DeVoe, Boys to Men, ABC, BBD. That was my lane. Like if there was a place where I like knew every lyric and every chord, it was Motown Philly. And so that was like the beginning of my musical, and then the second part you said was, how did I get into music?
How did you get into rap?
Rap. Oh yeah. So now here's the thing.
So you're saying like it was already in the house.
It was well. That's why I said here's the thing. We couldn't play it out loud too much. My dad was, it was like, but I was listening to Snoop. When they were when I was home from school and they weren't there, my sisters would put on Snoop and I would listen to Snoop and Dr. Dre, Bow Wow Wow, Yippee Yo, Yippee Yay. That's my era. And so I got into it through that. But then even NWA, a little bit before that, I remember riding with my cousins going to family reunion, and they had the cassette tape of NWA. So I'm old, man.
And then when did you find out about Kendrick? When did you first hear about Kendrick, and when did you first hear about Drake? And what'd you think?
So I picked up on Drake right with his first major hit, Baby You're My Everything, You're All I Ever Want, and we can do it real big, bigger than you.
Never.
Oh man. That was back. That was round. Let me tell you how long ago that was. That was near the Carter 3. If you remember the Carter 3 era.
No, I was not a Wayne guy either. I listened to my very first Wayne album on my channel, the Carter 6.
Oh no.
That was the only
Carter 6.
I know, I heard.
The
funny thing was, I came around to being like, I understand why he was popular now. He's funny. He can do real good punchlines. Yes. I get it now, guys.
Yes.
I understand. And now every other reaction I've seen is like, oh my God, what the fuck is this?
It was horrible.
Not the guy we remember.
No. You got to go back and listen to the Carter 3 and then put yourself because that was around 2008. I don't know, I think there's like a good decade between us, so I'm a little bit older than you. But 2008, you should have been my high school time, right?
Yeah.
And so go back and listen to the Carter 3 and compare it to the Carter 6.
I was thinking about doing that for my channel, and I think this solidified it. I will do that.
Yeah, no, for sure. Because I thought the Carter 3 was just downright brilliant, man. Like bar for bar, lyric for lyric, just the production, everything. I just thought it was really, really, really fire back then, at least in 2008, but definitely compared to the Carter 6. But the question was Drake. So Drake had his very first hit with right in that same era, right? I guess 2009, 2010, and that was a song. Shorty, hold me down, never to give it up. You'd be right there if you could get it up. Like that. Oh man, that was his biggest. That was one of his. Well, he had a whole lot of big commercial hits after that. So I would just say that was his very first hit and coming on the scene. And when you listen to it, he sounds just like Lil Wayne. So that'll let you know how old it is. Kendrick Lamar. it's all, I feel like Kendrick's been in the backdrop of my rap interest for a long time. I can't even remember the first song I've heard by Kendrick. I would say no, I can't. Honestly, I don't know. I don't even know when, honestly, I like Kendrick Lamar. I've listened to Kendrick Lamar. I think Kendrick Lamar has bars. But I've never really followed his career as much as I have recently. So I can't say like way back when like I can with Drake though. Yeah.
That's fair. That's fair. I think that's a lot of people. We're like, holy crap. Like we knew this guy existed, but we didn't know he was like this.
Yes. Yeah. That's 100%. Like, you know, you always heard about, matter of fact, I definitely remember hearing about him somewhere around like 2014 when I was teaching, and the students at the school was like, you got to listen to this Kendrick Lamar. And I was like, you know, so that was, I think, maybe some of my first memories of hearing his name and finally checking him out over the years.
So I'm going to give my side, my answers to these questions. My family history with music, my father's Black and Christian, my mother's white and Jewish. I separate those things because I think religions are ideas and aren't genetic. And we'll talk more about that later when we get into the religion question. But my mom doesn't really give a crap about music. My dad, though, was in a rock band in high school. And he loves like Zeppelin and The Who and, you know, Beatles, AC/DC, the classic bands. So there was a lot of music in my house growing up, and mostly he wanted me to get into that. You know, I took music. I went to music school as a little kid. I wanted me to learn how to play the guitar. Wasn't happening. I did not have the aptitude for that, nor the patience. And one day I discovered having a play date at my friend's house. She put on the song Eat It by Weird Al Yankovic.
Okay,
And I had heard Beat It by Michael Jackson before, but didn't know what the song was about. Didn't even really understand what the lyrics were. But Eat It, I could understand perfectly. It was funny. It was coherent. And from that, my dad came to pick me up, and I'll never forget. I said, I want a Weird Al tape. And it's the first music I ever asked for, and I could feel his disappointment. I'm like, wait a minute, the parody guy.
But he's actually brilliant. So
he is. I would argue the best musician of all time. Because
I wouldn't go that far, but I think he's brilliant. No,
I heard a lot of rap growing up because it was the 90s, and it's just unavoidable at that time. The ones that you were talking about are, I think, a little bit before. I think you are a little older than me, because the first time I heard like Motown Philly was on Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Oh wow.
I heard that and I was like, oh, that sounds familiar, but I didn't know from where.
91, summer of 91, I was in Cleveland, Ohio with my cousins, and Motown Philly was hot, and we used to go out to the park, and it was everything that you would think of, man. The cars were clean, the girls were pretty, the barbecue was grilling, and the Motown Philly was playing in the background. You had to be there, man. Yeah.
So I remember like Biggie and Tupac being like the big ones, and then the West Coast, East Coast stuff. I remember Jay-Z. I remember Puffy. I remember, Mace was there also. I like him, especially in retrospect. But
you got out of there.
I didn't really like it that much. Like it. I didn't really understand what they were saying. I grew up around mostly white people, and my dad does not like rap at all. He didn't even like the Fresh Prince when that show was on.
What?
Because he felt it was reinforcing negative black stereotypes that he grew up with. Also, does not say the N-word. I don't feel comfortable saying the N-word on camera. But because again, I still do agree that it is that word's only meaning really is to insult a whole race of people. But I do understand why people say it. It is fun to say and call your homies that. That's an aside. That's but
love it.
when I was at my friend's house and he played Eminem for the first time, he's funny. I can understand all the lyrics. It's not about I have this much money, I have this many bitches, whatever. It's about I hate my mom. And I'm angry. And that's how I was feeling at the time. So I resonated with that. And he was the only, and through him, you know, he always shows respect to the people he loves in the rap community. I would be adjacent to other rappers of the era. I also was going to parties and stuff. So like I do have an appreciation for the music. It's mostly just I like fun songs that are like party songs or dancing songs.
Okay.
By the time, so then when I hear about Kendrick the first time was on Saturday Night Live, actually. And I love Saturday Night Live. I'm a New Yorker. I feel like it's tradition for me to watch it every week, even when it's bad, just like to go through the bad seasons till it gets good again. But there was
You're
a
a real
long
New
time.
Yorker, man.
Yeah, I know.
You committed.
Dude, I was at a bar mitzvah once, actually, and Lorne Michaels was there.
Oh, wow.
So that's how New York.
Wow.
But I went through a long period where I would like change the channel during the musical guest because I just didn't care about modern music. I was an old man when I was in like late high school, early college. I did not care about new music at all.
What about like Earth, Wind, and Fire? Were you ever into it?
I mean, like the way I discovered new music was through movies and TV or video games. And if I heard a song I liked, I'd go to Kazaa or LimeWire and I would get that song.
Yeah.
And not necessarily the album. But, you know, I'm watching SNL and I decide, you know what? I feel like I've been too out of touch with music. Let me just not mute it when the musical guest comes on. And one of these guests was Kendrick. And that was around the time that he did swimming pools. And I remember hearing swimming pools around and thinking it was like another party drink song, you know, and then actually watching him and listening to the lyrics. First of all, understood the lyrics for the first time in a long time because this is post mumble rap and like it's just about partying and crunk and Lil Jon and auto tunes. And also the songs about alcoholism and how actually don't take another shot.
Yeah.
Even though this voice is telling you to. And I thought that was really interesting. So I said, okay, I'm downloading that song. I'm going to forget about this guy and who he is, but I'm rooting for you. I hope you have a good career. Drake, the first time I heard about him was I'm hanging in a park, enjoying some medicinal medicine with some park people. And they're like, yo, you got to listen to this dude, this new rapper. And I'm like, I don't really care about rap. You know, it's not going to be, but they're like, trust me. His name's Drake. He's from Canada. I'm like, first of all, I'm not even into rap that much, but you say it's from Canada. I know there's a level of street cred. I remember 50 Cent versus Ja Rule.
Yeah.
Like automatically Canada, you should not be taken into consideration. He better be something special. And they played his stuff. And like you said, it sounded like Lil Wayne at the time, who I also kind of wrote off as just another auto-tune, mumble rappy kind of guy. So I just didn't see anything special about it. And then learning later that he was on Degrassi and was actually a child star. So I'm like, oh, he's Justin Timberlake. All right. He exists in that space and that's okay. And whatever. It was as he went along and the more, whenever I would hear about him was never really good. It was the Hotline Bling song that then SNL did with Trump when he hosted. It was the Millie Bobby Brown weirdness. It was that album cover, whatever it is, with him with the braids and like the grill. And I'm like, dude, you're doing like blackface, but you're like me. You're half black. Like, what the fuck? Why? So I just say all that to say, like, I was never fucking with Drake. And when I heard about this beef, I was just like, go Kendrick. And because again, I didn't really even care. I was just like, it's trending on Twitter. Go Kendrick. Don't like Drake. And then it wasn't until a little later in the year that I dove in. But I wanted to just do a little detour there and say, like, I do have pretty good character assessment abilities. Not always perfect. I did think Tulsi and Yang were like Bernie acolytes, but so I'm not 100%, but like Kanye, I knew from jump was a narcissist. Drake, I knew from jump was just whatever lane you were going for, you should have stuck to it. And this, like, I'm hard actually, I'm a gangster actually, was phony from the jump. And then you know, your history with TYT, Cenk, I remember seeing them on Al Jazeera in like 2012. I think, right? He had a show on, they put TYT on Al Jazeera.
Best I can recall.
Just thinking that Cenk and Anna were the kinds of people who like to bully, but are just like, oh, if we do it against these people, then we'll seem righteous. But that's their personalities.
Yeah.
That's all the stuff I wanted to get out. So question 2 is, when did you first start noticing Drake's weirdness, and where were you when you heard the first shots fired in the beef?
So I was actually here in this room, and so I want to back up to Drake. So I like Drake, and let me say why I like Drake, because I like his ghostwriter. I think he has a wonderful, because I didn't know for sure that he had a ghostwriter. But I was listening to what was it, Champagne Poppy, that album. And 7 a.m. on the Bridal Path is a cut, deep cut. I think it's like 13. And I listened to that song probably maybe 1,000 times, man, in a row, because the lyrics were fire. And then it was like higher level. He was transmitting some higher level stuff in his lyrics. I never cared for Drake as like a person. I never really got into, it wasn't like me and Pac. Like with Pac, I wanted to know everything about him. And then Biggie, when I wanted to know everything about him and learn as many of his songs as I could back, I was like really into them as people. But Drake was kind of like a novelty. I did like his first song. Again, Baby, You're My Everything. That song, that was a banger. And I was single. I wasn't, I was in the club back then, and it was a banger in the club, and the girls loved it. It was great. I dropped off the music scene altogether, I would say between 2010 and 2000, honestly, to the Champagne Poppy album. I dropped out for a long time because I got real heavy into politics. I got married. I started raising kids and start doing different careers professionally. And so I was really just listening to the old stuff, right? I was still listening to the Carter 3, and Carter 5 had already come out, but I didn't progress with them, right? I skipped Carter 4, 5, and then just picked back up with 6. So there's a big gap. So I missed most of Drake's career.
Right.
Didn't really care. Right.
He was just existing. He was another celebrity.
He was doing his thing. He was like bubblegum. Right. And I did not really care about him as a lyricist until that particular album that I keep mentioning. And then come to find out that it was a ghostwriter. So, his ghostwriter, I'm like, I think his ghostwriter might be one of the best lyricists in the country. But not Drake. No. Oh, in terms of the beef, it was silly to me. My first reaction was, why? What are we doing here? Because Kendrick isn't that guy.
What did you hear first?
I'm trying.
Was it like that?
What was the first shot though? You gotta
Like
jot. Say it again.
That was Future and Metro's album, Like That.
Oh, okay.
Which was a response to First Person Shooter, which was on Drake's For All the Dogs album with J. Cole, which that's when J. Cole said, like, you know, we're bigger than the Super Bowl. It's the big three, shouting out Kendrick. And Kendrick has implied since that they asked him to be on that song, and he was like, no. And then they still kind of tried to include him anyway. I guess Cole did. And then Kendrick took it personal.
You've got some nuances of the beef that I'm not up on.
This
all
is
those
all
nuances
in retrospect.
Right.
Like,
So
from
I don't
learning.
have all those nuances, but so let me tell you how it came into my orbit. And then
Yeah.
when I really tuned in, it came into my orbit just kind of on the periphery as strange. Some kids that we have a co-op, we homeschool our kids. And so when we go to the community co-op, there were kids there that were talking about this beef. And I'm like, that don't make sense to me, right? It just didn't make sense because again, Drake was always bubblegum. Kendrick Lamar wasn't like hard, but he has so much respect in the streets that I was like, this not gonna end well for Drake. And so by the time I picked up on it, obviously was two things: the lawsuit, which I think that you got to help me with the timeline. The lawsuit came right before the Super Bowl, and the Super Bowl he was trying to stop the man from using that song with A minor, and then that song, that track, right? They Not Like Us. That track was when I tuned in. I said, "Oh, wow, no, he just buried Drake for no, and for me it was like."
For no
That was
reason.
like a triple homicide burying of that man, and even put the album cover with the pedophile markers on the album. So that's when I really tuned in. So all the backstory I didn't really get, except where I saw, the young folks were really, 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 really talking about it.
Right.
And I liked Drake at a distance. And I like Drake. I really liked him because of that album, and particularly that cut. Come to be disappointed that it wasn't even him. It was so I had no problem like distancing myself, like, I don't, what is this guy? What is he doing? And then I come full circle, and I think those same things that you said. Drake has never been that guy, not from his first album all the way to the one that I liked. I don't even know how many he's done since then, right? But he's never been that guy. He's been the pop bubblegum, but he's always tried to blend in, almost as bad as when he was sitting in the Toronto Raptors meeting and taking pictures in a jumpsuit.
That's another piece that's like just came across my
Like,
social
why?
media, and I'm like,
What are we doing here?
Are you a Raptor? Like, what is going on? Do you own the team now? And it was like, no, he just like wants to sit in, and they let him. And I'm like, all right. Reminded me of when Kevin Hart ran onto the field when the Eagles won the Super Bowl one year, and like wanted to get on stage with them, and they were like, dude, no. He was like shit-faced drunk. But I get it. The excitement.
At least he was drunk. He had an excuse. Drake was because stone sober,
Drake
man.
was
Like
taking notes, like he's part of the team.
and that's really like that really. So through this whole process, though, Drake has shown one, he just has no what's it called? He doesn't see himself, right?
Yeah, self-awareness.
He has zero self-awareness. That's number one. But number two, he's like not happy or satisfied with anything that he has. It's almost like he's got to have something that he wants something that he can never have, even though he's got almost the whole world in his hands. It's like, bro, like at some point you got to learn to be satisfied that you are one of. It's almost like Vanilla Ice getting as big as and bigger than Lil Wayne and not being satisfied that he isn't legitimately the best lyricist. It's like, you ran a hustle, you ran a play, enjoy that instead of trying to be like, no, I'm the real deal. No, you're not. Enjoy what you did do, though.
Much like how Elon wants to be lauded
A
as
gamer.
this genius.
Or a gamer. Or a genius.
Yeah, either one. Where he will pay other people to actually, Steve Jobs did the same thing. Pay other people to come up with the technology and then come out and be like, hey, look what I'm presenting with the world.
Right.
And don't you want to laud celebration onto me?
Right.
And everyone's like, we like the technology. We're not big fans of like you in particular.
That part. And that's the thing. Like, that should be the point. The point should be we did something cool and we did it together But for people like Drake and Elon Musk, you nailed that with Elon. You nailed that. It's like, no, I want to be the person to get credit for it. And but the thing is like, you didn't do it. And so if you didn't do it, what is that? How do you try to go out and represent something that you know you didn't do, but you're not happy?
Because they think
get credit for doing
they think if everyone buys into their own delusion, the empty hole will go away. Like they think like if everyone said, no, Elon, you're a genius, you created Tesla, you're the best, everybody loves you. And he had that for a while, but it wasn't like everybody. It wasn't every single person. He was still seeing criticism. If he's still seeing criticism, that means there's something wrong. He's not getting perfect praise from every. It's really, I mean, with Elon, it's his father, but I don't know what it is with Drake. The first time, like, I started noticing Drake's weirdness again was the Millie Bobby Brown, the picture with the Toronto Raptors. Yeah, like, you know, and shout out to her for being young and naive. She was on a red carpet and the interviewer asked, like, so what do you guys talk about? And she's like, you know, boys and the industry and this and that, and just saying what it was, where you could feel Drake somewhere being like, dude, don't talk about the fact that he talked on the phone. Like a predator. And it's really, really creepy.
You just reminded me of what the first beef though. It's coming to me. It wasn't even the first beef I tuned into wasn't even him with Kendrick Lamar. It was him and Pusha T.
Okay.
And when Pusha T exposed the fact that he had a whole baby,
yeah,
and then Drake had to come out and admit, yeah, no, I do have a whole baby. And somebody said like this, he was like, Pusha T is a 40-year-old man with braids still. Why would you even think you could get into a beef with him and come out alive? It's like,
right.
What are we doing here, Drake?
And again, that's something that I only heard in retrospect and all the reviews and stuff I watched since like that happened. And that's where the kid was revealed. The fact that Drake was going to roll out the reveal that he had a son with like an Adidas brand deal is so gross and crazy.
Wow.
And
I didn't know that detail.
Yeah, that's crazy. And then Pusha says on that track where he just says like, you have a child. It's not even rapping anymore. He's like just disappointed in him as a human being. And I haven't kept up with the Travis Scott thing recently, but I feel like he's doing that with Travis Scott too.
You got me on Travis Scott. The last thing I know about Travis Scott was all those people who got ran at the festival thing.
He's one who I'm also like, I have no idea who you are, and I'm probably better off for knowing. Last year was an interesting journey for me. I heard about the beef while it was happening in like March and April and May, just on Twitter. And just like I said earlier, like, oh, they're beefing. Okay, go Kendrick, just tacitly, like I do with sports teams. Like, go Giants, go Jets. I don't care. Just New York, whatever. I don't like Drake. Go whoever's against him. And then seeing when Not Like Us came out, that repeated so much. And I was like, man, that must have been a hell of a battle, huh? But it wasn't until I started seeing like videos and teasers from Eminem's new album, The Death of Slim Shady, that I was like, oh, Eminem's coming out with something new. And it looks like nostalgic. So I paid attention. And then when that album came out, I listened to the whole thing. I bought it. It was the first album I purchased ever, I think, on iTunes. Because I would always use Kazaa or whatever, or go to the store and physically buy the CD itself. That's the era I'm from. And so I listened to that, and then I was like, you know what? I started seeing reactions recommended to me on YouTube, and I didn't know music reactions were a thing, because I was like, oh, every studio would DMCA these. You couldn't possibly do this, but people do. So then I started watching all these for Eminem. And then I started getting recommended the music video for Not Like Us. and I was like, hey, I remember this coming out. I remember it being a big deal. Let's check this out. Me and my fiance watched it, heard it, was like, oh my God, this is devastating to Drake. What the hell sprung? And that's when I saw all these music reactors that I was watching for Eminem and was like, oh, let me see if they have something on the beef, and fell into this world of Screwface Jean, Jay Black, FD Signifier, Potty Mouth Podcast, Olay. I mean, I already was watching Olay, Olayemi Olurin, but Torre from MSNBC, Rap Latte, and Curtis King, the company man. Also learning about academics, Kai Cenat, DJ Vlad, Adam 22. I wanted to ask, do you know a lot the names I threw out? And what, if you know academics, what was Chirac? Because I don't even know what that it was. Because that's apparently what put him on the map.
I'm not you good. Okay, so two things with academics. So when you brought up academics, the incident with Migos, when I don't know if you remember that, where
Migos is Offset, which is Cardi B's husband.
You're right. But
I'm very out of touch when it comes to music.
Look, no, we both are. So I'm just recalling. There's two incidents that I even care to even talk about academics. I think academics is a fool. Is a mess. I think he's a detriment to Black culture, for sure. And this is why he almost got ran up on by Migos in that viral meme that you see. I remember when it happened though, and it's been a meme for like I don't know how many, like 5 years now, where he's just sitting there, oh wait a minute, I think I know what you're talking about with Chirac. Hang on.
I've heard, again, I've only learned about academics through all these reactors and just watching over and over again reactions to every diss track and GNX, and just like hearing, oh no, academics is this like streamer guy who's apparently been a big authority in the rap community for years because of some like web series documentary thing he did called Chirac, which I've heard, again, only talked about negatively, that it was basically like him following crime in Chicago. And like making reality stars out of like rappers, but like they're really just criminals who rap, who think this will like get them cred.
There's a viral clip that, and I hate that I don't know this brother's name, but this is how out of touch I am. But I'm only mentioning this because academics. There's a brother who just sits back in his chair and says, "I think you a bitch." Excuse my language. To academics' face. And he said that specifically because of what went down with Chirac, where he was making these videos basically about the crime scene. If you just want to boil it down, the crime scene of Chicago, which, like you said, some of them happened to be rappers, and it was during the whole drill music era. But the thing is that he was really popularizing some scenes and some scenarios and situations that some people got killed. And I'm not saying they got killed because of him, but here he was making money off of it on YouTube. And this one brother, again, I can see his face, right? But I don't know his name and don't know his music, but it's a super viral clip because he called him out on that straight to his face. And again, 2 times now where academics just has to clam up, because what is he going to do? He wasn't going to step to Migos like that, right? But he had to shut down. Then his other brother called him out about drill music and Chirac and all the money that he was making off of that. And he said, you thought it was like a money making thing. You thought it was a game, but he had friends that died, right? And so for somebody to come in who's not even from the area to make money off of, I mean, that's like, we see this all the time in politics. Like, that's colonization. Right? That's exploitation. Like, you're coming out and making money off of the suffering that's happening there. And so he got called out for it. There was a third thing with academics got exposed for, like, basically, And I'm being careful with these words because I don't want it, you know, he's type of dude try to come after you, not, and I'm talking about like try to sue you. He another Drake. But he got caught looking like he was grooming a 15-year-old boy on a live stream. I don't know if you remember that.
I do remember that because actually, like, out of the specifically music reactors, I've really been a fan of Screwface Jean, and I think it's Jean. It's spelled Jean. So I'm gonna say it like that. But if it's John, correct me if you ever see this. He was the one who made that video, who exposing academics.
Good.
And then that got picked up by everyone else. He was the one, I think, initially who got sent it by the kid in the video. They were on like a live stream, and he was talking about inappropriate stuff to be talking about when a 15-year-old is on a live stream with you.
Right.
And then Screwface actually made a couple diss tracks because he's a rapper too, towards him, calling him Acadiddy, which I think is a perfect perfect name for him.
Flawless victory there.
Yeah,
because that was you got across the board in any industry, you're gonna have predators, whether they're out to get you for your money or they're out to exploit you sexually, right? Or they're out to get whatever the point is that they're there to take. And at the end of the day, we're seeing all of them have something in common. None of them are satisfied with anything, right? Academics has been in the game for a long time, right? I don't know if he blew all his money. I don't know why, but he's been in the game and been successful long enough to be established enough to not be out here acting as ignorant as he acts and does the stupid things that he does. And then, you know, to crown it all off, like to top it all off with looking like he's grooming somebody on the internet, right? In real time. Like, what are we doing? What is happening? Like, you about to kick me into pastor gear here, like, right? what is it that we are lacking? Or is it that you just are never satisfied with anything? You just got to take and take and take, right? And so that's the same exact spirit that we see with Drake, because he can never be satisfied with all the success that you have. What is it that you want? At what point will you be happy? And I think it's always it's not only a vanity thing, but it's like it's an envy thing. It's like they have to be the most desired, the most successful. They have to be the most to get whatever they want. It's a malfunction in their character, if you ask me.
Yeah, I think so too. And that's a good segue into what I think the main thing I wanted to bring up is this dichotomy between the kind of toxic masculinity that people like academics, Drake, I don't know about DJ Vlad or Adam 22 very much, but they seem to propagate that whatever podcast, you know, the one that has like 16 girls on it, and then there's like a cast of like 3 dudes. Fresh and Fit does that to, like, this predatory versus protector, because then you have, you know, Kendrick, Consciously, you, FT Signifier, Foreign Man, Foreign Land, Vanguard Boys, Hassan, Matt Bender, Cedar, talking about, like, they're exemplifying like real masculinity. Like, I have children, I protect them from freaks like you. I try to
well, hang on, I need you to restate that. Wait, I need you to say that differently on air, because they're gonna think you're saying that to me.
No, I'm not saying, like, y'all, you, in addition to like Vanguard, Hassan, Matt Bender, Consciously, Foreign Man, are good examples of masculinity, of using strength to protect the weak, like Superman. Like, this is just basic in
Humanity.
The Bible stuff,
you
know, from times of ancients. So I think I and this will lead me into my third question topic, that my first Kendrick album listening to it was GNX. And again, I watched all the reactions to that. Screwface, shout out again. had a good point when he said that lyrics like in Whacked Out Murals, you better off having one woman, everything tricky right now. And in the song Hey Now, say now, let me pop my shit, water down my wrist, arm around my bitch. Despite using the word bitch, is kind of like almost Kendrick trying to make having one woman or being monogamous cool. And I think he is doing a lot with this album and this tour that I went to go see at MetLife Stadium. It was awesome. Trying to like reinforce this. There's a new direction of hip hop. There's a new direction of rap, but also masculinity.
Yeah.
And there's a new kind of gangster. Like, it's not just about robbing people, defenseless people, and like your own community and being hard because you have a body on you, like fucking what is it, Juice, or the old ways. The old ways are done. He even had that song, Watch the Party Die, where he's it was like a post-mortem of the beef. It was before JNX came out. And I just want to hear your thoughts. And if you've heard, I wanted one more thing. YG, do you know that rapper? He's the guy who made the Fuck Donald Trump song.
Yes. Okay.
Right.
Yeah, it's like you narrow it down. Got it.
He featuring Nipsey Hussle, R.I.P. But he came out with a song recently called 2004.
Okay.
And in that song, it's great. I think you should listen to it. In that song, he talks about how he was essayed when he was a teenager, and how it was an older woman, and all his boys thought it was cool, and like just like the whole everything you'd think of when a man is telling their story, but he's doing it in a rap, and he's doing it very vulnerable, and still has, still projecting strength and like gangsta, but also showing that he's hurt and it has affected the way he's lived. And it's not cool. It's not cool to be 13, 14 and like banging some 20-year-old. So there's no real question here, but what do you think?
Yeah,
of that?
no, you said it all, man. Like, that's why we really here. Like, this. So, as much as you want to unedit the first half, because I don't know, I don't, like I said, I dropped off the scene for 10 years or more. If you ask me about music before 2008, I got you. If you ask me about music in between 2008 and 2017, I got no idea. I have no idea.
I mean,
right?
like I said, I went back after listening to Death of Slim Shady and was like, you know what? I am going to dive into all these people that he keeps shouting out. I listened to Illmatic for the first time. I listened to Wu-Tang Clan 36 Chambers for the first time and couldn't get it out.
But
Tupac,
to your
like Biggie, like, and because I've heard them before, but I really listened to them.
That's my era. That's Wu-Tang, Illmatic. And that was an album that I didn't care if they found out I was listening to. I was cranking that. My mom got in the car with me and I would crank it up. I was like, it didn't matter. Nas was my dude. So that's my era. That's where I came up. But to your point, the last thing that you said, I think, is the most important thing right now, right? There is a shift in our understanding of manhood. But watch this. It's not that we didn't understand. It's what has been allowed to be represented from Black men.
Yes.
Very
true.
little. There's a very narrow Black male manhood that was allowed to be demonstrated on the national stage. They killed everyone else before that had the same type of manhood that we're bringing back. And what did they replace it with? They replaced it with the worst of hip hop. It was a gradual move. It was a gradual descent from the origins of hip hop, right?
Yeah.
It was a gradual descent from the revolutionary voices that were in hip hop all the way down to mumble rap and drill music. And now we're seeing what I believe Kendrick represents to the best of his ability, right? Because we really pause and think about it, all of us still have problems in terms of patriarchy, terms of even how we address our women and how we address them publicly, right? I remember he called heat about referring to his woman as a B word, right? But in the bigger scheme of things, you're like, well, listen past that and listen to how he's supporting her, listen to how he's representing her, listen to how he's representing himself with her and representing himself with his family, right? There was a whole gap, there was a whole period where none of that was even remotely represented in, like, name one rapper in that time period where I was gone and missing that actually represented what Kendrick Lamar represents now.
And it was all Big Pimpin', PIMP, just like,
right. It was the worst. It was the worst representation, and that's what paid the biggest checks. And there's a really good video. I don't know where it's on YouTube, but it was really talking about the shift where hip hop went down the dark side. And it was a strategic decision, and it was made by the record labels because they absolutely knew that they could cash in on it. And so we've been living in that orbit, in that cycle. I appreciate what you said about the rapper, the one that was rapping about being SA'd, right? YG. It has to be a shift in our own brotherhood conversations. Like, if we don't give men, especially black men, the space to be something other than what television and the internet and record labels and albums want and the club wants, if we don't ever give them the space to be a human being, then we get what we got. We're here. We're not here out of circumstance or no, that's not the right word. Let me say that again. We're not here out of coincidence. The place that we are in was designed, and it was predicted and projected by the music itself, right? It's a cause and effect. You listen to the lyrics, what are you going to do? You're going to act out the lyrics. You're going to live the lyrics. You're going to become the lyrics. And then what happens? You become the lyrics, and you go out and you have to escalate and do something more because now you want an album. And so you got to go a little bit further than the very thing that created you. And then it becomes bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger to the point now we got kids. How many rappers have been killed and they probably didn't even sell 1,000 albums, but they were a rapper?
The first time I heard of XXX Extension was when he died. The first time I heard of Nipsey Hussle was when he was murdered. This was, I'm very out of touch, I know this, but and that's part of the academic Chirac thing. Like, a lot of the the drill rappers or younger SoundCloud era were like trying to make noise however they could, whether that's catching a charge and going to jail or whatever, to get this popularity they thought, because that's what old gangster rappers talked about.
But look at how it got monetized. It got hit with the algorithm. And what do I mean by that? It was a way for them to come up. All of it is still rooted in survival, right? I'm gonna let's keep it. Let's keep it. Let's take it all the way down to the core of it. Any dope boy on the street, it begins with survival, then trying to eat for themselves, because they're in. Let's be real, right? Crime is an economic phenomenon, right? People try to lay this at the feet of black men as if it is our character, when you put the same people in the same structure, same phenomenon, same poverty, same conditions, throw them in the same ghetto. I don't care if they're white, I don't care if they're Hispanic, I don't care if they're European or African, doesn't matter. You're going to get the same results. But what's uniquely different right now is that they've attached the vanity of the social media, the vanity of rather not just the vanity, but the opportunity of going viral. That devil right there, like just if I do something and I could go viral, I could make some money. That combination right there has gotten a lot of rappers killed.
Huge confluence of social media, technology, sign of the times, just desensitization in general in our society. So many school shootings and wars and video, again, social media, videos on the internet, and just you're desensitized to this kind of violence. So you're like, oh, I'll go out and do this because I can get more clicks. And also reminds me of like, I think that video, I don't know which video you saw, but the one I saw was FD Signifier, and I believe he was wearing this shirt in it. And my wife was like, you look good in that shirt, and got it for me. It was about how like Diddy, I think it was a Diddy video that was explaining how he like him working with Biggie and promoting, like being like, yo, your stuff is really good, but it's scaring the hoes effectively. So we're going to put it on like bouncier, funner tracks and create the like party atmosphere and lean into that. And then Biggie died. He immediately, like, I mean, the first time I heard Every Step You Take by Sting was Puffy's version for Biggie. And, like immediately monetizing his death. I didn't realize that. I thought it was like, oh, it's his friend. He's sad. No, but in retrospect, I'm like, oh, no. He's laying claim to the Biggie empire with this.
That was a good story. He didn't get any money off that song because he didn't clear the royalties.
Oh, really?
He didn't get clearance from what's my man name?
Sting?
He did not get. And so I didn't know that until like last year that he didn't get any money off of that, and which is good for him because how do you, you said, how do you monetize if he was really your friend? How do you immediately monetize his death?
Yeah. And then listening to, again, it's on my channel, me listening to Outkast's first album for the first time. Because I remember like Sorry Miss Jackson and Roses and like those fun party songs from when I was growing up. But I didn't know that first album is very, almost a rebuttal to like Snoop Dogg and just the gangster rap in general. It's like we can still be this smooth and this cool, but still have morals and have standards and don't want to glorify, we'll still talk about like, I'm roll up in a place with my gun, don't fuck with me, but not glorifying it and trying to make it like emphasize that it is for survival. It is for protection. And we, we're like having sex with lots of women, but we're not trying to degrade them at the same time. And then hearing one of my new favorites is this guy Grip, who I've heard from the Death of Slim Shady album and dove into his music and really connected with it. He's also from Atlanta, and he has a line on his first album, on I think the first song, saying like, we used to keep Outkast in the tape deck because we didn't know where we're finna lay next. It was nice to not hear a guy brag and boast while we're working for a pity ass paycheck. And I'm like, I get it now. I get it. I understand where that comes from. And Grip is carrying on in that tradition, emphasizing like the last song on that first album, Porch. It's called Portraits, and talk about Sandra Bland and Freddie Gray. How it's a cycle and it keeps going and trying to break out of it, and how hard it is because you're emphasized by your community to keep it going. And just, I can't talk enough about Grip.
Look, you got to think about it through this lens, right? Hip hop and a lyricist, let me get really specific. Lyricists who can communicate rhythmically is the highest form of communication, if you ask me.
Yes.
It is
our history
literally
is told in song mostly.
Say again.
Our history, oral history, or oral storytelling is our oldest tradition, and one of the easiest ways to get people to remember a story is to sing it. So our history is literally a song.
Yeah. No, okay. So no, now you're telling me a whole lot. I'm okay. I'm learning a whole lot about you, because that oral history part is critical, and that's key. And I imagine you get that from both sides of your family, which a lot of people, we lose that. So there's a couple key things that have been taken away from the Black community. It is the weaponization of the lyricist, who's able to transmit a message with a rhythm that locks in. And when that rhythm locks into a person's brain, one, they never forget, but then two, they ruminate on it over and over again. They repeat the bar over and over and over again. Now you got a choice. What is the message being carried by that bar?
Right.
Is it a message that subverts the empire? Or is it a message that subverts the Black community? And then you ask yourself the question, which one are they going to let get played all over this country every single day of the week? You think they're going to let the lyrics of a genius who has put into rhythm the keys of our liberation be broadcast on every radio station over the last 20 years? No, they're going to put in some mumble rap.
Right. But I think Tupac being one of the best at kind of trying to thread that needle.
Yeah.
Of being like, I'm gonna make some shit that like is gonna be played in the clubs because I'm the fucking hottest thing right now. And because I recognize that influence and that platform that I have, I'm gonna put some shit in here that I know they don't want to hear, but it's gonna be in there. And that's what I bumped up as a kid. Like I didn't understand. And I was just like, I don't know, this is grown up stuff. I like Biggie because he's talking about Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis. That resonated with me. Also, he's the East Coast.
When I was broke, man, I couldn't. Yeah,
I heard that and I was like, okay, I understand this guy. I like him. And also East Coast, we were encouraged. And I remember asking my friend, I'm like, dude, we're 9. Is anybody gonna roll up on us because we're listening to Tupac or Dre? Like, what are you talking about? We can like both sides. But I think it is critical that the kind of masculinity that you're talking about is protective.
Yes.
It's using strength to protect marginalized communities, to show solidarity with marginalized communities. I don't know if you've heard the Death of Slim Shady album, but on there, I recommend it. He wrestles with Slim Shady, like when everyone remembers him being super homophobic and like shock value and all that kind of stuff, and kind of deconstructing it in maybe not the most artful way. I think it's great, despite my criticism.
so caught up in the day-to-day, just keeping your head down and having to survive. We float by each other like ghosts every day. We articulate to destroy the fight with one another. Lays them with the fact that our systems are broken, with the fact that the top 10 will always been first in line, the fact that we are killing our planet and allowing them to keep us divided. We must stand together and rise up. It's time we wake up, and that is a difficult to go through.
Welcome, welcome, welcome to the Tuesday show. I hope everyone's having an awesome Tuesday. Welcome, everybody. Excellent interview with Ben Dixon. That was really, really good. Thank you, Alex, who's also in the chat. Thank you, Devil Advocates Production. That was fantastic stuff. I really appreciated that. So that was awesome. Very, very cool. This is the kind of stuff that you can only find on this space, folks. Yeah, enjoy the concert, Alex. Again, thank you. Appreciate that. Farmer Barb, welcome. Rich P, Johnny Too Late. Rolando, welcome, everybody. Etchbox, how's it going? Wanda, John Ross, Sandy, hey, how's it going? Welcome, everybody. So by now at this point, I'm sure that everybody has seen and raged at the news that broke just a couple days ago that the Democratic Party has capitulated. For all intents and purposes, that's the only real word I can think of right now, except cowardice. They have decided to sell us out to the fascist. There's no other way of talking and no other way of framing it other than that. And I think that this will be also noted in history. At this point in time, Chuck Schumer should be removed as leader. There's no reason why Chuck Schumer should be the Democratic leader at this point anymore. He gave, it doesn't matter whether or not he voted no, he is the minority leader. If he can't keep the Democratic Party in unison, then he shouldn't be a leader. So therein lies the problem. Chuck, it's not the first time. Dems don't exist to fight. Yeah, but see, the thing is, like here, they were starting to a little bit. They were starting to just a little bit, and in the crucial moment, they snatched defeat from the jaws of victory. And as predictable as anything could ever be, there will not be any votes for ACA subsidies. It's not going to happen. As Bernie Sanders stated earlier, it is a meaningless gesture because even if you had all 100 senators vote for ACA subsidies, Mike Johnson in the House, which is needed to pass these ACA subsidies, is not going to do it. And it is a pretty safe bet to say that President Trump is not going to sign off on that at all either. But, you know, let's hear it directly from Speaker Johnson himself. In other words, another way of putting it, Democrats caved for absolutely no reason and obtained nothing and gained nothing out of that exchange. He's not committing to it. That's by definition not committing to it. By saying if you can or cannot confirm whether or not you're going to hold this vote is by definition not committing to it. Okay, like he can try to wave around and weasel around, but it's not going to happen. Let me take a moment here. Oh, probably no audio's coming. Okay, I got you. Let me do this. It might help to share the audio with the folks. It might help to click the button that says share audio. Pro streamer stuff, everybody.
We'd like to bring back to the table because that will actually solve the problem and not just subsidize insurance companies.
So you're not committing to bringing up a bill that deals with the Obamacare subsidies before they expire?
I'm not committing to it or not committing to it. What I'm saying is that we do a deliberative process. That's the way this always works. And
so by definition, as I was saying earlier, by definition, he is not committing to the vote. That's how that works. If you can't say whether or not you're going to do something, that is definitionally not being committed to it. So he might try to weasel around as much as he can, but the reality is he's not going to hold that vote. In fact, I've said this before, if the Democrats caved, and they did, they're not going to hold that vote. They don't want to hold that vote. It's not going to happen. All you're doing, and all these Democrats are doing, or did, is raise prices for people for no reason. For no reason. They're just letting the Republicans do all this because this originally was Republican doing. Was the work of Republicans, and Democrats stood their ground for a moment there to try to reverse some of that. And lo and behold, once they caved, the Republicans are not going to do healthcare subsidies. They're not going to hold a vote on it because they don't want to. Republicans want you to suffer. Republicans want you to suffer, and those 8 Democrats are there to help. And there you go. I don't trust leftist streamers without audio issues. Yeah, there you go. That's how you know this is 110% legitimate.
then we have to have time to do that, and we will in a bipartisan fashion.
If something passes the Senate,
we'd like to bring back to the table because that will actually solve the problem and not just...
They're not going to solve the healthcare problem. That's just not... It's not happening, folks. So when your premiums, if you're on the ACA, when your premiums are going to show up in January, and they are significantly higher, just remember, Republicans voted for this, and Democrats just let them do it. Democrats, 8 Democrats voted for it. If you're wondering why, if you're wondering why the government has shut down, if you're wondering why your healthcare insurance is probably going to skyrocket at this point, if this continues, it's because Republicans want this to happen and Democrats help them do it. It's that simple. It's that simple. Got an interesting screenshot here from Truth Social. apparently the Supreme Court is not looking too favorable for Donald Trump with regards to the tariffs. And it seems like he's freaking out about it. Now, why could he possibly be freaking out about it? Well, one hypothesis is that in the event that the Supreme Court doesn't strike, it doesn't go his way, or strikes these tariffs down, there would be probably around $100 billion that would have to be refunded. Just shy of that. I believe the total is closer to like 90 billion. And all of that would have to be refunded. And of course, the question is, well, why would he be freaked out about that? The common sense answer would be it's because he doesn't have it. Why doesn't where is that $90 billion? Well, who knows? The Supreme Court was given the wrong numbers. The unwind in the event of a negative decision on tariffs would be including investments to be made and return of funds in excess of $3 trillion. I mean, this is just made up. I don't. This is not in reality at all. It would not be possible to ever make up for that kind of drubbing that would truly become an insurmountable national security event. There is subtle threat there to invoke some kind of emergency power, right? Because that's what that is. And devastating to the future of our country, possibly non-sustainable. So, like, first of all, I mean, if you just kind of like think about it for 1 second, like, you're saying that your tariffs have such a fatal flaw that if they somehow get overturned through the legal means, right, through the Supreme Court, that it will be an insurmountable national security event that would become unsustainable. What does that say about the plan here? Probably not a sound plan, if you ask me. But yeah, this is nonsense. The one thing that we can kind of glean off this is that he's scared. He's scared because he knows that if he loses, he's going to have to pay that 90-ish, just shy of $100 billion back. And how are we going to do that exactly? Guru Dragon Trumpo has screwed up the economy, and the tariffs will not be his magic bullshit solution to anything anymore. Yeah, I mean, it never was, right? Like, he has no idea how these tariffs work. I mean, like, I legitimately think that he doesn't know how these tariffs work. He believes that these tariffs are bringing in revenue by the trillions and hundreds of billions and bajillions and gazillion of dollars, so much so that we're now paying the national debt, and that we are going to have so much money that we're going to start handing out $2,000 dividends off the tariffs. Okay? Of course, that's all nonsense. That's not going to happen. There's no mechanism as to where, like, the revenue isn't there. Tariffs made up what, like 2%, maybe? Yeah, $100 billion. $100 billion. I understood that reference. JK, welcome. Trump is actively pushing for civil war. CFAX. Hey, welcome. Wrong. The greatest plan of all time. You just need to trust it. Trumpo is setting us up for him saying national emergency tariffs are back. Maybe, or perhaps some other kind of emergency power. It seems to me like that's what he's threatening the Supreme Court. If the he's basically threatening the court, right? He's saying, like, look, if you guys don't rule my way, that would be an unsurmountable national security event, which requires me as the president to invoke some kind of whatever magical omnipotent presidential powers or whatever. That's what he's threatening with that. But yeah, this is clearly Trump panicking at this point. in other Supreme Court news, apparently getting people fed is something that we really need to talk about. And we really need to kind of make decisions about when it comes to feeding people. The Trump administration gets longer Supreme Court pause on order it pay full stamp benefits. So the government is possibly on the cusp of opening. It depends. Like, it's kind of sad that we're kind of relying on Hakeem Jeffries to be the guy to hold the line in the House to keep it shut down. But it's presumed that the government may be opening soon. However, Trump is still fighting instead of just dropping the lawsuit. Because, you know, of course, he's so interested and he's so vested in making sure that people get their SNAP benefits, that he's currently fighting in the Supreme Court to make sure that they don't. Because the government is closed. But the government's presumably going to be open pretty soon, and yet he's still trying to fight so that people don't get fed. Wait, did they strike down his tariffs? It seems like they're pretty open to that idea. I don't think the decision has come through, but they're open to that idea, based on what vibes they're giving off. The vibe check on the Supreme Court, because that's how we do things nowadays. The vibe check of the Supreme Court is that they're leaning at the time to maybe strike them down, but who knows? Who knows what the Supreme Court will end up actually making, what decisions they'll actually make, but it seems like they were open to that idea. The Supreme, and that's why he's freaking out. That's why he's freaking out. The Supreme Court on Tuesday today extended until late Thursday night a pause in a federal judge's order that the Trump administration pay full SNAP benefits for November. The 2-day delay, which is objected to by Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, gives Congress time to pass a short-term funding bill that would reopen the government, and which has been shut down since October 1st, and fund SNAP programs that provide 42 million Americans with food stamps. I mean, like, why not just let the emergency funds open, right? Like, if the government is about to open, right, supposedly, if the government is about to open, then why not just release those emergency funds to cover that, since it's going to be open very soon, supposedly. The Trump administration had argued in a filing on Monday with the Supreme Court that the tangled legal dispute over the order that it pay those benefits in full should soon be mooted by Congress passing that bill this week. But what if they don't? That's the whole point. That's why you have these emergency funds. If the bill is approved and SNAP benefits start flowing as normal, that would remove the justification for lawsuits demanding that they continue during the shutdown. The House of Representatives is expected to start voting on the Senate-approved bill on Wednesday afternoon, so that's tomorrow, and President Trump has indicated that he would sign that bill. The district court, of course, because they got everything. They won effectively, right? Like, talk about yanking defeat out of the jaws of victory. It's unbelievable. So it's almost amazing. It's almost amazing how that seems to happen consistently. The District Court of Rhode Island Judge Jack McConnell said last Thursday ordered the administration to pay full SNAP benefits, rejecting the administration's plan to just pay 65% of that aid. McConnell directed federal officials to tap funds from the Children's Nutrition Program and to help pay for full benefits, which the administration earlier refused to do. Because they want people to starve. A federal appeals court in Boston upheld McConnell's order, but a short-term stay imposed by Justice Jackson blocked the order. That stay was due to expire Tuesday night. In its order on Tuesday extending the stay by 2 days, the Supreme Court said the administration's application for longer-term stay of the order pending an appeal had been referred to the full court for consideration. That the court said that the stay will remain in effect until 11:59 Thursday. Tuesday's order by the court noted Jackson said that she would deny the request for extension of the administrative leave and would deny the application. There was no written dissent by Jackson explaining her objection. New York Attorney General Letitia James, who had stated that she sued the administration in order to, in another case to compel full SNAP benefits during the shutdowns, in a statement said this decision means millions of Americans will go will once again be left wondering how they will feed their families. Yeah, I mean, like this is like literally playing with people's lives, right? Like you as far as last time I checked, okay, and chat can correct me if I'm wrong, but last time I checked, people need to eat. People need food to survive. I'm just saying. I think that's still the case as of right now. We hope to see an end to the suffering soon as the government reopens and SNAP is once again fully funded. In the meantime, any New Yorkers who have received their November SNAP benefits should not be afraid to use them. I don't know. Food is kind of woke. True. Fighting tooth and nail to make sure that you don't get fed. Fantastic. How to fix SCOTUS. Impeach Thomas and Alito for taking money from people that have businesses before the SCOTUS. Expand the court to 13 members. Set term limits and presidents get 2 justices. I mean, I think that there's some arguments for making like presidents, like I would say that should presidents even choose justices? Like why don't we elect justices like we do other judges, right? But then that kind of it's kind of a double-edged sword. Like, do you want the highest court in the land becoming like a politicized that's obviously by definition political, like the Supreme Court body is a political body, but the point being is that do you want it to be like like a normal political race, or do we continue having the executive make that determination with Congress? I don't know. But other than that, yeah, I think that 100% the court needs to be expanded. No doubt about it. The court needs to be expanded. And Thomas, Alito, and I would say Roberts too, probably, should be impeached. For sure, Thomas and Alito are at the top of the list, 100%. Excuse me, 100%. By far, the most corrupt justices, 100%. There's 23 people here in Top Chat. Was hiding Groove Dragon shameful? You can dig it up with YouTube. That Top Chat, yeah. Trump downplays economic woes as partisan spin, saying costs are way down. Hey, relax, guy, relax. Everything is fine, folks. Everything is good. Everything is great. Hey, folks, how is everybody doing? How's everybody doing? Is everybody just doing peachy and being able to afford food and being able to afford healthcare and being able to afford gas? Right, everything is fine according to Trump, so I'm assuming that everybody's just peachy right now. Or you could just take the Trump approach and say that it's just not happening. That's a mess. You need a new party, but you can't while the Dems continue to claim that they are, quote, on the left. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like a two-pronged attack here, right? Where you can, you should knock out these these corporate Dems in primaries where you can, and probably build some kind of movement aside from, or some kind of organization or party aside from the Democratic Party, that could possibly put some pressure, because it's not. This is not working right now. Two other things that have to be done next time we get control: give statehood to Washington D.C. and give statehood to Puerto Rico. I mean, I wish Democrats would be this bold. I agree with you though. Don't get me wrong. I agree with you. President Trump said the U.S. economy is strong and insisted polls showing Americans are feeling economic pain are fake during an interview on Fox News that aired on Monday. Hey, Satan! Trump said bad news about the economy amounted to a con job by the Democrats. Don't believe your lying eyes, folks. Don't believe your lying eyes. Adding Democrats feed major news networks anchors with the message the economy is bad, and then every anchor does exactly what they say. I mean, sure. The very Democratic-owned news network. I mean, maybe you got like one or two, but let's be real. I always have to spend my own money after SNAP runs out. I'm just paying it up front this month. I'm also giving food to the local food bank because I can't afford a couple of loaves of bread. Sharing bread is a groovy thing. I agree. I mean, hey, if you can do it, go for it. That is, I agree with you. Heck yeah. I'll never forget they used word like manufactured, Trump said in an interview. You remember the word manufactured? Nobody knows what manufacturing is. I know about manufacturing. It's a manufactured economy. Nobody uses that word. Every anchor, broken manufacturer, they do exactly as what they say. It's such a rigged system. Yeah. So he clearly doesn't. I don't know if he just doesn't know, or if he's pretending not to know what they mean by a manufactured economy, i.e., it's being held together by like literal like thoughts and prayers and vibes. That's literally what's keeping this economy afloat. I'm not even joking. It's literally like vibes and I don't know, voodoo essentially. The AI bubble. The U.S. economy grew at an annualized rate of 3.8% in the second quarter in the government's final estimate, besting a 3.3% rate issued in its second estimate, and far exceeding the 3% initial estimate. But consumer prices rose 3% in September compared to a year ago, with inflation at its highest level since January. The most recent government data showed the inflation reading came in lower than economists' expectations. Trump defended his handling of the economy, saying the costs are way down across the board. Of course, that's not really true. You can just go to the grocery store or go to any store and compare the items. It's not that difficult to do. So are you ready? Costs are way down. Gasoline is going to be $2 pretty soon, or around $2. Yeah, sure. Gasoline is $2.70 now. It was $4.50 under Biden, under Sleepy Joe Biden. I don't think I've ever paid $4.50 for gasoline. When gasoline comes down, when energy comes down, and everybody agrees energy is down, no, not everybody agrees that. That's not. No, nobody agrees that. Whose energy cost has gone significantly down, folks? Raise your hand if your energy cost has significantly gone down, or you can put a one in chat if your energy costs have gone significantly down. You can put a 1 in chat. We drill, baby, drill. We're going like wild. That's not. Oil is not energy, okay? Oil is not energy. The average consumer price for a gallon of gasoline in the U.S. was $3.72 on Tuesday, according to the AAA, which said the average price was $3.83 a gallon a year ago. Yeah, all my utilities have gone up. Exactly. I mean, it's absurd. Trump was also pressed about a rollout by his administration for a 50-year mortgage option, something that faced criticism on social media. Critics pointed out the extended payoff timeline would mean Americans would pay more in interest than they would through the life of a shorter loan. Yeah. Hey, look, the remainder of your entire life, okay, will be spent paying essentially permanent rent to a bank until the day you die. Okay, like a 30-year mortgage is already pretty freaking rough. Okay. Can you imagine a 50-year mortgage? I mean, seriously. Like, everything this guy does is backwards. Everything he does is back-asswards. It's phenomenal. Not mine, and I know for a fact that the gas station I go to was $3.15 per gallon when Trumpo was installed. It is now down to $3.29. Yeah. Fantastic. Laura Ingraham, the Fox News host, suggested to Trump that longer loans could be construed as a giveaway to banks and would simply be prolonging the time it would take for Americans to own a home outright. Trump pushed back on Ingram, saying that all it means is you pay less per month. Okay, he might just genuinely not understand. He just genuinely might not understand the concept of like how interest works and how that would be ridiculous to have people pay a 50-year mortgage. That is absurd. You pay it over a longer period of time. It's not like a big factor. It might help a little bit. But even with the interest rates up, the economy is the strongest it's ever been, you know. You asked me just to go back to the beginning of your question, talked about prices. We're down on energy and we're down on interest rates. But what does that have to... These things are... Okay. Trump was also pressed on the controversial demolition of the East Wing to make room for the large ballroom that is being constructed now. Well, first of all, the East Wing was a beautiful little tiny structure that was built many years ago. That was renovated and expanded and disbanded, and the columns ripped down. It had nothing to do with the original building. He said, it was a poor, sad sight. I could have built a ballroom around it, but it would not have been. We're building one of the greatest ballrooms in the world, by the way. Jesus Christ. Yeah, meanwhile, he there's what, like tens of millions of people who still have not received SNAP benefits. He struggles to stay interested in anything for very long, so it makes sense he wouldn't get it. True. Sarah's welcoming literally shushed her in that interview. Jesus. But the East Wing, that building was renovated 20 times, including adding a floor to the top, which was terrible. That was it was at a common brick little tiny windows. It looked like hell. It had nothing to do with the original building. I didn't want to sacrifice a great ballroom for an okay ballroom by leaving it right smack in the middle. Oh my God, this guy. It's so frustrating. This dichotomy, right, where he's just so incompetent and stupid, but he's so dangerous too. It's like you can't help but laugh because the guy is an absolute clown and clearly doesn't understand a single thing that he's talking about. Anything from tariffs to mortgages, apparently. I mean, I guess what he would, you know, what would he know about mortgages, right? He just was given everything. But he really is just an absolute clown, but also incredibly dangerous and a fascist. And it's that dynamic that is so frustrating. My favorite candy bar was $3.87 when Trumbo was installed. It immediately went up to $4.44 and went up to again $5.57. Yeah, that's the Trump effect right there. That's the Trump effect. Before we get into the main story, folks, why don't we take a lowercase L or lowercase W while we get it, because you know, a little bit of good news is important. The Supreme Court has denied Kim Davis's petition to revisit same-sex marriage. The Supreme Court on Monday denied a bid from former Kentucky County Clerk Kim Davis to appeal a $100,000 damages verdict and get the justices to revisit the landmark 2015 same-sex marriage rights decision in Obergefell versus Hodges. The court did not explain its decision, although I would have loved to see the rationale here. Davis gained international attention after she refused to issue a marriage license to a gay couple on religious grounds in open defiance of the High Court's ruling, and was subsequently jailed for 6 days. Mwah, mwah, mwah. A jury later awarded the couple's emotional damages plus $260,000 for attorney fees. The Supreme Court's denial of review confirms what we already knew: the same-sex couples have a constitutional right to marry, and Kim Davis's refusal to issue marriage license in defiance of Obergefell plainly violated that right, said William Powell, an attorney for the couple, David Emerald and David Moore. This is a win for same-sex couples everywhere who have built their families around the right to marry. Yeah, I'm so glad that this decision went the way it did. That's what she gets for being a hateful bigot. Okay, being hateful for absolutely no reason, other than you just want to be a hateful piece of garbage. It's expensive. It's expensive. Being being a hateful bigot is expensive. I'm still considering the 50-year mortgage. It gives a shitload of interest to the banks, but that also happens with rent money, and at 50 years, your kids might own a house. Yeah, but like, what if you don't have kids? You know what I mean? You're essentially like, but even, I guess even if you did have kids, like, you're essentially working your entire life, right? Because like, let's say you start working, I don't know, let's say you start working at 20 years old, right? Just as an example, 50 years, you're 70, okay? You're 70 years old. I mean, keep in mind, you'd be retiring, right? At about 60, 65, 67, right? I don't know if they raised the retirement age, but let's say 65. So that means for 5 years, you better hope that you have retirement money to pay the rest of those 5 years to the bank. I mean, again, like 30-year mortgage is already kind of a rough one. I mean, you're literally gonna pay that for the rest of your life, right? Like, I mean, even if you start working at 20 years old or 18, what? You'll be 68? You'll be 68 years old? Whew. A 50-year mortgage equals rent to death instead of rent to own. Seriously. Basically. In a petition for a writ of certiorari, I don't know how to pronounce that, filed in August, Davis argued that the First Amendment protection for free exercise of religion immunizes her from personal liability for the denial of marriage licenses. She also claimed the court's decision in Obergefell versus Hodges, which rooted marriage rights in LGBTQ plus couples in the 14th Amendment's due process protection, was legal fiction. 10 years ago, the Supreme Court rightly recognized that equal protection requires access to legal marriage for same-sex couples on the same terms and conditions as others, and reaffirmed the long-established principle that the people, not the government, should be able to decide who they marry. Said Mary Bonato, the GLAAD law attorney who successfully argued the marriage rights case in 2015. Yep. The only thing that has changed since Obergefell was decided is that people across the country have seen how marriage equality provides protection for families and children, and that protection strengthens communities, the economy, and our society. Today, millions of Americans can breathe a sigh of relief for their families, current or hoped for, because all families deserve equal rights under the law. True! True, it's the same is true for rent if you can never buy. That's true. That's true. So I guess either way, it sounds like you're cooked either way. Yeah, now they can give you the illusion of owning a home. Yeah. There are an estimated 823,000 married same-sex couples in the U.S., including 591,000 that wed after the Supreme Court decision in 2015. According to the Williams Institute at UCLA Law School, nearly 1 in 5 of those married couples is parenting a child under the 18th. Lower courts have dismissed Davis's claim, and most legal experts consider her bid a long shot. I don't know about a long shot, but definitely with this Supreme Court, you know, it could have honestly been the complete opposite. I mean, with this Supreme Court, I don't know about long shot, but anyways. Although various commentators and activists have spent weeks claiming that a vehicle for overturning Obergefell was being considered by the justices, no informed court observers ever thought that the court would grant review in this case, said Notre Dame law professor Richard Garnett. The case does not actually present in a square and clean way the question the coverage has suggested it does. The attention focused on this minor fact-bound petition tells more about the ongoing campaign to stir up public feeling regarding the court than it does about live constitutional questions. Yeah, but if I may, like the credibility of the court and the court, like being concerned, right, with like precedent, and being concerned with like what the law is instead of just like vibes. I mean, like that's kind of been called into question, right? Like the court's just basically doing whatever it wants. So it's not out of the realm of possibility to wake up to the headline that the court decided to strike down Obergefell versus Hodges, right? Like it wouldn't be exactly surprising. Davis's petition, even though obviously like the legal standing on this is hogwash, right? Obviously. I'm just questioning the court's credibility. Davis's petition was the first since 2015 to formally ask the court to overturn the landmark marriage decision. She was also considered one of the only Americans with legal standing to bring a direct challenge to the precedent. The Supreme Court's decision comes as conservative opponents of marriage rights for same-sex couples have pursued a renewed campaign to reverse the legal precedent and allow each state to set its own policy. So far in 2025, at least 9 states have either introduced legislation aimed at blocking new marriage licenses for LGBTQ+ people or passed resolutions urging the Supreme Court to reverse Obergefell at the earliest opportunity, according to the advocacy group Lambda Legal. And of course, Clarence Thomas has made a nod to this idea. In fact, pretty much after the disastrous overturning of Roe v. Wade, he kind of winked, nodded at the idea that if you perhaps maybe bring the right case forward, we may or may not be able to take a look at this. We may or may not be able to take a look at same-sex marriage and interracial marriage. It just depends. You know, you got to bring us the right case, and maybe we'll take a look at it. Hint, hint, wink, wink. In June, the Southern Baptist Convention, the nation's largest Protestant Christian denomination, overwhelmingly voted to make overturning of laws and court rulings, including Obergefell versus Hodges, that defy God's design for marriage and equality, marriage and family a top priority. Can anyone say, like, get rid of their tax exemptions? Because this sounds to me like that they are no longer operating as a religious body, but more of a political body. Last month, Texas courts adopted new rules allowing judges statewide to refuse to perform wedding ceremonies for same-sex couples if it would violate a sincerely held religious belief. You shouldn't be allowed. You shouldn't be allowed to be a judge or a what's the name for the person who does weddings, like officiates weddings? If you can't, if you're not going to do it for everybody. Exactly. Christians are violating the Johnson Amendment like a prison wallet. What flavor is that? This is strawberry kiwi fizzy water. Strawberry kiwi fizzy water. Magistrate, there it is. While a strong majority of Americans favor equal marriage rights, support appears to have softened in recent years, according to Gallup, which found 60% of Americans support same-sex marriages in 2015, rising to 70% in support in 2025, but that level has plateaued since 2020. I mean, yeah, right. It's always at 30%. Among Republicans, support has notably dipped over the past decade, down from 55% to 41%. Gallup found. All right, folks. This is from a local news story. Once again, turning our attention to Texas. This is I think a story that we're gonna have to kind of keep an eye out, because it's not going to just stop at Texas if it becomes successful, but this is the playbook, folks. A Texas church's online class trains Christians to run for office, and now it may go national. Texas Representative Nate Scatzline's energy was palpable as he gazed out from the video on the computer screen, grinning ear to ear, the sleeves of his white dress shirt rolled up. The Republican legislator from Fort Worth, Texas, had a message to share with people watching the pre-recorded video. Excuse me. As a Christian, you have an essential role in politics and local government. No? What? You being a Christian has nothing to do with politics. It's supposed to be a personal religious belief. It's supposed to be a spiritual belief. Yeah, separation of something. Yeah, don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. We had a great system in the UK where rent at council houses cost about 7% of income. Then Thatcher came along and convinced people that they needed to own their own homes. Now a good portion of those council houses are owned by corporations, and the cost to rent them has risen to about 50% of income. Man, don't you love privatization? Don't you love privatization of important commodities like housing? Yeah, cool stuff. Capitalism is great. Super great. There's no greater calling than being civically engaged and bringing the values that Scripture teaches us into every realm of the earth. This is dominionism, folks. This is Christian dominionism. Okay, that's what this is about. Legislator was teaching a section of Campaign University, a series of online lessons he and others associated with Fort Worth-based megachurch Mercy Culture related to raise up the so-called spiritually led candidates. Also, again, this sounds to me like this is no longer a religious entity and should lose tax exemptions. Because if we're no longer talking about a religious entity, really. We're talking about a political one. The course, created in 2021, is an extension of Mercy Culture's increasingly overt political activities that have included candidate endorsements. The church's political nonprofit for liberty and justice houses Campaign University. Campaign University builds on Mercy's culture, growing political reach. As Scatzline, a pastor at the church, joins President Trump's National Faith Advisory Board, and as the course now offered at other congregations across the country. Right, the Dominionism, that Seven Mountains mumbo jumbo. Yeah, when one of them, if I remember correctly, talks about politics. Seven Mountain Mandate. Yeah, it's right there. The Seven Mountains are religion, family, education, government, media, arts and entertainment, and business. It's literally there. This is play-by-play Christian dominionism. Trump holds Bibles upside down so all the faith falls out. The lessons emphasize that would-be candidates don't need to be experts in government or the Constitution to seek public office or a place in local government. Fantastic. They also train potential candidates to stand for spiritual righteousness, whatever that means, and teach them how to build a platform and navigate the campaign trail while maintaining a strong family and church life. Yeah. The tax code Johnson Amendment says tax exemptions are to be removed if a nonprofit uses its platform to support political causes or candidates. I mean, like, yeah, hello. Oops. I mean, yes, but this is, yeah, this is classic. It can't get any more black and white than this. At the core of Campaign University is the idea that there's no separation between what happens within the church and what happens with government. Students are taught to interpret the First Amendment's Establishment Clause on separation of church and state as a protection against government involvement in religion rather than vice versa. Fantastic. Previously, churches risked losing their tax exemptions, which I believe this is what Chris Tablante was saying, by discussing or engaging in politics. Then this summer, the IRS decided to allow religious leaders to endorse political candidates from the pulpit, a decision Schatzline took as a green light for him and other pastors to ramp up political activity. Yeah, so if you're wondering, why that is happening, it's because, well, while otherwise, as you mentioned here, normal circumstances would dictate that these people should lose their tax-exempt status. It appears that this administration is not going to enforce that. Programs such as Campaign University serve as the next stage of this religious-driven political movement, said Eric McDaniel, government professor who researches the intersection of race, religion, and politics at the University of Texas at Austin. Past movements encourage churchgoers to become activists, he said, but Campaign University stands out for training Christian conservatives to seek public office. So in other words, another way of putting it before we head out of here, is that it's no longer just some kind of like it's becoming more and more centralized and more organized across the country. And this is where ground zero is right here. They are putting out these programs to try to get more Christian nationalists elected around the country, and that's what they're going to try to do. All for $100, apparently. For $100, Campaign University provides the knowledge, practical skills, and spiritual guidance to make an impact in the kingdom of for the kingdom in government, not just in ways that it's passionate, but in a way that's calculated. So yeah, I mean, this is pretty much all you need to know right there. That's right. The law is only as powerful as those who enforce it. So yeah, this is something that we need to keep an eye out, folks, because with all the stuff that's happening, these people are operating within that chaos, okay? Well, we're reading a bunch of headlines, which no doubt are important to read and understand what's happening. But also, let's not also lose sight of these people, because it seems to me like they are probably getting organized and getting ready to launch massive campaigns across the country if this is successful for these Christian nationalists. And that is not great, not good. All right, folks, it's about to be 8 o'clock. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate all of you guys. It's about to be the top of the hour. Stay tuned for Movie Night Extravaganza. Please, folks, if you can, do all the things. Make sure you like, share, subscribe, comment. Spread the word, folks. We are here Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays. We've got live content. We've got syndicated content. There is something for everyone here on this space, so please do us a solid and spread the word as far and wide as possible. Thank you all for your support. You guys are what makes this channel go. I appreciate it, and do all the things, folks. Subscribe, like, share, do all the stuff. Thank you all. As always, folks, please stay safe. Please take care of each other. I love you all, and I hope to see you guys in the next one, 7 p.m. on Tuesdays here at this space. See ya!
He knows what he wants, don't you, Rocco? Sure. What's that? Tell him, Rocco. Well, I want, he wants more, don't you, Rocco? Yeah, that's it. More. That's right, I want more. Will you ever get enough? Will you, Rocco? Well, I never have.
This week on our second Noirvember episode, we're talking about John Huston's 1948 film noir, Key Largo. Released just 7 months after John Huston directed The Treasure of the Sierra Madre.
We ain't got no badges. We don't need no badges. I don't have to show you any stinking badges. Better not come any closer.
Also starring Humphrey Bogart, Key Largo is the fourth and final collaboration that Bogart did both with his wife Lauren Bacall and his fifth and final collaboration with Edward G. Robinson. as well as Lionel Barrymore, Claire Trevor, Harry Lewis, Thomas Gomez, and John Rodney. It's John Huston's last film for Warner Brothers on a contract after having contracts first as a writer, then as a director from 1937 to 1948. This period is also considered Huston's breakout period. Following this, he had moved to be independent, working with MGM United Artists for a run of films like Asphalt Jungle and The African Queen. Based on a Broadway play by Maxwell Anderson, who was a reactionary conservative playwright, the play is about the cowardly King MacLeod, who went to the Spanish Civil War and deserted, fighting Mexican bandits to save the family of an actual war hero. Huston hated the play and found it extremely lacking, but was convinced to come aboard by Jerry Wald, who had bought the rights. Huston and Richard Brooks, who as a director and screenwriter adapted Cat in the Hot Tin Roof, Upton Sinclair's Elmer Gantry, and Blackboard Jungle, turned the reactionary play into something totally different. Huston was a liberal Democrat, a supporter of FDR, like Humphrey Bogart was. In the late 1940s, after FDR's death, the House Un-American Activities Committee began going after all levels of the film industry. It was John Huston who took action by creating the Committee for the First Amendment, along with William Wyler and Philip Dunn. Bogart was famously supposed to join as the most high-profile star in a protest against HUAC, but at the last minute, an inordinate amount of pressure involving both Bogart's failing production company and career were placed on him over his denunciation of HUAC's targeting of the Hollywood 10, finally leading him to recant his denunciation in a photoplay article entitled, "I'm No Communist." This put a whole lot of strain on his relationship with John Huston.
Bogart and Bacall, along with other stars, flew to Washington to protest.
We sat in the committee room and heard it happen. We saw American citizens denied the right to speak by elected representatives of the people. We saw police take citizens from the stand like criminals. We saw the gavel of a committee chairman cutting off the words of free Americans. The sound of that gavel, Mr. Thomas, rings across America. Because every time your gavel struck, it hit the First Amendment to the Constitution of the United States.
I was surprised to read a few days after I got back to California that Bogey had recanted. And I talked to him about it when he came back out. He said he thought that we had made a mistake in this. I regarded it as a mistake that Bogey did this. He should have stuck to his guns.
All of this happened between late 1947, when Bogart and Huston were finishing up Treasure of the Sierra Madre, which had filmed during the summer, and March 1948, which is when Key Largo wrapped up shooting. Key Largo, for John Huston and his committee member and friend Richard Brooks, is a primal scream against the unfairness of the House Un-American Activities Committee.
Looks like you don't want it enough, what you want. That's the last one. Something's funny for a change. One Rocco, more or less, isn't worth dying for.
In the film, Frank McLeod, a World War II veteran who is in fact a hero, visits the family of a fallen comrade in Key Largo. His wife, Nora, played by Lauren Bacall, and his father, James Temple, played by Lionel Barrymore, who run a hotel together. Becoming stranded unexpectedly in Key Largo during a hurricane, it slowly dawns on McLeod that the closed hotel, which has been rented out for the week, is inhabited by the entourage of the infamous gangster, Johnny Rocco, who has come back to America after supposedly being deported to make a deal to sell millions of counterfeit dollars to a mob associate named Ziggy.
You can see the headlines, can't you? Local deputy captures Johnny Rocco. Your picture would be in all the papers. You might even get to tell on the newsreel how you pulled it off. Yeah. Well, listen, Hick. I was too much for any big city police force to handle. They tried, but they couldn't. But the United States government had been a rap on me. Yeah, and they won't make it stick. You Hick.
Johnny Rocco, played in a sinister and manic performance by Edward G. Robinson, is based off of Congressman J. Parnell Thomas, chairman of the House Un-American Activities Committee from 1947 to 1950. Huston considered him a fascist and a gangster and a criminal. He was right. Thomas would go on to be arrested for giving kickbacks to his niece and her maid and doing salary fraud in 1950, serving out a prison sentence at Danbury Prison along with Lester Cole and Ring Gardner Jr., two screenwriters he had gotten arrested as part of the Hollywood 10.
Do you know what you want? Yes, and I had hopes once, but I gave them up. Hopes for what? A world in which there's no place for Johnny Rocco.
Yeah? Okay, soldier.
Frank McCloud isn't a coward in Houston's Key Largo. He's a cynical person who's completely fed up with the state of the world he was promised would be better after World War II. Instead, gangsters and thugs like Johnny Rocco are allowed to get away with continuing to control the country and walk around with impunity. The classic Bogart, I only care about me and mine attitude, which is always just a mask that slips off when the less fortunate or those he grows to care about are in trouble, is compared to a head saying one thing and a whole life saying another. I believe today we'd call Frank McCloud a bit black-pilled. It's an intense drama, much of it taking place during a crazy hurricane that ends up wrecking part of the hotel while they all stand inside. There's also a subplot where two Seminole Indians have escaped from prison where they've rejoined their tribe, and two cops are poking around the hotel looking for them, showing up at the worst times possible. Mr. Temple has a good relationship with the Seminole who live around him and often tries to help them, showing the good nature of people that's supposedly inside of Frank McCloud too, but is under a massive cynicism and darkness. There's also a broken alcoholic former singer named Gay Dawn who's tortured by a cruel Johnny Rocco who's trying to force her into sobriety during a hurricane, where she's forced to give an incredibly pathetic rendition of Moanin' Low for a drink. For those scenes, Claire Trevor, who played Gay Dawn, would get the Best Supporting Actress Oscar.
Moaning low, my sweet man, I love him so. Though he's mean as can be. He's the kind of man, he's the kind of woman like me.
The climax of the film is Frank McCloud stranded with Rocco's mafia goons on a boat to Cuba, trying to figure out how to take them out one by one. I'm sure that the film's transformation of Frank McCloud into a true war hero he once was made it extra painful when Bogart gave in to his own cowardice and wrote that anti-communist article just weeks after filming ended.
He's all right, Dad. He's coming back to us.
Before I introduce the panel, please like this video and subscribe to the Movie Night Extravaganza YouTube channel. Then hit that bell to get notified whenever we're streaming. Super chats are now open. If you have any pressing questions, send us a super chat, which helps me maintain the expenses for the show, which I'm obligated by the rules of the Geneva Convention to stop everything and ask the panel. Another way to help us out is to become a patron and give us money every month. In exchange, you get access to all of our after parties, bonus content, and we'll tell you even more movies we watched recently. Patreon.com/Movie Night Extra. We have a Movie Night Extravaganza Discord. There's an invite link in the episode description, and we have a Letterboxd HQ account. So those are two more places to follow along with us. Okay, let me introduce the illustrious panel. We are live right now on This Space. If you aren't following them, join This Space TV on YouTube. Link below. Conan Neutron is the co-host and senior producer for Movie Night Extravaganza, host of PROTONIC Reversal, an independent Film Critics of America film critic, and the frontman for the band Conan Neutron and the Secret Friends. Check out his music at neutronfriends.bandcamp.com. Kristina Oakes is a co-host of Movie Night Extravaganza, a streamer on Twitch, twitch.tv/cosmopolitics, a host at This Space, hosting Kristina's Corner, and is across social media at Cosmopolitics and on Letterboxd at Kristina. Mackenzie Wilkes hosts the Criterion Connection, the Austin Danger Podcast, and the Above the Line Film Podcast. I, of course, am your host who wants more. That's right, I want more. Forrest Miller. Johnny Rocco.
There it is, everybody. There it is.
Johnny Rocco.
I'd like to officially call Mackenzie, welcome back, by the way, our chief Bogart correspondent, because I know what a big fan she is. So I'm going to give you that designation right now. It's in your title, Bogart devotee. Welcome back, by the way. What an honor it is to have you for.
I wish we had her on for as another panelist when we did Treasure of the Sierra Madre.
Yeah,
a movie that literally is coupled, like permanently coupled with this, which I had no idea about the timeline. Because I obviously knew about Bogart, like recant, like I think everybody knows the Bogart story where he recanted on his, his anti, going after the Hollywood 10, stuff. Like he got off the plane and all of a sudden he was like, maybe I shouldn't be doing this, and then he like instantly recanted it pretty much. But I didn't know about the timeline being that like that brief where it's like a few weeks after he finished filming Key Largo, like he got back to California because, you know, obviously they filmed this in like, you know, in parts of Florida, and he got back to California and was just like, yeah, I don't know about all this, man. Like, really disappointed John Huston, and like strained their friendship up until African Queen, which I watched today finally, because I've always wanted.
Wait, you've gone through your whole life and never watched African Queen?
I've started African Queen, I think 10 times. Like
I've never seen it all the way through.
Yeah, and it's just
I haven't seen it either. Yeah.
Yeah, the technicolor.
What is wrong with people?
The technical, it's just too much for me. I get like the beginning of it, and it gets better. Like the coloration part gets better, but like I've always had trouble getting through the first half hour of it because it's like, I don't know, the color just makes me feel like, I don't know. It might be like some kind of neurodivergent thing for me.
Yeah, I don't feel the need to justify myself. I just haven't seen it.
It's a shame I haven't, because I've been saving it kind of near the end of my journey because I've kind of been going through his filmography in order, and so I'm saving it. I should watch it soon. I am saving his final film for my last Bogart film I watched, though. But
see, that's almost more shocking because you are, again, our chief Bogart.
I know. I mean, I think it's
so.
probably the last big one of his that I need to see. I still haven't. Like a lot of the other ones I haven't seen are. I mean, I haven't seen Caine Mutiny yet. Like, I need to watch the last like 5 years of his career, pretty much. But I've watched like over 50 films of his, which is overkill.
Pretty good. I mean, yeah.
But he is the greatest actor of our time. You know, the greatest Hollywood, you know, actor.
Of our time? I don't know. Our time.
I said all time.
I'm the closest one to the claim of that. It ain't that close. But yeah, it's. I mean, it's old Hollywood for a reason, right? When we think of, and I once again, and I think we talked about in Treasure Sierra Madre too, that like the Looney Tunes characterizations, you know, as a kid, you see the cartoon version of like Humphrey Bogart. And actually, we did talk about it because we had Eileen. I remember we talked about that for a while. And this is the same way, like Edward G. Robinson, like he's just like, it was like, oh, that's a gangster character. I was like, no, that's a guy who played a role one time and was very good at it, and essentially typecast generationally because
he played more cops than he did. He played more cops. He played more like during that time period, right? Like his big he said he played 5 gangsters, I think, in his entire career, which his career spanned for a long time.
You only need one.
Yeah.
Well, also too, like a lot of cartoon characters were based off of, you know, him, like a character from the Anthill Mob on Wacky Racing, because that's what I first heard of. And then when I was watching these films, I'm like, wait, this guy's been spoofed, I'm assuming. Like,
yeah, and that started with the Looney Tunes thing, which was very just on the nose, and then kind of that just became like, oh, this is an archetype of a character, which then led to you know, like Simpsons and, you know, so many other characters where it's like, oh,
let me see what gangster sounds like.
This is what a gangster, a cartoon gangster sounds like, and it's so crazy because it wasn't even like the main thing he did. It wasn't like he was like the guy that always got called into the gangster roles, you know. Not at all.
Most of the times I've seen him, he's played like kind of a dork. Like, I mean, Double Indemnity, he's kind of dorky. Like, he's kind of like, he's like, I know something, I gotta sniff something out. I know y'all talked about Double Indemnity, so like that's completely different than this role. And then like, I recently just did a double feature of his for November of like The Woman in the Window and Scarlet Street, and in both those movies he plays like sad sack lonely dorks who like are having trouble dating. Like that's kind of what I associate him with.
Yeah, I think. I mean, I think one of the things obviously is the Chief Wiggum, as Conan said, like the Sims. Like, I think it's the fact that he's been permanently put into the canon as the Chief Wiggum voice, where it's just like, hey, everybody, see. But I think his cop, like, he's one of those rare people that got to play both the cop, which I think played the cop way more than he played the gangster.
Right.
And
from a sheer numbers game, but when he played a gangster, like this is like, it's one of the great film gangsters of the old Hollywood, right? So.
Bogart probably played gangsters more than him because, like, in all of his early films, he's just in the background, being a bad guy.
I always think of pork chops and applesauce.
I think his gangster, I mean, like the one from Petrified Forest or whatever, right? Like his version of a gangster is far more like what we consider almost like a serial killer or something like that today, right? Or the drifter. Yeah. It's like his version of a gangster, or his version of like a terrifying guy is like a guy that you let stay at your hostel and he like murders your family. Like that was, and then, you know, he didn't do that for very long. Like he did that for a very short part of his career, but he was so good at playing drunk, like, which is it's a way harder thing than you think. I mean, unless you're just gonna show up drunk, which he's not like he's not
what is this, Jaws?
Yeah,
Anyway.
He's not Errol Flynn. He probably can't.
Errol Flynn, yeah. Oh man.
Show up like I'm Robin Hood, bitch. Like
Well, and think about like, we talked about In a Lonely Place with Harry Marks, right? We talked about that, and how that might very much, we did not do it for a noir month, but it definitely fits in that as well. And that's just a different characterization of that type of character, because he's a screenwriter there, but it's and it may as well be a detective, and it's something that it works so effectively. It's so well, it's so underrated as a film. And so it's interesting that when we think of Bogey as like the hero, right? Well, what are we talking about? Oh, mostly Key Largo, Casablanca, even Treasure of Sierra Madre. Look, people only remember the good parts. Like this, there's a lot of like just being in it for yourself, right? I mean,
he's
the
a
good
bad
parts.
guy in that. He's a selfish.
He's not
weirdo.
a good dude at all. Yeah. Despite having an iconic look. And being a badass.
Also Maltese Falcon, which is a
Falcon,
movie that John Huston made. Nobody knew who he was at that point. Like his career is so intrinsically linked up with Bogey's career, because at the time neither of them were really these giant stars, and both of them. I mean, think about Chinatown, right? Like John Huston would go on to not just be a director. He's like a genius. He's an actor. He's a director. He's an editor. Like he did all of those things. Later on, screenwriter. You know what I mean? Like he's all over the place.
And also, he gave us some pretty talented kids.
He also killed two people in
Danny.
He also killed two people in drunk driving accidents, and nobody talks about that part of it. That's why he had to stop being a screenwriter. They made him disappear for a little while, and he came back.
John Landis in the Twilight Zone movie. People forget that he killed Jennifer Jason Leigh's dad.
Right? Didn't Matthew Broderick?
Yeah.
But there was the story, and I don't know how this happened, that this came up, but there's the story that I don't know if he pinned it on them or if someone else did. He basically blamed it on Clark Gable, who was not even in the area at the time. And the story went around that one of the people that John Huston hit with his car.
What would be the modern equivalent of that? It was Ryan Reynolds. Yeah. What would be modern equivalent?
First of all, the only really horrible thing Clark Gable did was rape Loretta Young in a date rape and gave her a daughter that she didn't want. So
just nobody knew who John Huston was at this time, right? Like it went under the radar because this is when he was really young and he was
because it was
early
in his career.
Yeah. Exactly. So he was in the car and he hit someone. He hit an actress with his car. And there was a rumor that went around that it was actually Clark Gable that did it, and he made a deal with I forget his name, but it's the Josh Brolin basically parodies him in Hail Caesar, the fixer that they had, the famous fixer that they had.
Yeah. Doesn't matter.
For MGM.
It's irrelevant to the episode. Let's
So basically, the rumor went around that he was paid off to say, "Oh, I killed that one with the car," but it was actually Clark Gable. But after that, people went around and said like, "Oh no, Clark Gable was like shooting a movie in a completely different state."
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. That's just something I found out while researching this episode that I was like, "Holy shit, twice!"
Yeah, it's weird that happened twice.
Nice that happened twice.
But it's crazy that 48 is Key Largo and Treasure of Sierra Madre. Like they both come out in 1948, which is nuts. And so Huston, Maltese Falcon is his first movie, I think, if I remember right. His first
when he came back after that whole
the thing you just talked about, great length. And then there's like a couple other things in between there, but like when you think of John Huston, you think about like his iconic movies. It's like you're gonna be thinking of Key Largo, you're thinking of Treasure of Sierra Madre, maybe Misfits. You're probably not thinking of Annie. Yeah. At least if you're a cinephile.
Also Moulin Rouge. I mean,
that's right. Yeah.
Oh, and Zsa Zsa Gabor was in that one, right? I think.
And
the 52 one, yeah.
And I believe this is the first
Beat the Devil.
John Huston movie I watched even before Maltese Falcon. Moby Dick, the 1956 version of it. That one of the famous ones that everyone was like, I don't know how this works so well with Gregory Peck.
Yeah, okay. A lot of things to go there, but for me, some of the first kind of old Hollywood movies I saw was Maltese Falcon and Key Largo. Like to the point that like I felt, even though I hadn't seen it in years, I was like, oh no, I remember every like frame of this because I just saw it like very early on. It was one of those things where you kind of just internalize something. It's like, oh yeah, like you don't have a Hateful Eight without a Key Largo, period. Like you don't have any like single location, kind of just like tense, sweaty. interactions with each other. That none of that happens without Key Largo. And I was trying to think of other than 12 Angry Men. Yeah, it's the icy guy. Other than 12 Angry Men, I can't think of a sweatier movie around this time period.
Yeah, dude.
It's so sweaty.
All right, so I saw Key Largo for the first time. I said this last week during COVID, and I remember just one of the things I remember is just how much sweat and how much.
Oh, it's awesome.
But I forgot that like other things are added to it. So it's like, Lauren Bacall famously spits on Edward G. Robinson in his face, and then there's like, so he already has perspiration all over him, and then he also has the spit going down. Like the movie is just so fucking wet. It's one of the wettest.
It's a very wet movie.
Yeah.
You're right. You're right.
You know what's interesting? When I rewatched Key Largo, I was like, wait a minute. I rewatched this movie that called Watching the Detectives with Cillian Murphy's a romantic comedy with Lucy Liu, and he kind of plays like a film nerd like us who owns like a video store that's classic movies, B movies, and he's obsessed with films. And he dates her, and she's like this like almost like dame in a film noir film. And she's like, how come you don't realize that you're the schmuck falling for like the dame who's always, coming in to ruin things. He's like, well, Key Largo, the dame's actually a good girl.
Right. So it's a reference within this other movie. Sure.
Yeah.
With this movie, and like I want to hear Mackenzie's take on this too, because this passed way over my head. Like watching it the first time, and I don't know why, because I've seen Casablanca so many times. There's the thing where they ask, why do you stick your neck out? And like, during that scene, with when we first get introduced to the backstory of Bogey and the backstory of Edward G. Robinson, basically, and he says, why do you stick your neck out? And he goes, oh, no good reason. And that's totally a play on Casablanca, where it's like, I stick my neck out for nobody. Like
well, that similar principle of just not being the virtuous hero, but being somewhat self-interested, and then you get to see like what that journey looks like, right? Same as Casablanca, not similar-ish vibe. Mackenzie, how about you? What's your first Key Largo interaction?
Yeah, I mean, firstly, I do agree with. I was actually thinking that today on this rewatch. I was like, oh yeah, that because he plays a lot of characters like Rick. Like he's around for a long time, and then Casablanca catapults him to a level of stardom that's catastrophic, like that, not catastrophic, but like to the stars. And then he like to have Knots a similar kind of thing where he's like, I'm not going to do anything. And then his heart and his morality gets the better of him and he helps anyway. So I feel like he plays a lot of gruff, romantic guys who pretend like they don't care, but secretly they do care. And
I mean, Maltese Falcon, right? Like, Maltese Falcon is such a good example of that too, where the whole movie you're like, oh, this guy's a scumbag. He's going to respond. Like, and I've seen, like, I had to be really young when I saw Maltese Falcon, but like still in my head, like every time I watch it, I'm like, oh, this guy's a scumbag. Maybe it'll be different this time. Maybe he'll have gone. And then at the end, he gives that like impassioned, like, maybe I love you, maybe you love me. It doesn't really matter because I'm gonna basically throw you under the jail, essentially. And it's like it's such a flip where it's like, oh yeah, like he's been just trying to figure this out the whole time so he can bring everybody down, like do his job because his partner got.
Yeah. The first time I saw Key Largo, I made sure to pull it up. It was 2 years ago. So I had been watching through a lot of Bogart's films, and then Noir City came to Chicago and they had Key Largo, and I had never seen a Bogart film on the big screen, and I freaked out. And I told my wife, I was like, we're going to this. Like, this is it. I had never seen it before, and it was my first time to see a Bogart film on the big screen. And I honestly I think that was a huge reason why I mean, I think it's an incredible film, but also seeing it in a movie theater was amazing. It was packed. 800 people all there, introduced by Eddie Mueller, who runs Noir City, does TCM. He told us kind of the story about Claire Trevor, and like gave us a lot of fun. Kind of, he did his own like TCM intro live, and it was just amazing. Like a group of 800 people totally locked in, and totally enjoying the movie. Before the movie began, Eddie Mueller was like, "Who's the youngest person in this audience?" And there was an 11-year-old boy there, and it was kind of cool. There's kids, there's people who like love this movie growing up. There's me who had never seen it before. Like, it was so cool. And today I was thinking about it. I'm sure we'll get into some of the details of the plot, but like the Claire Trevor, when she passes the gun off, I remember literally the eruption of applause that happened. Like, everyone was so on her side. But when she does that, it was literally the bar crowd cheering gif in the Music Box Theater. It was like everybody was like, and it's like, that's such an exhilarating, electric moment that like 800 people could be that excited about a film from 1948. Like, that's what I think the power of Key Largo is that, and I love plays, so I love like boilerplate single setting things. So it was pretty much love at first sight for me with Key Largo, and I would love to see it again in the theater. But even watching it today, it just plays really well. I was like, wow, it makes me feel as good as on the big screen as I am watching it on DVD today. So
well, I'm sure like seeing it in the big screen, every bead of sweat probably looks like a basketball size. You know?
Yeah. And it was on film too, so it was projected and it was absolutely beautiful. And oh my god, yeah, I love North City.
It's cool that you it's cool you went to see showings at North City, because I took this film noir class in college. Like I got to just sit in the thing after all my other classes and just watch a film noir movie every week, and then we'd write like essays about it. And we used Dark City, the Eddie Mueller book, as our textbook for that. So I still have it in my room somewhere, mixed in with all the other books. And the whole thing is just these glossy, like beautiful pictures of every like conceivable noir movie.
That's interesting to say that, because you're just struck a memory with me that there was a bunch of, before I was just kind of getting into movies, I remember getting a book from the library that had like lots of like stills of like different movies and stuff, and like looking at all the noir films, like, whoa, that looks great. And of course, you got to understand, this is like the dawn of the home video era. It wasn't like as easy to just like pop on the computer and then it comes right up. So like some movies I didn't get to see until like way later, but I saw the stills and be like, oh, that looks cool. What is that? Like I didn't see a Double Indemnity for like years. I saw. Actually, it took a while for me to see Casablanca, and like I saw it referenced 1,000 times before I actually saw it. So I was like, this is so different than I thought it was going to be. Compliment. But
Casablanca was like the first movie that made me realize I could love old Hollywood. I think that's why I'm so attached to Bogart, because I always say I watch it on my laptop, which feels like a crime. And I just remember I was like watching Casablanca on my laptop.
Yeah, better than a cracked iPhone like Ravana did for 2001: A Space Odyssey.
But by the end of it, I was like crying, and I was like, I didn't realize I could be moved this way by a movie, and that kind of began the love of like Bogart and old Hollywood, and like Casablanca's the greatest movie. I have a poster of it on this wall, so you can't see it, but I do have Ingrid Bergman looking down on me to my left.
I feel like I've
there's folks out looking down on you.
I have Norma Desmond behind me. So
hell yeah, that's
more than
really
next
month.
Old Hollywood film. I feel like I've seen like Casablanca is like I can watch it. Casablanca is one of those comfort movies where I could just sit there and just watch it pretty much anytime, anywhere. We talked about Mildred Pierce last week, and same director for Casablanca and for Mildred Pierce.
Yeah, that's right. Curtiz, yeah.
Michael Curtiz, there's a quote about him called "He's the greatest director you've never heard of," and I agree with that. He's directed some of the greatest films ever made, and no one talks about him in the way they talk about John Huston or any of the other big ones. Also, again, my cat keeps hopping up, so if you see me doing that.
All right, so going through the plot, if you guys want to.
Yeah, I was just real quick. I was going to make a note that Mackenzie said about it being kind of stagey, right? Like, if you're into
I like
plays, anything that, and I feel like anything that really showcases acting usually gets hit with the play-like aspect of it. Oftentimes because it's adapted from plays, but I think it's very true here, but not as a detriment. And again, that's the key to doing a single location movie, or more, not quite a single location movie, but it's more or less a single.
I need someone to make this letterbox list. Movies rewritten by somebody who hates the play.
Oh, that's a really. You should make that list. That sounds awesome.
Yeah. but I mean, this is like a top. Like John Huston fucking hated this play because
really
the play is a lot different than the movie. Number one,
this is better.
Frank McCloud, or what I guess he's King McCloud.
He just fixed it.
But he also gets in front of the gun and gets himself shot at the end.
He dies. Yeah.
Is one thing, but another part of it is that he's not a coward, and I think this is a really good, like, the play was about how it was stupid of him to go to the Spanish Civil War essentially, and he's like he's a coward that he let everybody else die in the Spanish Civil War, and it's like, look at these fucking leftists, dying for nothing in the Spanish Civil War, and so obviously that was something that John Huston hated, like absolutely hated, and it was actually the producer Jerry Wald, who's also the producer of Mildred Pierce, who said, no, John Huston, we got to do this. But so Army veteran Frank McCloud arrives at the Hotel Largo in Key Largo. Could have come up with a better name than the Hotel Largo, by the way. I don't know.
Should have named Kokomo.
Florida, visiting the family of George Temple, a friend who served under him, who was killed in the Italian campaign several years earlier. He meets with the friend's widow, Nora Temple, and Father James, who owns the hotel, because the winter vacation season has ended and a hurricane is approaching. The hotel only has 6 guests. Dapper Edward Toots Bass, Boris Richard Curly Hoff. Seems like a fucking Three Stooges character, by the way. Stone-faced Ralph Feeney, servant Angel Garcia, attractive but aging alcoholic Gay Dawn, and a 6th man who remains secluded in his room. The visitors claim to be in the Florida Keys for fishing. Anything there to start?
Key Largo. Yeah, it's a good setup.
I don't fish. My dad.
That's right. Yeah. Attractive but aging. I mean, geez, that's rude. But okay. I mean, agreed.
Yeah.
But
What the hell?
I've been using the IMDb ones, but the IMDb.
What is she? 31. Anyway,
the IMDb one.
Hit the wall.
Short, so I'm using the Wikipedia one, and there seems to be a little bit of
yeah, it's a good setup. You got to know a little of the characters, right? You get some kind of witty repartee back and forth early on. You know, some cracking wise, if you will, and it is amazing. And I don't know if it's talked about that much because I certainly have heard it. That how long goes on before we actually even see Edward G. Robinson's character?
Yeah,
it's about half an hour.
He's sick.
Yeah, like 27 minutes or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the thing is, I think part of why I think this movie's effective for a lot of reasons, but I think that the ensemble really pops, like the ensemble of dudes. For me, my favorite is Thomas Gomez, who plays Curly. Like, I think Curly's
Curly rocks.
really funny. Like, Curly's my favorite out of like the guys because he's kind of sardonic and hates is it Toots that he doesn't like, who's like always reading magazines and stuff, and like he's kind of annoyed at him. Like, I think that the ensemble all pops in a really fun way. See their personalities, and I find the ensemble to be really fun, but Curly like steals the show for me.
Yeah, like when he's like reading off the jokes, is well, why is it funny? Tell me. You know, he's like, oh man, don't tell him, don't do it. And he's just like, well, you see, it's blah blah blah. And it's like, oh my god, stop.
That must be a thing with him because later on they have the whole dynamic where Johnny Rocco is like, well, now he finally laughed at something that's funny. And it's like
you're gonna get stuck in that voice just like Austin Butler did for Elvis.
Yeah. By the way, I don't know if they picked it on purpose, but the kid that plays Toots, I'm trying to find the name of. He's not even listed on like the beginning starring people. So the guy that plays Toots looks a lot like James Cagney to me, like a
little bit. Yeah, I can see it.
You dirty rat! You killed my brother.
And then
well, and he's just a good.
Kill my brother.
Yeah, he's got a good resting gangster face. You know, like from this era.
He also does the thing where his eyes almost go in different directions when he's laughing, so he looks like a maniac.
Yeah,
he's smacking his gum.
Yeah, exactly.
Frank tells Nora and James about George's heroism under fire and shares some small and cherished details that George had spoken of. Nora and her father-in-law seem taken with Frank, stating George frequently mentioned Frank in his letters. I like the detail that the whole story about him being on the phone while the fire's coming or whatever, and he's talking on the phone to stay up all night. And later on, it's like, no, in George's letter, he said actually that was Frank McCloud that was the one on the phone.
Yeah, okay. I'm glad you said that because I on this watch was sitting there being like, so are all the heroic stories he's saying about George actually about him, but he just wants the family to like think he's big heroic. I like didn't get that until she kind of tries to call him on his shit like very subtly outside of the dad, and I didn't get that the first watch, I don't think. So I was like, oh, is he just trying to help the memory of this guy, or help them, by making him more of a hero than maybe he actually was.
Yeah, he's big up in it. He's big up in this boy, and they can tell that because when he's like he's the bravest. The whole squad couldn't have done without him, and you can tell the father is like he wants to believe it, but he's by the way, the father Lionel Barrymore, Drew Barrymore's grandfather.
Oh really? Oh,
yeah. She's a part of the dynasty.
John Barrymore is her grandfather. That's her great uncle.
Oh, her great.
Last night went down a rabbit hole of Wikipedia of just looking at all of the Bogart and Bacall children and that entire family line and just being like, oh my god, like I was like one of the grandkids is on Instagram, and then I was like, I gotta do something else. This is weird. I was just curious,
If you want to cry, oh my god, I was listening to her audiobook and listening to her describe like the final years of his life. I was just sobbing in my car listening to Lauren Bacall's audiobook. But yeah, and then she gets into her tumultuous marriage with oh my god, Robards.
She has a kid.
That's right. Oh, that's right.
Yep.
Yeah. By the way, Kristina, you're right. It's John Barrymore is the grandfather, and then
because John Drew is her dad.
Yeah, and then her name's Drew. The two family names are like John and Drew, and they like intersect, and then they're like, well,
it just doesn't matter if you're a boy or a girl. Doesn't matter.
That's it.
Those are your two choices, kid.
So while preparing the hotel for the hurricane, the three are interrupted by Sheriff Ben Wade and his deputy Claude Sawyer. They're searching for John and Tom Osceola, a pair of fugitive American Indian brothers. Soon after the police leave, the local Seminoles seek shelter at the hotel. Among them, the Osceola boys,
who are characterized as being well dressed. Which is like,
yeah.
Okay. Is that just low-key racist? Or I mean, they kind of are. Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, I wish they had more to do, but I do like that it seems like they're like the correct opinion is to not be racist and weird to these guys. Like I like that the movie at least is like the good guys are chill with the Native Americans.
Yeah.
There's no like stagecoach-esqueness to this. We're like, ooh.
But
it's
also,
the different than African Queen, by the way.
Oh
yeah, I've heard. No, I was also that lady, the old lady, that ancient woman who I love, asks for a cigarette.
Yeah, you got the cigarette.
According, if the IMDb dates for her birthday are correct, she was 78 when this was filmed.
Oh,
And
I thought it was 100.
I also thought she was like 100, and I'm like, she, no offense, doesn't look great for 78. But I was surprised. I mean, that's assuming IMDb is correct, but I was surprised to find out she was 78 because she does look approximately 200 years old.
She does.
She looks like Grandmother Willow.
So she was like,
it feels like it feels like improv, like the way that Bacall and Bogey like react to her asking for a cigarette. It almost feels like they just kind of were like put this woman in between them and were like, just say some shit to them because they both seem kind of surprised. And he's like, yeah. I love her lighten up. It's great.
This is definitely, well, it's in that era of just peak cigarette smoking where it's like, all right, everyone's smoking, everyone looks badass on the the silver screen.
It's right before everyone started dying of like lung cancer en masse in this era of Hollywood.
Bogart.
Including Bogart. And drinking, and they have him drinking in every movie.
Is it a noir if someone's not smoking?
This one he's like, no, thank you, I'm good. I'll only have a beer. And I'm like, I'm proud of you, Bogey, for that one at least. So as the storm approaches, Curly, Ralph, Angel, and Toots. Toots is such a funny gangster name. Pull guns.
Different time.
And Frank hostage. They explain that the sixth reclusive member of their party is the notorious gangster Johnny Rocco, who was exiled to Cuba some years before. Rocco was waiting for his Miami contacts to arrive to conclude a deal. The gang discovers Deputy Sawyer looking about, and they capture him. A tense standoff ensues. I don't know if that's. This is a terrible.
Is it a tense standoff? I don't know. It's a standoff, I guess.
Yeah. The gang discovers.
Stands up. It's tense.
Yeah.
There is a stand up. Yeah, you're right about that. Maybe that's what they meant.
Stick up.
Tense stand up.
I'm not the stand dad. I'm the dad that stand up. Freight declines to fight a duel with Rocco. He's smart for that, stating his belief in self-preservation over heroics, and that one Rocco more or less isn't worth dying for. Rocco shoots Sawyer, and Rocco's men take Sawyer's body out in a rowing boat in the approaching storm to bury it at sea. Imagine that being your job. Like, it's just like, oh, the boss killed someone again. Now we have to go in a hurricane to dump him at sea. And then the body comes back. The body gets washed right back again.
Turns out that didn't work out so great, did it? I mean, like, I feel like, and I have not seen the play, so I don't know if that like kind of that interaction looms larger in the play or not. But I think it looms exactly the right amount here, and we also get the like, all right, it's is the gun loaded or not kind of aspect of it as well. I think that's notable. And that's
what's the password.
Well, that's part of the bomb in the room of it all, right?
One thing is that my understanding is that the play is a lot more racially problematic. And they are not a gang of, mixed, white ethnics that are around a room. It's a gang of Mexican banditti, essentially, that have taken over the hotel. So it's a little more, okay. Which plays into the whole, I think, Spanish Civil War-ness of it too, because it's like, there's these motherfuckers. They speak Spanish. You just kill another guy that speaks Spanish, and then and then get killed by him and redeem yourself.
So good changes by John Huston, what you're saying.
Yeah.
I love a real progressive ally.
I do love the whole upstairs. Like, I love that there's like 20 minutes upstairs of just like intense interactions before we move.
It's all the best scenes.
and I love the way like the camera like like I feel like even though it's like a ton of people in a tiny room, it still feels like visually dynamic, and the camera's moving around and there's lots of fun stuff. And I also find when Barrymore, I know we kind of joked when he stands up, I mean he was actually, you know, mostly immobile and wheelchair ridden, and so like I think that that's like a bold thing as an actor, that he's actually physically trying to do this because it feels so real, because it is like he was so overcome with arthritis and illness that he really was in a wheelchair. And so I think it's really powerful, because also to juxtapose him against Frank, who like the dad, it's like he has all the bravery but he doesn't have the body that can sustain that bravery. And Frank McCloud is able-bodied, and yet he stands down like a coward, and it's about, you know, him almost having to absorb some of that heroicism. But yeah, whenever Barrymore stands, like it's so intense, because like I'm like I see the actor struggling against his own body in a way that is really powerful, I think.
The story of it too, it was only, I think it was, I want to say 1937. I was looking at the thing, and a table fell on him, like a table fell on him while he was acting on a movie set, and broke his back essentially. And then he was able to walk again, but number one, as because he said, the arthritis. Number two, he injured it a second time, and he was just completely immobile after that.
Yeah, I'm always fascinated by the Barrymore family.
There's a lot of good micro expressions in here, which is not something I could articulate when I was a kid and I first watched this, but now there's, you know, a whole freaking novella of them, like with him, and just as you just said, like, you know, where this is a moral stance and a physical stance, and it's something where, you know, the level of effort for that, I think, because it's so claustrophobic, which is an overused term, but let's get real, Key Largo's claustrophobic as hell. It hits harder. And I think you can see the pathos a little more than maybe you would be able to if it was kind of played bigger in general. So like you get these like great moments that, you know, it means a lot. And it's the same thing we talked about with 12 Angry Men, right? It was the kind of thing where, you know, it's like, it's dudes at a table. Why is this so interesting?
Why do we watch this in my peer mediation class? I don't get it.
I feel like that skill has been lost, not because, you know, that there aren't a lot of good shots of faces, but I feel like now people feel like the story has to be like told to you rather than shown a lot more. So it's a lot harder to I just think
vertical dramas.
Well, it's just also the way that people are kind of socialized. I feel like audiences need more from the story than back then, because of silent film for the longest time, right? Like I think there was a lot more faith that audiences could just see a face and understand what was going on, or just see the changes in the expressions and understand what was going on.
That's why acting is a lot. There's so many YouTube videos like, why is acting so much different now? Why do people sound different than they did like 60, 70 years ago? Blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, yeah, stuff evolves.
So as the storm rages outside, Rocco forces his former mall, I don't know what that, a gun mall, I guess. Gay.
Take a shot every time.
That's like
girlfriend, like mob guy's girlfriend.
Mob girlfriend. Yeah.
You're all gonna be drunk by the end of this episode.
Exactly. You're not gonna make it to the letterbox one-liners.
In contrast, Frank politely gives her the promised drink and then ignores Rocco's slaps. Yeah, that is. He just stands there and takes it, which, you know, if you can imagine that if it was like
real men take it.
Curly or like Angel slapping him, he would. It's just the, you know, the part of the terrifyingness of the performance, I think, is how tiny Edward G. Robinson is.
Yeah, he's got big like Al Capone kind of energy, right? Where this guy's like a real psychopath, and like
or like I mean, I don't think this is an actual truth, like Napoleon almost, like, you know, like the way that we as similar like an audience perceive like a small guy with a lot of power. Nora understands that Frank's heroism matches her husband. I would say excels past her husband, who was killed around Monte Cassino in Italy. Mr. Temple invites Frank to live with them at the hotel, a prospect that intrigues Nora. That whole sequence, not a very good. I wish
intriguing.
I wish the IMDb ones are usually better than the Wikipedia ones, but there just doesn't seem to be.
Well, I mean, it's you get what you pay for, right? So.
Yeah.
She has her like chin on his knee, and the way he looks down at her, I'm like, oh my god, they're so in love.
Yeah.
But like it's just like at the same time, there's never any overt like romance. I mean, maybe at the end, like there isn't like real overt.
Yeah. It's funny because it's like this is my favorite film of theirs, but like it's not the best one of them together, if that makes sense. Like I love Key Largo out of the four they've done, but like To Have and Have Not is where like the spice is. Like if you want to see them like effing each other and like that's the movie you want to go see.
Which is funny because they weren't. I mean, like for the first, at least beginning of that, them filming that, they were not fucking.
No.
And then later on in the filming of it, it kind of naturally came together, and then they were together to the end of Bogey's life. And like, I was watching a documentary from like 1996 or something on Bogey's life when his son released that book about growing up with Lauren Bacall and Humphrey Bogart as his parents. And I was watching and they kind of talked about how their relationship almost mirrored their movies, because they did these 4 movies, and by the time of Key Largo, like they were just like a couple, like it was like that spark and that like real like thing between them, because they had to keep it secret for so long. Like there was that real like romantic tension that was really just oozing through everything.
Difference.
And well, to have that, that's like her first movie. Like
Howard Hawks plucked her. If you're like her biography is really great, and like I love hearing her read it with her smoky, like older grand dame voice. And
Sometimes I forget she played Barbara Streisand's mom in a movie.
Oh, I am such a defender of The Mirror Has Two Faces. It is insane. If you ever do The Mirror Has Two Faces, I'm a big defender of that movie that everyone kind of hates.
I've never given it serious consideration to covering it personally, but it's an interesting movie. I mean, it's
no one should probably, but I'm obsessed with it. I have it on DVD behind me, but no, like her biography is a really great insight into like how Howard Hawks found her, her perception of like her and Bogey's relationship. And then I didn't realize they hid it for so long because he was still like dating his like really abusive alcoholic wife. And it's interesting like listening to her detail how like hard that was, because she like wanted to save him from this, but he felt this pull to like be a good husband even though he wasn't in love with it. Like it's drama. We don't get drama like that anymore, at least not in a book that we can read.
I think I was reading about this earlier. Like I was reading about she had this like connection, as did Bogart, but she really got this connection with Katharine Hepburn later on.
Yes.
And they were all in Africa. They were all in Africa together. Not really interacting with any Africans, but
well, it kind of reminds me of
I was going to say Katharine Hepburn had that pretty much for his life, not for her whole life, because she lived a lot longer. Spencer Tracy, who was like a falling down, just incapacitated alcoholic, and he wouldn't like leave his wife at first, and they had to keep that a secret, and she would have to run off. So I think Lauren Bacall really connected to her over that, right? Because she had to keep her relationship with Bogey a secret for that long because of that same, a different kind of opposite dynamic, but still like.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of, believe it or not, Joan Crawford and Clark Gable. When they were doing their films together, they had an affair, but he would not leave his much older Catholic wife. Like she was like 20 years the senior. This was before Carol Lombard.
At some point, right? Like, I don't know, like you have to put it together. That person, if he tries to leave, that person, like they're gonna go to the press. You know what I mean? Like, so there's like a much older Catholic person. They're gonna be like living in sin, living in Clark Gable is living in, and then you have to deal with that for the rest of your time. And you're gonna get blamed for running somebody over when it was really John Huston.
Wow.
Oh my God.
Changing the subject immediately. We got a super chat. Back when South Florida was both trashy and classy. There we go.
That was just trashy.
Now you know.
Well, actually, all of Florida's trashy now.
Now you'd have to make this, and everyone would be Marguerite, like Jimmy Buffett fans. They'd be on the hotel.
I've been to what's it, RJ Gators is what it's called or whatever. I don't know.
What is it? Did you just make that up? No way, that's real.
No, I think
he has his own restaurant.
Wow.
Yeah, Jimmy Buffett. Okay. So all of his employees were.
There's all kinds of accidental Jimmy Buffett facts tonight.
Yeah, Jimmy Buffett.
I've been to Margaritaville multiple times, but just the one in New York City with our friend Kev, with our mutual friend Kev.
Friend of the show. Yeah.
We've
always go to Daytona
Beach.
Always go to Daytona Beach on Biker Week, which is literally just spring, the first week of April.
It does not surprise me that Kev is somebody that would ironically go to Margaritaville.
It was because every year I went for a work trip, they would put me in Times Square, and I'm like, well, we're obviously gonna go to Margaritaville.
Clearly, duh. Hello.
Speaking of Florida, I know that my other friend Brandon has recommended to me a book about Florida noir, but I love that Florida noir can be its own subgenre. It's mostly like neo noirs, but I was watching Wild Things, which is an absolutely unhinged film. And my friend Brandon,
I love Wild Things.
Brandon was like, "This is Florida noir," and I was like, "Yeah. It kind of is." Like, so Florida noir, I love it. It's a great subgenre.
Twist and turn.
I mean, it's not. It's obviously not necessarily noir, but like Scarface too, right? Like that's another of these kind of.
Was that in Florida?
It's Miami. The whole thing is.
Miami. Welcome to Miami.
Yeah, Miami.
Oh yeah. The
Body
you're talking
Heat?
about the
Body Heat,
Pacino
the
one.
double
Body
indemnity?
Heat's what
Yeah,
I was. I didn't want to interrupt, but that's what I was thinking of. Yeah.
Yeah, but no, the Pacino Scarface, not the original.
Yeah. Michael Mann, the whole Michael Mann of it all, right? Miami Vice, ultimately.
Yes.
Yeah.
I can't believe they're remaking Miami Vice. That's gonna be pretty interesting.
You can't believe that? I can believe it. I don't like it.
Are they wear the same outfits? Oh my God.
But before we immediately Angel Heart too. We talk about it. We've talked about it every year for Noir Month, and we never get around to covering it. Angel Heart's very much unhinged, but absolutely a Florida noir as well. Although I think it's actually it might be New Orleans, but it's that sweaty, swampy noir. So not
Mickey
Florida
Rourke
specific, but
Robert De Niro and Lisa Bonet.
dude, it is nuts. It is a nuts movie for like real sickos like me. It's great.
Charlotte Rampling. What the hell is this cast?
It's crazy. I've had it on the 2 cover list for like years, and we can never seem to fit it in. But like it's bonkers. I'm surprised it hasn't ended up on the wheel for Austin Powers, frankly.
You do it 4 times. Just Angel Heart.
I would do Austin Powers cosplay if we do Austin Powers. I'm just saying.
Well, we talked about doing it.
We talked about it. We still have to do it one day.
Yeah.
We wanted to do
Talk
Austin
about a lot
Powers,
of things.
There are 3 films I remember seeing.
Could have
very
Kevin
young.
McKenzie on and have them come on for the Austin.
Yeah, we only have them on separately.
Our power together would be
we
great.
just had Kev on like a month ago.
Yeah, and he's coming on for One Spot Time in Hollywood.
Yeah.
He's coming at the end of the year too. So, yeah, that's right. We're net. Yeah, but it seems like 100,000 years.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you guys though, because I think part of this performance, the Edward G. Robinson, Johnny Rocco. All right, I'll try not to do it as much.
You're gonna Austin Butler out so hard. I
No,
swear.
keep
You're gonna be
doing
stuck
it.
into this.
Keep doing it.
I'm gonna
Keep
come
doing
back
it.
from tour. You'll
I'm
still
gonna
be
start-
talking
I'm gonna
like
start
Edward G.
reading
Robinson.
the synopsis like this. The parts of it where he's scared of the hurricane, where all of the goons, the real goons, right, that assumably
They don't live
in pre Castro Cuba, which is where all the gangsters were living at the time. Batista's Cuba, presumably there are the same kinds of hurricanes there. But I feel like having them all be scared of the hurricane adds such a vulnerable and human thing to these terrifying characters that you don't know what the fuck they're going to do. And also, it's almost like caging them.
Right.
Yeah.
So has anyone else been to the actual Keys before?
No.
Florida Keys.
Florida
I don't want to key-splain to anybody, but I have been.
I've been to Daytona.
Okay, very different. So and the reason why I'm bringing it up is because there is a specific thing that Cuba obviously is affected by hurricanes, as is Florida, as anything with like a coastal region. But the Keys are not big. These are not small these are not large pieces of land. So therefore, any hurricane it's a much bigger deal within the Keys that even someone from Cuba, if they're familiar with it, if you live like enough inland, you're like, oh, that's a hassle. But like, it's not something that's going to like, oh no, this entire place is going to be lifted away.
Yeah.
So in that way, and I understand, and then believe me, there's plenty of letterbox reviewers that really focus in on that. Like, this guy's never heard of a hurricane before, but it's like, no, it hits differently.
Florida should not have been inhabitable.
Oh no,
Yeah, based on Al Capone, like they're probably New York guys, probably Brooklyn guys who then maybe were in Chicago for a bit and then were like I feel like they probably spent most of their time in the North and Midwest, so it's probably unique to them.
Well, and maybe they don't have like a lifetime of experience with it too. And anyway, not to like again, key-splain this, but the Keys are its own thing that is unique even to Florida. Which is saying a lot.
The closest I really gotten that I remember, at least, because I went to Florida all the time when I was a kid.
I thought you were going to say key lime pie, which is delicious.
No, the closest I've ever gotten is eating a nice key lime pie.
Key lime pie.
It's like Fort Myers, which is like it's
it's very close. It's very close,
down. Yeah, that was the first. I don't know why this was, but I remember this distinctly because literally it was the same time that Jeb Bush was dropping out of the 2015. So
Jeb,
all that stuff was gone. So the first vacation I ever took by myself was to Fort Myers in Florida to go hang out with a girl who had moved there with her family.
Shout out to Palmetto with Woody Harrelson. Why are we shouting it out? I mean, yeah, sure.
I think we're talking about is it Florida Noir.
Oh, Florida Noir. Okay, got it. Okay, yeah, cool. Since we kind of
Woody Harrelson's a very Florida character, I feel like too, but he also a very California character.
Yeah.
But I could see him coming out of the Everglades and like
right.
Yeah.
Well, that's one of the reasons why True Detective season 1 kind of works so well too. There's like a swampiness to him. Like it's believable, even much like John Fogerty came from the bayous of El Cerrito, California, a suburb of Berkeley. But it worked. Like you believe it. Mackenzie, do you want to tell your Austin Butler story? Since we're
it's so not relevant to the movie in any capacity.
I mean, we're talking about key lime pie, friend. You can talk about whatever you want.
No, I am a fan of Austin Butler. I'm a defender of the Elvis movie, and I like him a lot as an actor. And I call him my boyfriend a lot. Even I say to my wife, I'm like, I may be a lesbian, but that's my boyfriend. And so I was jokingly telling my in-laws about this, and they were like, like they don't think they fully understood the concept of that. But we were later going to the Breitling watch store because my father-in-law was like, "Oh, let's go look at like expensive watches we're never gonna buy." And I was like, "Okay." And we walk in, and Austin Butler is plastered all around the room because I guess he's the poster boy for this watch place. And this man goes into hard sell mode with my father-in-law. And my father-in-law kind of jokingly is like, "Mackenzie, it's your boyfriend," on the wall. And I was like, "Oh my God, okay." And so then the guy at the watch store like gloms onto that. And every couple seconds he's like, "Oh yes, the one that your daughter's boy is wearing." Like he kept like he has like an Italian accent. That's not a really good Italian accent. But he kept like referencing him and like calling me like, "Daughter, your boy." And I was like, "Yeah, I guess he'll call me daughter." And I just was so mortified the entire time. And this watch was
he's inserted himself so that now he's your father and Austin Butler's your boyfriend.
Yeah, Austin Butler's my boyfriend. And so this watch was $8,000. My father-in-law was like, "We need to get out of here." And so as we're leaving, the man yells at the door, "Daughter, if you get your father to buy the watch, I'll throw in the poster for free." Like pointing to this that's 6 foot tall Austin Butler poster.
That's
and my father-in-law was like,
that's the part that was going to sell it to you for you.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, made the sale.
You're like, I have $8,000 to blow. I'm just not sure just to watch.
I have Austin Butler at home though.
There's a $10 poster he's throwing in, and it's mounted, so that's needs another $1.50.
We have Austin Butler at home.
My love of Austin Butler. My wife makes fun of me frequently for it. I went to go see Cut Feeling for that man. I'm like, I'll go see him.
Did you ever see?
We have Austin Butler at home, and it's Jacob Elordi.
Did you ever see Dune 2? Mackenzie, did you ever watch that?
No.
He's good in it.
I know. I'm the last
it's
person
better than the first one.
That hasn't seen Dune 2. So
that's fine. I mean, we did a great episode with Becky Rice, I think. Remember, right? Oh yeah,
Speaking of
because that's where I came up with Little Fremen. Little Women.
Yeah,
Little Fremen. Little Fremen.
My Little Fremen.
When we did the whole bit where it was Austin Butler in Dune 2, but he was still stuck in Elvis.
But he's stuck in the Elvis mode. I remember this very well.
So he's like, "My blade,
May that blade super shadow, bro."
And then I was like, I made that thing where it was like, it was Austin Butler in Dune 2 going, "Don't step on my blue suede shoes."
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Anyway,
that's
nothing to do with Key Largo.
Having absolutely nothing to do with Key Largo. Yeah.
But my other boyfriend is Humphrey Bogart. My wife calls him my dead boyfriend. She's like, "Your living boyfriend's Austin Butler, and your dead boyfriend's Humphrey Bogart." And I'm like,
I got a lot of boyfriends and girlfriends.
Are any of them Austin Butler though?
Are they in the room with us now?
Mackenzie.
Look, I have a private Pinterest board of women I find beautiful.
They're on the backstage.
It sounds Christina's thing sounds more like she's starting a cult. She's starting her own town. They're all my girlfriends and boyfriends. Yeah.
Austin Butler without hair.
We all float down here.
What I was talking about though, it wasn't what wasn't the idea that that I found it interesting that they didn't know what a hurricane was. Like I don't think if I was in the middle of a hurricane, I'd be scared for like the same. I mean, I've been to like Puerto Rico a bunch of times, and I've been there when they're like, "Oh, there's gonna be a hurricane."
Well,
and,
when they made the Wizard of Oz, they had no reference to what a tornado looked like. I'm stupid.
we've never even been to Kansas. See, we have no idea. No, my thing wasn't that. It's just the vulnerability of nature, right? Like it's the vulnerability of man versus nature in such a stark way where it's men that have conquered other. No homo, but men who have conquered other men. So it is like men who have conquered, that feel like they rule over other men, right? Like in this very like fascist, authoritarian, gangster way that they're referencing throughout the entire thing. But it's still that nature can scare them coming from the outside. because nature is virtually unconquerable.
Well,
although
so you have these
arguably
people that are the
now-
aggressors. The Rocco
Yeah.
character is like clearly the antagonist here. Everyone's in danger because of this guy, and this guy's freaked out because of the hurricane, right? So there's something greater than the evil that's in the room, and so the bomb in the room is actually the bomb outside the room in this situation. Which is to say the hurricane.
And I think the sound design is really effectively used. I heard it more like in the theater, but like the way the wind is kind of always present, even when it's like calm, but then it starts to ramp up more, like the lighting with the lightning and the sound design. Like I feel like because it, famously was shot pretty much on a back lot. Even the scenes where they're on the boat were filmed like in a pool with a bunch of fog to cover it up,
Which is
why it's
crazy.
so foggy in Florida.
But like, where's this fog
all
come
that
from?
would be CGI today, which is so like I love.
So they're on a boat in a pool and they're just kind of, but like it was
doing it
all kind of-
Titanic style. They're doing it
they got
Titanic
really
style. That's what
amazing-
James Cameron did.
They've lost it now, but like they got really amazing with dry ice for a long time to create that
yeah.
fog. Like,
But like,
they did
like
such a good,
the sound design and the lighting design and all that, I think makes the hurricane feel very immersive and real. Like I think it plays really well.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and it like again, that's part of it's easy to mentally redact those scenes too, because you just think when I think of this movie, I think about just the interactions between the actors, right? And like crazy tension again, that not even their greatest romantic movie, as you mentioned, but like just between Bogey and Lauren Bacall. I mean, it's great. It's like instantly you don't need anyone to tell you, oh, they like each other. It's like, no, it's freaking dogs know it. It's readily apparent. Come on. I mean,
apparently there's this place called the Caribbean Club that claims to be the outdoor, like, because they did go to Key Largo and they went to Key
Right.
West to do the
they
exterior
say that's
shot.
where it's filmed. It.
And there's a place called Caribbean Club that claims to be the place that they filmed those exterior shots, but I think
maybe.
people have doubted the veracity of those claims.
Yeah.
Well, we're Key Largo. Yeah. So as the storm rages outside, Rocco forces. Well, I already read this part, but I'll read it again. Rocco forces his former Moll to sing for them and then demeans her. In contrast, Frank politely gives her the promised drink and ignores Rocco's slaps. Nora understands that Frank's heroism matches her husband. It's more than her husband though. He's the heroic one, and the husband's the one that's on the radio and the thing. He's the alpha dog in this unit. Yeah. So Mr. Temple invites Frank to let them to live with them at the hotel, a prospect that intrigues Nora. The storm finally subsides. Sheriff Wade returns looking for Deputy Sawyer and discovers his body washed up by the storm on the hotel driveway. They should have gone farther. I thought that in the moment too. It's like they should have.
If we're gonna dump a body, take it further out. Yeah.
Rocco goes outside and convinces Sheriff Wade the Osceola boys are responsible for Sawyer's death. Wade confronts and kills them. Wade confronts and kills them both before leaving with Sawyer's body. Rocco's contact Ziggy arrives to buy a large amount of counterfeit money. It's pretty funny that's what they're trying to sell. It's not like, I mean, it's too early for drugs, right? Like the drug connections really come to like the 1950s, really. Like so they're like, oh, you guys want to buy some fake money? It looks real. It looks real.
Money, see? Yeah.
Rocco then forces Frank, who is a skilled seaman, to take him in his house.
Seaman.
Back to Cuba on the small hotel boat. As the gang prepares to board the boat, Gay steals Rocco's gun and covertly passes it to Frank. I do think that she deserved that supporting actress Oscar.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Sure.
No, it's an incredible performance. Yeah.
That song. Oh, Mackenzie, you were going to talk about the song and the story behind
it.
Yeah.
It's
Thanks, Stevie. I got
really-
Caribbean Queen stuck in my head now.
Where Billy Ocean performs Caribbean
My
Queen.
dad loved dancing to that song.
And also No Dry Ice, No Edgar Ulmer. By the way, just finally watched Detour this last year. Loved it.
Detour,
Great movie.
wow.
Another great noir that I'm like
68
immediately went on the
minutes.
list.
Boom.
Yeah.
Perfect. That was.
Is Detour the one where he goes into the thing and he says he goes to the police station and he tells them he got murdered. They have to like solve the murder backwards, essentially. Is that?
No, he's like a hitchhiker, and he's like
the
just
diner.
He's like the
Like
dumbest dude in
mean
the
woman.
world. Keeps getting into trouble. Yeah,
Oh,
and it was actually one of the influences for the Villain of Circumstance video, because I was like enthralled by, especially visually. Some of the visuals are like holy moly, like and a very low budge, but like it's held up very well, I feel. Anyway, that's Edgar Ulmer. That is not the movie that we're talking about. Mackenzie, go ahead, please.
Yeah, that was the thing that Eddie Mueller said when he introduced the film when I saw it in theaters, was he basically talked about two things which are both relevant to this section, where he talked about Claire Trevor's Oscar win, and how you know, John Huston was known to not be the greatest director towards women in particular, and he did not necessarily treat Claire Trevor with a lot of respect. And she was really stressed. She did not consider herself a singer, and she did not come from a singing background, and she was really nervous about this. And he refused to let her rehearse it, and he basically just was like, "Okay, you're doing it now." And like, I think that's where a lot of the nerves and
just like
anxiety
John
comes
Rocco.
from. Yeah, I mean, basically. And
yeah.
so I think that
Yeah.
comes through in her performance, and it really is like, it's right at the midway point of the movie. I feel like it just takes your breath away, and you're just so nervous for her. I think that Claire Trevor, so like like this idea that like Huston didn't let her rehearse because he wanted the nerves and the anxiety to kind of come through, that he knew she would feel. So he was like, what if I psychologically torture this woman to get this out of her? But it's really good. And I think that like it's a character that could easily be very one-dimensional. And I feel like Claire Trevor infuses her with a ton of sympathy. Like the way she like immediately checks in on Lauren Bacall when she like comes in and sees that something's wrong, and she's like, honey, what's going on? Like, she's a girl's girl. I love that for her. She's a girl's girl and she loves to drink, you know, and it is what it is. But and then like like her big hero moment when she uses the like way that Rocco thinks about her to manipulate him to steal the gun, because she believes in Frank. And I think it's really like, it's such a hero moment. Again, like the whole crowd I was in just cheered for her, because we were like, we love her, we're so on her side.
Which I mean, he like the thing about it that I was thinking about, right? It's not exactly that he's wrong in the sense that she's pissed, but she's perfectly like fine to snitch on him on top of Piggy, right? So he's like, oh, she'll be so upset that she'll snitch on this other guy, and that's my plan. And it's like, why wouldn't she snitch on you? You think you're gonna be far enough away by that point that you know, he's not snitching on you too?
Like she may not be sober, but she is, I think, ending the movie with a new sense of self-respect, and at least knows that Rocco is not worth it.
Right. There's a journey with it. And I think it's a worthy win. And it's interesting because it's the only win for this movie. However, for the Oscars that year, also the same year of Treasure of Sierra Madre. So actor in a supporting role was Walter Houston in Treasure of Sierra Madre.
Yeah. Daddy. Your old dad.
Daddy Houston. And which is notable too. This is also the Red Shoes year, so that actually won for cinematography, which
a movie that Barbie was inspired by.
Or sorry, it was art direction. Cinematography is actually The Naked City, another incredible noir that came out that year.
Jesus,
what a
the
year!
40s
right?
was like noir decade, you know, like.
John Huston did win for director, but not for this. He won for Treasure of Sierra Madre as well. Again,
Oh yeah, what a pick! It's like, oh, which one to choose, you know?
This is the Laurence Olivier Hamlet year.
Oh
so
Hamlet.
He won Best Actor.
Yeah, I like this more than Sierra Madre, but that might be a hot take.
I'm not disagreeing with you, but I do think that Treasure of the Sierra Madre is such a unique movie that I could like, because like, you know, people talk about this movie and then Maltese Falcon, like, you know, like the big Bogart noir movies, but like Treasure of the Sierra Madre, I feel like it's talked about in its own category, the same as like African Queen. Not,
you know what's weird?
It's like its own like
crazy Academy Awards, but only won 2.
What did Treasure Sierra Madre? Or
no, John Huston in general. He was not.
Oh, John Huston in general. Oh yeah. No, that was like a noted thing. Like he said he didn't care, but it was like
Well, also a big part of that is that he fled to Ireland for a big part of his career after he was so disgusted by like how Hollywood had treated the, you know, he was the last guy that was still up in arms about like the Hollywood 10, you know, and he moved to Ireland and was just like gotten more and more radicalized, hanging out with the Irish for the rest of his life.
I don't blame him, you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, and the other thing too, which we might talk about in the next session, is Bogey loved sailing in real life. Bogart was a big sailor, and the Santana, which is the name of the boat that they do, was the name of his real boat and his production company, and he loved sailing. So Bogart, there's like a whole book about Bogart's obsession with sailing, and there's so many great photos of him sailing. So he was a passionate sailor. So I love whenever there's a movie where he gets to be on a boat, because To Have and Have Not similar, he's also a sailor in that. Like whenever Bogey's a sailor in a movie, it makes me happy, because I know he like genuinely loved it. And like that scene where he's like tying the boat up, I feel like he's kind of flexing on his skills there, because he did love sailing.
I love how the line comes back to bite him in the ass. He's like, my first girlfriend was a boat. And then later on, that line comes to bite him so hard when the guy's like, his first girlfriend was a boat.
Yeah,
He
yeah,
loves
yeah,
the
yeah.
sale. It's like, God damn it. You never tell real information about yourself in front of these kinds of people, right? Because like you never know what's gonna end up being used against you. But you wouldn't think that. But then it's like his first girlfriend was a boat. He knows how to sail. Look at this guy.
Yeah.
LOL, there's a quote. If you look up Humphrey Bogart sailing, the first article that comes up is called Bogey's One True Love. And it has a quote from Lauren Bacall where she said, "The only cause my husband, Humphrey Bogart, ever gave me to be jealous was not of a woman, but of a boat, a racing yacht called Santana."
She knew.
Well, so I was watching the that documentary, and they said like I think they said Sunday night through Thursday he was on the call whenever like Lauren Bacall needed something, he was there. But Friday and Saturday it was his boat days.
That's
and
boat
his
time.
quote for his quote for why he didn't invite women on his boat is, "Then I can't piss off the side."
Oh, what a gentleman.
That was his boat time.
It's his boat time, baby.
Then I can't. Then I can't even do the like. You have to put your lips really close together. And then I can't piss off the side. Like,
because they're gonna do Rocco again. We gotta talk about Lauren Bacall in this. I mean, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Like, and this is coming off of Joan Crawford and Mildred Pierce last week too. It's like we're batting 1,000 for just absolute baddies. She's so great in this, and it's she's not given that much to do because it'd be in the 40s and all.
Yeah, in the other films they did together, she has a lot more to do. That's the only downside, I think, is I wish she had more. It's a very subtle performance, really quiet performance. It's not very big.
I think it's hard because, like, obviously, she's a widow in this, and would be in real life, I guess, a decade later. But she's a widow in this, and you don't really like. It would feel unseemly, I think, if she's like. I mean, like, there's those little moments, obviously, where her head's in like. Frake's laugh and he's kind of stroking her hair, like those cuter little moments. But like, you would feel kind of unseemly, I think, if from the beginning she kind of threw herself at Bogey, and it's like he's there because your husband, who just like literally just died, is like
she is kind of immediately interested in him. That's something I do find funny, that she's like, my dead husband, who cares?
but I feel like well, I mean, she's gotten these letters and he's all over the letters. But no, like if she threw herself at him too much in the beginning, I feel like it would feel unseemly in a way. By that point, you're like, you almost feel like you feel like Bogey's friend because he keeps describing him, and then it's not even it's really just him like that he's describing.
So like. We kind of, before whatever, in the private chat, talked about Lauren Bacall, being a liberal, and she has some of the best quotes about being a liberal. It's like, yeah, like she identifies. She's like, I'm a New Deal, like Roosevelt, Democrat, liberal. I'm like, why can't most Democrat politicians be like that? Like she's like, I don't like it, when people, say like make it like the L word, like it's a naughty bad word. She's like, being a liberal is awesome. Fuck off. And I'm like, yeah, nice.
Was that an exact quote?
No, but she
basically,
she's like, she's like, I'm a total Democrat. I'm anti-Republican. It's only fair that you know it.
Yeah, like Larry King saying this or something, and yeah. I love her. I mean, have you seen
the first quote? I'm a total 3 times liberal and proud of it.
Queen.
Yeah.
Nice.
Dark Passage, I feel like, is the film they did that's the least watched.
I don't know that one.
The first 40 minutes of it is filmed in POV, but like you're Humphrey Bogart. And I'm like, everyone thinks it's weird. I jokingly call it the Elder Scrolls Humphrey Bogart because it's just like POV Humphrey Bogart. But here's the thing. It's kind of schlocky and fun, and because Lauren Bacall is talking to him, she's just looking directly into the camera and like lighting a cigarette and flirting with like you because I'm like, here's the thing: if you want Lauren Bacall to flirt with you, watch Dark Passage.
I mean, you've already stop right there. You've already made the sale. Thank you.
And then he gets plastic surgery, and it unveils to be Humphrey Bogart, and I'm like, I love how this guy gets plastic surgery.
Here's another liberal quote about Laura. She's like, regarding the use of the term L word liberal in a negative way by some politicians, she said, I love it, and I think it's outrageous to say the L word. I mean, excuse me, they should be damn lucky that they were liberals here. Liberals gave more to the population of the United States than any other group.
I think, I mean, that meant something a lot different, in her time than it does in our time. Like,
yes, because it's all about being being civil, and she's like, fuck that.
But like, you know, like there's a big thing about FDR, which so many people in this milieu were like, you know, big FDR heads and like really loved the New Deal. Long after that became, you know, kind of fell out of fashion after World War II, and then, you know, after Harry Truman and all of that. So it's like it makes a lot more sense, I think, in that context. In this context, where liberal, when it's used derisively, is like, I wish they were more like that than they are. You know, they are like Chuck Schumer bailing on a government shutdown.
We will win. We won't rest. Oh wait, we did.
Please. Let's change the topic.
But yeah. So I had something that I wanted to bring. Oh, so the Ziggy guy, right? What do you guys think about that? Because I feel like that is ahead of its time in the sense that like the jovial kind of mobster character, right? That's like. That comes up to them, and I'd like to. There's a lot of crazy dialogue in this that I really appreciated. One of the things is I like that he's trying to force that guy Curly to like talk. He's like, "Come on, Curly, come on, say something," and he's like, "I bet we'll have prohibition back in 2 years tops."
Great.
You know, like, you know, and it'll be just like it was. And there's so much of that kind of Sopranos thing where it's like, you know, everyone's like, remember when, you know, like they're like, remember when the lowest form of conversation. But it's like they're looking back because this guy's been exiled to Cuba, essentially. I mean, he's based off of, you know, there's like a bunch of like gangsters at the time, you know, Lucky Luciano, like they were all kind of stuck in Cuba because they got deported from the United States for a long time. And I like that they're doing this looking back thing, and the guy that comes there, he's trying to make small talk with them, and his small talk is also I bet we'll have prohibition back in 2 years tops, you know, and things will be great, and this time we won't shoot at each other, which you see that with D. Robinson in this movie. That's not what's going to happen.
Well, but there's a lot of great little like tossed off lines like that let you know what kind of dudes those are. Like they have the whole like, you know, are you thieves or what? You know, you want monies as a robbery? Yeah, Pop, I'm gonna steal all your towels. Great. That's a great line. That, you know,
that guy's cracking wires. That guy's cracking wires, and he doesn't know what a joke is. You know, when he's reading.
Yeah, exactly. You know,
finally,
and there's
he laughs at something that's funny for once.
Well, and there's a lot of lines that hit well that are more poignant rather than like being funny as well. But like it's, you know, it's a good balance. Like it's a well written script. You know, and some of them are just cruel, especially pretty much anything that is Johnny Rocco saying. But it still works, especially when you're like, wow, this guy sucks.
Yeah.
Does a good job of getting that across. Like he's not like he did nothing wrong. He's a cool guy doing cool guy things.
Edward G. Robinson, by the way, another you know, well-known liberal. Like his politics were really like in that mold. And that character, the Johnny Rocco character, is based off of the head of Hua.
Oh really?
Yeah.
The head of HUAC at the time.
It really seemed like being a liberal was so cool for a time being. And then
J. Parnell Thomas was the guy, and so the guy that headed those hearings that put away the Hollywood 10. Within 3 years of that, he was in the same prison as two people in the Hollywood 10, because it turns out that there was a lot of people that wanted to, you know, stick a knife in his back after that, and he had put his niece and her maid on the payroll illegally, and so they got him for that, and it was in all the newspaper. And brought him down, which led to the rise of McCarthy as, like, you know, as the person actually running these hearings.
Wow. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Roy Cohn was working for, and Bobby Kennedy was also working.
Yeah. Well, yeah. There's ripple effects all down the line. Sure. Yeah.
No, not that one. But
not that one. Not that one.
Bobby Kennedy Sr. was
not Hoggle.
They were the two sides of. They were the two sides of basically like the more, you know, left-leaning side, and then like the more far-right Cretan side of things. But yeah, so that guy is who Edward G. Robinson and John Huston based that character off of.
Well, so getting back to the plot, you know, you get out on the water, right? And that's something where he just, even though they're goofing on him over and over again, it's like he outdoes them in every way, shape, and form, like from beginning to end. And it's great because it's not, you don't have anyone like announce that or just be like, well, the last thing you want to do is be out on the water with him because he's so skilled in it. Yeah, we heard that. We know. Like it's and it's something where, again, as you said, it's a show, not tell, which I appreciate. I think it makes it better. And just that grin he gives when there's like the the Edward G. Robinson character is below deck and he's above deck. It's so good. And it's so noir, right? It's such a just like, yeah, I got you. And then he keeps like bargaining and he's like, how about this? How about this? How about I just give you all the money? How about the, it's just going through like and we're so used to seeing that now. And certainly that kind of thing had been depicted before, but this is like one of the better applications within the classic noir. Go ahead, Mackenzie.
No, I just think the patience too of that final face-off is great. Like how Bogart is like not speaking because he knows if he just lets him keep talking, eventually he'll slip up. And like I feel like the tension keeps getting pulled out and like stretched out because he's letting him go on for so long. And like he doesn't know Bogart's on the roof. Like I just think it's a really great like tense final standoff, and a really tense good movie. Yeah, I love it.
I feel like there's like people always ask like why are there no why aren't there that many good mob movies lately, and I feel like part of it is that like show don't tell thing where it's like the dialogue when mob movies are good, right? Like the dialogue has to be a lot of times so inane to make the actual like violence and action of the movie work.
Also in like a post Goodfellas society, there's been reality shows, Mob Wives and stuff like that. Like a lot of people know too much about the innings, and like there was supposed to be some type of mystique surrounding like being in the mafia, but not everyone knows like what goes on.
Post Goodfellas and post Sopranos specifically.
Sopranos,
as much as I love the Sopranos,
but the Sopranos did this really well too, where it's inane chatter a lot of the time while these violent things are happening. It's the juxtaposition of having these, and the Sopranos obviously took it to like an extreme where it's like a suburban dad that you're watching do normal things, but it's like there's like an inaneness to everything where this chatter has to be kind of almost jovial but also threatening, and you like when you spell things out and you're like, I'm gonna get you, like it loses that kind of charm that all like a lot of these characters have. And part of the
stop yelling. I just had to pick her up. Screaming.
Part of the reason that Johnny Rocco works so well is that like throughout this entire thing, it's like
there is a twinge of your David Lynch in that impersonation, FYI, but that's not a bad thing.
It's Friday once again.
It's Friday. It's Friday once again. Well, maybe that's just because that's how I sat. Maybe I just have a range.
It's fine. It's fine.
But like, there's a
beloved character actor, Forrest Miller.
And I can only kind of do this.
He's got like 1.5 impersonations, but he does them all the time. Don't worry.
Kind of guy. Good Jordan Peterson.
I can do this voice, and it changes up to here, and then it changes up to here, and then it changes.
And then you could do the Bob Dylan.
Oh, and I can also do an Israeli accent apparently that I didn't know that I could do until
I discovered that.
Tune into the after party for all that, people. Anyway, what were you saying for? Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, we need to do an after party, I guess, because it's getting silly in here.
Need to get out of our system.
There's that like a nameness to all the chatter, and it's like an awkwardness to all the chatter where it's these people kind of hanging around that I feel like we've lost because of the dialogue, right? Like we've lost because so much dialogue is like tell
and over plotted too, just this having too much plot. Because that's the thing, as I've seen people kind of bag on this movie for not having too much of a plot. I think the problem now, and there are great movies that just there's too many plot points to it. Like this is going to be a weird one to pull up, but like the Renfield movie, it's like you need like a quarter of this plot for this movie to work. You don't need any of this. You need to have these characters, frankly, and it was like this could have been a great movie. It was fine. I
feel like there are times when
don't worry, he made up for it for being a Nosferatu.
Absolutely, yeah, it was great in that.
Maybe people will get mad at me for this, but there's times when I feel that way about Paul Thomas Anderson movies. It's like all plot.
There is a lot of plot. Yeah.
A lot, like I don't know. Like I was thinking about like Inherent Vice. Like there's so much like
that's the one everyone says is
that would be an interesting conversation. I'll probably try to get into that movie at some point, but
I watched it a couple I can't remember what I think it was when Licorice Pizza came out. I watched it, and it was like in between us doing episodes for something. But so then the end of this not great. Wikipedia, work on your synopses. Synopsis.
On your open source unpaid synopses. Yeah, please.
Out on the Straits of Florida, Frank uses seamanship, trickery, and the stolen gun to kill the gang members one by one. He then heads back to Key Largo while
It's kind of
radioing
Die
for-
Hard. It's kind of proto Die Hard.
Yeah, or while waiting for Coast Guard help and to get a
Key
message
Largo,
from the
a Christmas
hotel.
movie.
He's the Nakatomi Plaza. And like, I gotta radio back to the Nakatomi Plaza.
Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker.
Meanwhile, Gay tells Wade, it's hard to be like, hey, Gay, get in here. Gay tells Wade,
Gay is in. Gay is cool. I want some
But,
gay.
he's like, her original name was like Molly Malloy, but I changed her name to Gay.
Yay!
All right.
Gay Dawn. It's the dawn of the. It's the
Happy
dawn.
Dawn.
Dawn the gays.
A surprisingly not very queer coded movie for someone with gay dawn in it. But anyway.
Gay Dawn.
This is when gay meant happy, Conan. Okay.
Oh,
That,
okay. All right. Thanks for explaining that.
Later on, the Key Largo Hotel actually became the spot of Stonewall, and that's why it was Gay Dawn. No Stonewall. Stonewall. All right.
Swing and a miss. All right, moving on.
Meanwhile,
you can't pet every cat for us. Come on.
Wade
Aw.
Wade
My cat
mentions
like
that
being on
Lee's
camera.
gang has been captured and leaves with Gay to identify them. The phone rings. James and Nora are delayed to hear that Frank is. For a second, I was like, "Who's James?" But then I was like, "Oh, the dad."
The dad.
James and Nora are delighted to hear that Frank is returning safely. Nora opens the shutters to the sun, the Gay Dawn. While out at sea, Frank steers the boat towards shore. He's back, baby. He's on land. He's a land lover.
Well, and it doesn't wrap everything up with a neat bow either, which is very noir. No, it doesn't like over.
Oh yes, some
tell the name.
ambiguous ending,
la-
of
the
course,
last-
like we kind of saw in Mildred Pierce.
The last Japanese submarine
We go back to the husband.
fires a torpedo into the boat and blows up as it gets to shore.
Was Ari Aster?
that-
What's happening?
No, it's just that it's that last guy from World War II that didn't know the war was over that
Yeah,
they found
yeah.
or whatever. He's like, the boat just explodes, and it's like, damn.
We hardly knew him.
Yeah, I like the ending. The ending's ambiguous. I like ambiguous. I think ambiguous for noir especially works very well.
You couldn't do it. You couldn't do it today. You couldn't do that ending. It would have to be like, wow, I'm in love with Frank McCloud.
Right.
And he's coming back to shore and we're going to be together. And he's like, I can't wait to get back to shore because I'm also in love with you. He picks up the phone and he's like, listen, of all the women in all the Key Largo hotels, and I had to come into this one. Here's looking at you, kid.
Just make a meta referential reference to Casablanca.
I mean, he did it with why'd you stick your neck out? And he's like,
Yeah.
That relationship didn't work out, so he's now looking for a new one.
Yeah, I mean, I think it all works. Mackenzie, how do you feel about the ending of this of good old Key Largo?
I love it. I'm glad he lives. I like it's I mean, I love this movie from beginning to end. It's like so my type of movie, and it is it's definitely in my top Bogart performances ever. I love him in this movie. I love the whole cast. It's just this is a perfect movie for me. I love it so much.
There's something to like, he's obviously he's a brave guy, and in the end you're like, you know, like you realize like, oh, he was the brave one. At the same time though, like very lost. Like he can't get himself, which I think happened to a lot of people. Like after the war is over, they've been at war for so long they can't get themselves really situated back into the world. He has no family, he has nothing, and he's like by himself in this crazy world. In this crazy world, two kids find each other. No, but you get the same feeling from Lauren Bacall, like except for the fact that she obviously found her husband who then died and then found his father as like that's her family now. But it's like this not thrown together, but like I don't know, like just this arrangement that seems like it really works for her, but it works because of like this tragedy, and she tells the story of her backstory and kind of just finding this guy and falling in love, and then he goes right to the war, and it's like there's this loneliness to all of their characters, I think, that they don't beat you over the head with.
Yeah, it comes across well, and I think it's one of the reasons why this is an enduring. Like you listen, some noir is fantastic and is very much this is of the time, right? But I think a lot of it works even if you don't have the exact reference points from that era at your immediate fingertips or understanding. Like the feelings come across, and that's one of the reasons why it's effective as a movie.
Yeah, I also feel like this is the last thing I'll say before we can jump to one-liners, I guess. it's pretty clear that John Huston didn't go into the like he was working with he went to Italy like he did, but he was making documentaries at the time pretty much for the military. So he was like watching this combat happen with the camera in his hand essentially. And you get the feeling that he was very affected and then very demoralized when he came back in the world. And like, so you get the feeling that he's kind of working on his own post-war kind of feeling through this movie and like through the reworking of this incredibly reactionary conservative script and through the McCarthy period, right? Like
my cats could never.
Yeah, absolutely. No, and I think that's very notable. Something else is notable is, of course, Letterboxd, a social media site for film lovers who talk with and to each other about the movies they love, maybe the movies they didn't love, maybe the movies that they only quoted that one specific Mike Love penned Beach Boys song, because that's the only reference that they apparently have in their lives. And of course, everybody gets to chime in a pie, not just the Skulls and Eberts of the world. Everyone gets to talk about all the movies all the time. A bottom-up democracy. This is best expressed for the purposes of this bit succinctly, where I collect the best of these every week and put them on the screen for Forrest and the rest of the panel to react to. These are the Letterboxd one-liners for Key Largo. Let's roll them. How did anyone live without air conditioning?
Good question.
I never realized how late in the game air conditioning came around. Like
I don't have air conditioning right now, and it sucks. I hate it.
Oh no, it's like 30 degrees where I'm at. So want to hang out?
Yeah, I was gonna say like it's. I know I'm just a little bit north, but yeah.
I lived in Tennessee my whole life, and every apartment you lived in had central air. That's just how it is in Tennessee, and in Chicago, not so much. So I just have radiators and a little wall lamp or wall fan. It's awful.
39 degrees feels like 30 currently. So there you go.
The like the rotary compressor, like the units, right? The air conditioning units, 1957. Those ones were invented. So they had them before, but like when they actually invented the ones that could go into like housing, that's like late in the game. Like
and it's also one of the reasons why this is such peak sweaty cinema, like Wages of Fear or something, right? Where it's just like there's so much sweat, where it's like, oh, it's like intrinsic to the plot.
Yeah, apparently in the 1920s, a big reason why people went to the movies so much is that they had comfort.
Air conditioning.
Dude, 1920s when I was in junior high school, man. Ask me how I saw Halloween 6 twice.
Wait, why would you see Halloween 6 twice?
Because of air conditioning. It was air conditioned in the movie theater and not at the house. Saw Mallrats twice for the same reason, but that's a different conversation anyway. Moving on.
I've seen Mallrats twice with air conditioning in the house.
There you go. Well, taste all kinds, I guess. Johnny Rocco is a great criminal, but I probably wouldn't take a bath during a major hurricane with an electric fan inches from me.
Yeah.
Johnny Rocco! I've been electrocuted, see? Yeah.
Movie's over very quickly when he just gets electrocuted.
Wait,
and that's Key Largo credits roll.
If Johnny Rocco electrocuted himself, what would happen to his gang?
Oh, come on, who's even the number 2? I don't know.
There is no number 2. The closest
Curly's.
Curly.
Oh man,
he's a Three Stooges character.
You're boned.
Yeah,
that gang is going nowhere.
he's poking Toots in the eye.
Yeah, no, exactly. It's a physical routine. 2 of the henchmen in this are called Curly and Toots. If that's a classic noir, then I don't know what is. Speaking of which,
there's always like this Hays Code thing, right? Where there's like things are very female coded, but they're actually supposed to be coded for like a gay relationship, or like a one person's kind of the alpha, one person's kind of submissive kind of thing. And it feels like Toots as a name is very much that, where it's like trying to show who's the most who's the farthest down, I guess, in the alpha chain, the youngest one, right? And you're like, hey, Toots, come in here. Like
there's always got to be someone at the bottom of the totem pole, right?
Yeah,
so to speak.
Hey, Toots. No, not you. No, not you. Him.
Toots.
Who knew it was possible for anyone to look as good in a white button-up shirt as Lauren does?
She's so beautiful.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. And like
all time.
Those eyes.
But like, it almost makes Edward G. Robinson, who is a clownish-looking individual and who is not. His face in this is so amazing because it's so expressive and it's so over the top. But he outshines, he outshines Bogart, he outshines McCall, he outshines he kind of steals the show in every scene that he's in, past all these people that are better looking as stars, have these in any other movie you'd be automatically drawn to them, and I feel like your eye is drawn to Edward G. Robinson's magnetic performance in this, in the same way that you're kind of drawn to Robert Mitchum in Night of the Hunter in every scene he's in. Those are the two people.
Yeah, right. Very compelling visual. Yeah, absolutely. She looked amazing. The Big Sleep. She looks amazing in everything she's in.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're talking about this movie though.
Again, even Amir Has Two Faces. I mean, she aged so beautifully.
Glamorous.
There's that
and her
part
voice
in
got
there.
even deeper. And
Oh my god,
smokier.
beautiful. Oh, and I'm obsessed with the High Point coffee commercials where Lauren Bacall's like, I love High Point coffee.
I forgot about those. Yeah,
they're so. I watch them weekly. I love them so much. Anyway, she's incredible.
I'd not to bring up The Sopranos again. There's that whole sequence where Chris Moltisanti and they rob the Hollywood party and they take off with Lauren Bacall's stuff and they have her make a cameo because she's still alive. Obviously, at that point, she lived for a really long time. So they have her take off with her Hollywood goodie bag or whatever that's worth $36,000.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that.
I love that subplot. Just because they let Lauren Bacall, she's on screen and she was 100% down with it.
Put her on screen. John Huston was the only man brave enough to ask, what if Edward G. Robinson was introduced wet and nude?
It feels like he's introduced wet and nude and everyone else is soaking fucking wet.
Right, exactly.
In the worst way possible.
Yeah, no, not in a good way. In the same way as 12 Angry Men. But it's how can we one up that? How can we really stick it to the audience and make it almost hard to watch? It's let's put him nude in the bathtub when you first meet him, and he stands up and you stand up with him, and it's are we about to see Edward G. Robinson's dick in this?
Pull a Willem Dafoe here? Yeah, what's going on?
Edward G. Robinson. Well, the thing is, I was trying to think that through because he stands up nude. He barely puts anything on before Curly walks in. So I'm is Curly just seeing him dick out? I was kind of thinking about that.
But there is like I was saying about the Toots thing, right? There always is kind of this clear-coded thing to a lot of these gangsters in movies where it's in noir movies specifically. But it's they always have multiple of these things where it's the other thing they used to do is a character they did this first. I think actually it was John Huston that did this first. Peter Lorre is always introduced with a small gun in Maltese Falcon, and it's supposed to be the reason that he has a small gun is his sexuality. They're making a play on his inherent weakness and his sexuality. And later in this movie, the gun that he takes off of Angel is a small gun. They do the same kind of thing. So these characters are kind of in this this incestuous pile in a way. And the fact that they're all living together in that hotel, I would watch that spinoff though and see what they do. See what they're doing on a normal basis. It's they're all living in the Chicago hotel.
Right, absolutely. I'd watch it. We don't call people wise guy enough anymore.
Why? What's wise? What's the term he uses?
Weisenheimer.
No, he says wise guy. And he says, damn. No, I can't.
What is that? Was that the gangster version of Oppenheimer? Weisenheimer?
Real Weisenheimer.
Right. Oh, a dumbbell. That's what it is. What's worse, a dumbbell or a wise guy? Wise guy, I think. I don't think I've seen another movie where they've called a stupid person a dumbbell. That has to be where the dumb is. Well, one.
Yeah. Cartoons.
Yeah. Oh, you dumbbell.
Everybody trying to figure out what the hell they're supposed to do after World War II. I too would choose drinking.
Yeah.
Looks very glamorous.
But we won.
But I mean that's the thing, bro. Did we the whole thing is we're gonna make the world safe from fascism, and it's guys like Johnny Rocco still exist. But you look at Key Largo, and it's somehow a sadder world than even the Third Man, and the Third Man is what do we do? What do we do after World War II when our city's been destroyed? And then this is what do we do after World War II but we're stuck in Florida?
Yeah. Yeah, now I would drink if I was stuck in Florida after World War II.
I would drink if I was in Florida at any point. It really sucks.
A time when fascists were considered bad.
There's something very Trumpian about it, about these characters too. Like there's like it really is at the point where the gangster kind of people are running the government, and like not in a cool way. Like these are not cool. Like you don't look at Johnny Rocco and think like that's the guy I want to be.
No.
Like Robert De Niro style.
A lot of these films, like Casablanca, is the same way. I'm like, I find it very inspirational because the Nazis are the bad guys. And
right.
They're obviously
It's clear
wrong.
cut.
Nowadays, if you beat the shit out of someone for wearing a Hitler costume Halloween, you get criticized for going after a true patriot. I'm like, what the fuck is going on now?
There's a really great, really underseen Humphrey Bogart film called Black Legion. Have any of you heard of this?
Oh, I heard that. What is that?
It's really good. It's a Warner Brothers like social justice picture, and it's like a young Bogart, and he plays a guy who pretty much accidentally gets embroiled in like an offshoot of the KKK. And it's like, really good, like because it's about how this guy's like, in theory, innocuous biases against like immigrants plummets him into this dark realm, and the movie ends kind of with the judge being like, "You all are scum of the earth, racist weirdos. You suck." Yes. Okay. 1937.
Yeah, respect.
Yes, the unaccredited director, Michael Curtiz.
In Black
Get
Legion.
out, really?
Yeah. I know that Archie Mayo did it. I mean, that's probably one of my favorites.
I don't know.
My top 5 Bogart performances.
They must have replaced Curtiz at one point, but yeah, it says
Archie
Archie
Mayo,
Mayo.
co-director.
Yeah.
That's incredible. I mean, I don't doubt it.
We just talked about well, I mean, you know, we talked about Over Tears, but we talked a lot about Curtiz in that episode.
It's so good. Anyway, I have my favorite performances of his are like this, Casablanca, In a Lonely Place, and Black Legion. So I totally recommend it.
Hey, why does Humphrey Bogart with all the women in the the women around him and then the KKK guys kind of looks like the young pictures of like Curtis Lewa from like the 80s when they're like
he's got the beret.
He does have a beret, but he looks like he would have a beret. Like
the beret's implied.
Yeah.
Implied beret. Yeah.
Implied
the beret stays on.
I think they're opening first in Kansas City. Anyway, implied beret. Everybody. Thank you. We're gonna party like it's 1949 and being held captive by a wise guy gangsta.
Ayo.
We're gonna party like it's 1949. See?
Yeah, that is.
And we're not gonna let anyone perform 1949 at any specific celebration of the year 1949. Prince did that. Prince did not want when 1999 came around. Prince was like, "I'm not performing my song for any big event."
I wouldn't either. You're gonna overplay the song, but no, I feel like we're gonna party like it's 1949, and they like put you to work in the factory. You're like, God damn it!
This isn't what I meant.
The economy is fucked. So if you lost your cushy 9 to 5 home from job from home, just pretend you worked in the factory for 15 years. And
putting
drink.
together rockets. Yeah, it's a real party.
You're like airplane parts.
Yeah,
I thought that was a drink. I thought that was a drink.
Springsteen recession is here.
I thought airplane. I thought when you said diesel, you were talking about a drink I've never heard. I didn't know you were trying to make me like actually.
Jesus. This is why you don't go to Florida.
True. They really like the fact that this is Key Largo. Like they make sure the whole movie. They're like this is the Largo, the Largo Hotel. This is Key Largo. It's my first time in Key Largo. You ever been here before? Key Largo is so fucking hot. We don't even want to be here.
This film would have done well with vertical dramas.
Absolutely. So those are Letterboxd one-liners for Key Largo. Please follow the show on the popular Letterboxd format of our HQ account at Movie Night Extra. Oh, but this is the
oh my gosh,
he's good album cover.
Wow.
Yeah.
This looks like a pretty banger promo picture. I'm not gonna lie. Like this would be like if I saw we were playing with this band, I would get stoked. I'd be like, hell yeah.
Put it side by side though, with the picture of the Guardian Angels from 1980, and it's
and I'd be like, are those guys in the back horn section? What's going on? Anyway,
they were real. They were like the Midwest
something like that
offshoot of the KKK. Like it was.
That's amazing.
Which was big in the 1920s, and they based themselves off of Birth of a Nation.
All right, I'm trying to back announce this bit. Can I do that, please? All right, so at Movie Night Extra, the Letterboxd HQ account, Johnny Rocco fan, clearly Johnny Rocco fan, Adam Flacco. Follow him along for his filmetic journey. I just did African Queen as so mentioned. You can follow him for
African Queen.
Oh, okay. I thought you were in Dancing Queen. I thought you were going to do Caribbean Queen.
yes,
I was like,
yes.
yeah,
Me too. What? Of course, you missed the mark on that one.
ABBA sings African Queen.
Well, maybe we'll hear about it in the after party. Conan Neutron at Conan Neutron. That's me, a wise guy. See, follow me along for the highbrow, the populist fair, the all that stuff. My Criterion challenge is donezo. I completed it. It was great. It's wonderful. I still got the Borny to do, and many other things. So, but follow me along for all that stuff if you're interested in the kind of stuff that I'm spouting. Kristina, Key Largo, Montego, baby, why don't we go down to Letterboxd and follow I'm Kristina for Kristina Oaks over there, who is logging. I saw you two logged Frankenstein, so maybe we'll talk about that in the after party.
I'm gonna watch Frankenstein this week with my grandma. That's what I decided, because I have to go down there and she's sick, so I have to like watch like hang out with her while my mom does stuff. So I'm gonna watch Frankenstein then. Hell
yeah, great. So we'll talk about all that too. The great Mackenzie Wilkes, Bogey devotee. She is on Letterboxd as well. I believe it's your name.
It's just my name.
Wilkes,
yeah.
Right. Yeah. Like same here. So there you go. So please follow her if you don't already. Movie Night Extras. Let's hit it with the plugs, then we'll close out with some final thoughts.
All right. One second. I was not ready this time.
Yeah.
If you're watching us on YouTube, please like and subscribe, and then hit the bell to get notified whenever we're streaming. And we'd humbly request that you watch the video to the end, because it helps us with the algorithm and helps more film fans to discover the show. We're also monetized. If you want to get your chat questions definitely read on stream, you can always send us a super chat, which will help us keep the show going. Every cent helps. If you're watching on Twitch, you can gift us a free sub on Amazon Prime with your Prime membership, but getting subs on Twitch is always appreciated, and it helps to follow us on there as well. We also have an audio feed, which is available wherever you download podcasts, if you prefer to listen to podcasts rather than watch the stream. That's updated usually the same day we stream, but watching on YouTube and Twitch is the best way to get the show first, live as it happens. If you want to support us with a monthly donation and get access to all of our after parties forever, which go patron only after we do them, you can become a patron at patreon.com/movie night extra. Link is in the description for that. It really helps us keep the show going, since we do have some expenses to make this happen. We also have a Discord community. Link is in the description for that. We sometimes watch movies we cover on there. We get into conversations about everything from film to TV shows to related podcasts. We even have a Discord channel for memes. It's really fun on there. You can find us on all the social media platforms: Facebook, Instagram, Blue Sky, Twitter, and Threads. You connect with us on all of those. Talk to us. We'd love to hear from you. Lastly, we recently made a TikTok at Movie Night Extra, where we're putting up short form clips from the episodes. Okay, passing this to Conan so he can tell you about his music and this week's Protonic Reversal. Conan, who's on Protonic this week?
There is no Protonic Reversal this week because I'm back on tour, baby. But of course, you can always go to protonicreversal.com or anywhere you find your podcast for anything in the archives. Advance access, patreon.com/Protonic Reversal, $1 a month for all that good stuff. There is some good stuff coming. The year-end episodes coming up as well. And there's like 2 or 3 really good ones, but nothing for a little while. So deal with it. And of course, as mentioned, Conan Neutron, the Secret Friends, back on tour. Feels like we were just on tour. That's because we were just on tour. But we are going out for the final leg here. I will play this great little insect themed video that I made, short form content this morning with flashy spiders dancing around. There you go. This is my attempt to do it in short form.
I love spiders, Conan.
So this has got all the all the dates on here. We got Kansas City, we got Jackson, Atlanta, New Orleans, Austin, Denton, Wichita. If you live in any of those places, please come out. If you know people in those places, please tell them to come out. neutronfriends.bandcamp.com is the best place to get merchandise. Actually, shoot, I just remembered I have like 4 orders I gotta send out. Whoops. And I leave in hours. Cool. You can also find us any of the streamers. There's still Villain of Circumstance video. Very relevant because we're doing Noir Month. It's a Noir themed video. So come check that out in the comments if you haven't already.
So many references.
So many references. You could literally play Spot the Reference and you'd have a pretty good time, frankly, if I do say so myself.
Stick references, bro. You know I love that.
And of course, also playing with Mike Watt in Los Angeles for my birthday, December 5th. So excited for that as well. That is my life right now. I almost can't believe that I'm doing this and an after party, but here I am, putting it all on the line for y'all, the listeners. But I'm happy to do it. And yeah, I think that is it for me. Yeah, just if you spread it around, I guess, spread around the tour dates. It's people find out about things in weird ways now. I don't know. Like I made a short form content with cool looking spiders. What do you want from me? Yeah, do I need to do more? Probably. I don't know. Anyway, Kristina, what do you got?
Well, Forrest and I are going to be starting a political show eventually, possibly starting December.
Nice.
Yeah,
starting December. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, we're aiming for
Well,
December.
we got a lot. We're doing it on Thursdays, and he's got stuff. I got stuff for the rest of the month. So it's like, yeah.
Do you have a name?
It's yeah. So all right. So it's taken as long as it has, because we started talking about this back in.
You're talking about a while ago.
Yeah. And I couldn't think of a name. The other day I was taking a shower and the name popped into my head like 8 a.m. The Absurdist Space. Because we're gonna be doing it on the space, so it's like we're gonna be a space to process the absurdity and like ridiculousness and dark, I guess, almost humorous,
that sounds like something I would actually listen to then. Okay, good.
Come down and chop a trap house. Don't know what we're coming for them. Just kidding. Also, I'm gonna be doing a little Twitchy panel this Thursday at 6 p.m. We're gonna be talking about like what the left can do now after Mamdani's win, and I'm over here like, ew, I don't know. The Democrats really kind of fucked that one up already, but
we will win. We will win.
It's saved for that.
We won't rest. Oh wait, we did. We rested. We did. Also on Saturday, I'm gonna be going on with Josh in the afternoon too to discuss the Wizard of Oz because he's never seen it before in his whole life. Never.
Well, he's in the KT Redux.
I like.
He's
the
watching
Josh,
it for good, and I'm like, okay.
I like that. I like that Josh has a movie show, and it's just a guy that's never seen any movie.
Has he ever seen a movie before? Yeah.
I mean, it's gonna be, but also too, it coincides because this week on Thursday, Bailey Seary is dropping her Dark History episode on the Wizard of Oz and the making of it because 13 writers, 5 directors, a movie like that could not be made today with all.
By the way, folks should also check out our Wizard of Oz episode, which we started the year with, and is pretty great. That. Of course, KT Baldassaro, former host of the show, had never seen Wizard of Oz. And so we got to see the before and after for that. And I feel like it's a very, very good episode. So especially with the new Wicked coming out, it's a good time to revisit one.
Yeah. 1 week and 2 days to go. Yay.
My God, I guess it is November. Yeah, you're right. Jesus.
I know. I can't wait.
Get in the van in like 20 hours. Yeah, okay, yeah.
I'm going to be an emotional wreck on the 20th because I'm seeing on the Thursday preview. Whoop, whoop. What else do I got? Also, I did my show and, ranted about, Democrats fumbling the bag again.
Yeah, I didn't notice. Anything happen?
Schumer shutdown narrative too, by the way. So that's all I pretty much got going on. Oh, wait. Also, too, maybe Saturday or Sunday night, my mom and I are going to decorate my room for the Christmas, inspired by Melania Trump because she is the queen of Gothic Christmas, Krampus, depressing for. I'm here for it. I hate that people mock her for it, but she has an eye for like.
I think it's one of the coolest things she's ever done. I thought it looked badass.
I know. I was like, yes, this looks so dark and depressing for Christmas.
Yeah.
Yes, let's go.
Great.
Remember the blood trees?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Looking at okay.
By the way, we should also say
remember the blood trees, everybody.
Yeah.
It's the reason for the season. Remember the blood trees.
the
blood trees.
Conan, you're on tour next week.
I'm on tour this week. I'm on tour in like a day and a half. Yeah.
Yeah, but you're gonna be.
Oh, but I'm on tour next week and not on the show. Right. Okay,
yeah,
that's right. Yeah,
but it's gonna be. We have our good friend Josh Dugan coming back on.
And what are you guys doing?
The long goodbye. And it happens every day.
How nice of me to give up doing an alt.
Yeah, I was surprised. I thought you were gonna be like, all right, you guys
don't understand. Conan made the ultimate sacrifice. Okay, you don't understand.
Yeah. It's gonna be a great show. I'll listen to it.
When we,
at least you didn't give up the Big Lebowski.
Or
Hell no.
Future Sons
I'm
of
not gonna give
Boulevard.
that up.
Actually, no. Conan would have fucking
You're out of your
killed us
element,
on
Conan.
stream if we did Sunset Boulevard without him.
Yeah, I was. Yeah, exactly. We're not. I'm not missing
Like, this
Sunset
podcast
Boulevard.
would be
I'm
done
not
so
missing
if we did it.
Lebowski. Yeah, I was like, all right, then I guess I'm missing the long goodbye. But it'll be great. That'll be a great conversation. Looking
The
forward
first
to it.
time, the first American audiences got early Arnold with his. I forget
That's
about
true.
that every
Yeah.
time. But it's
Everybody
like,
take
you
your
know,
clothes off. Everybody take your clothes off.
I remember watching that by mind blown because I knew Arnold was in the scene, but I forgot until I like watched it, and then he's like Arnold. I'm taking off my clothes.
Was it? If I'm not mistaken, I think like Robert Englund was in the Long Goodbye too. I think.
Anyway, find out all about it next week when they do it. Mackenzie, what are your plugs? Let's.
Yes, I host a couple of movie podcasts because I'm crazy, I guess. And so the one people are probably familiar with is Austin Danger Podcast, which I host with previous guest of Movie Night Extravaganza and future guest of Movie Night Extravaganza, Kev. We talk about films connected to the Austin Powers trilogy very loosely, aka we talk about a lot of studio comedies and films from the 90s and 80s and early 2000s. And for the higher brow, I host the Criterion Connection with my dear friend Ian. This month we're doing a Noirvember duo of both Nightmare Alleys with our dear friend Guti. So that is fun. You can listen to 1947's Nightmare Alley now, and then in 2 weeks we will have the Guillermo del Toro one up, so that'll be fun. That show
We've
is
never
now
done the Guillermo one, but we did the original one. It was the first time Eileen Jones came on the show. I remember.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
It was the
I
first
liked
watch
it.
for me, and I loved it.
Yeah, it's really good. Carney Noir, for sure.
Carney Noir. And then that show recently has gone down to bi-weekly because Ian and I are also doing a new film podcast called Above the Line. We're still kind of figuring out the format. Right now, it seems like we're leaning towards more like bite-sized individual film episodes. So you can listen to 30-minute episodes on Blue Moon, on If I Had Legs, I'd Kick You. We have discussed One Battle After Another. We're going to be talking about Begonia with Kev. We're going to be talking about Sentimental Value with a friend. We might have Guti for Frankenstein. So we got a lot of basically we're going to be talking about everything that's new to theaters. So if you're interested in something similar to Big Picture in that realm of new film, AboveTheLinePod.com is your source for that.
Yeah, that first episode was epic. It was like epic length. It felt like one of our after parties.
It was so long, and
and
that's why eventually we're like, maybe we start chopping it up a little bit. So we're chopping them up a little bit more, so they're more bite-sized.
I had to stop on the If I Had Legs, I'd Kick You Up, so because you got into spoiler territory, and I do really want to see that. But
we do, we get
do
very
like the
into
show.
spoilers, so definitely like watch the movies before you check it out.
You just reminded me, by the way, I was I think I mentioned it last week, but I was on Film Suck with a friend of the show, Eileen Jones, to talk about Begonia. So if people want to check that out, that's on Film Suck. That was a great conversation. Forrest is going to die angry about not being asked to be on it. We're gonna do Begonia in February. I'm sure we will.
I didn't say it. You said it. I didn't say it.
I mean, I haven't. I mean, at least you two been on. I haven't.
Yeah.
Well, okay. Christina's gonna die angry for a different reason, apparently.
No, I think Kristina would be great on Film Suck.
That'd be great. Yeah.
Maybe doing a Joan Crawford movie would be.
Yeah, Eileen is so smart about like classic, like old style movies. Kristina knows so much about Joan Crawford.
Yeah, it's a big powerhouse.
Anyway,
I mean, whatever.
You could like sometimes I hit up Eileen and just pitch her stuff. Like I'm like, this is an idea.
I guess I mean this is classic after party material right here. But I actually said I would do a whole thing on Howard Hawks because I've recently become very obsessed with Howard Hawks.
So good.
I love Howard Hawks. Thank you. So Mackenzie, anything else? So Above the Line, Criterion Connection, which is a show I listen to regularly. Austin Danger Podcast, which is another show I listen to regularly.
Yeah, that's all I got going on. I know. Well, my friend Ned and I during the pandemic also did a Desperate Housewives rewatch podcast. That got through most of season. Into season 4, we are kind of quietly recording a backlog. So if you want to hear me talk about Desperate Housewives, that is going to be coming back in the new year.
I love Marsha Cross. She's so awesome. She's pro-Palestine. She's the best.
Yeah, no, and so we're in season 4 right now. We've not posted for like 3 years, and we're just gonna come back.
That's rad. You're just gonna freaking lay hands on it. Here comes the feed.
I mean, we've recorded like 10 episodes so far. We've been working on the last couple months very quietly. So in the new year, I really said that very publicly a lot, but yeah, in the new year, technically that will happen as well.
So my show PROTONIC has been around like 11 years now, and I had a show before that, and we never did like a final episode of it or anything. So, and we're all still friends. I keep joking every year. I'm like, we should just do an episode, just throw it in the feed, and just like have people like, what? Like 12-year-old dead feed, and then like suddenly a new episode comes out. It's hilarious. I love that stuff. Why not? There's no rules.
Yeah.
What are the
rules? I mean, that is the thing about podcasting that really makes it, that makes it like fun. Like the fact that, there are so many different kinds of formats you can do. Like, I don't think, or like, there's a lack of rules. It's a Wild West, and it still is somehow.
Wicked wild west, Jim Rest, Desperado, but Rada, you know the Will Smith song, right?
Okay, you know what? Like, we're gonna do an after party. All we gotta do is get through these final thoughts. All right, so we can.
All right, Mackenzie, let's hear those final thoughts.
Oh God, I love this movie. I think it's fantastic. I love that it's talky. It's perfectly cast. It's one of my favorite Humphrey Bogart performances. It's my favorite of the Bogart and Bacall films. I'm like flipping through my notes frantically. Like, do I have anything I haven't said? I don't think there's anything I've not said. I love this movie, and it's a 5-star movie for me. It's one of my all-time favorites of this era.
Hell yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I feel like we've said like so much about it. I guess one thing that I forgot, I watched it during COVID, and it gave a whole different like elements of it.
I bet.
Being in Florida during COVID. Yeesh.
Oh, well, no, I was home, but I was watching.
Probably enclosed spaces more than Florida specifically, but
there's probably a lot of enclosed spaces in Florida though. Kristina, final thoughts.
Aruba, Jamaica. Ooh, I wanna take you to Bermuda, Bahama. Come on, pretty mama.
First of all, how dare you? Secondly,
I'm sorry, but the fact that I will say this: Mike Love at Brian Wilson's funeral, he bragged that like I was the one who actually wrote Good Vibration, so I get all the credit. And I'm like,
all right, we have an after party. We have an after party coming up.
Exactly.
Do you have any
final
thoughts
up there?
But anyway,
Jesus Christ, you're gonna do this show without me, huh? Anyway.
Yeah, great. Bacall, Bogart. One of probably their greatest like collab. Honestly, you can really tell, even though this is one of the more quieter, subtle roles of her career, I think, especially in regards to working with Bogey. It's a classic. Obviously, the pop culture references have really outlasted, and I don't think a lot of people really understand that. That's all from Key Largo.
Yes.
It's a classic, and if you haven't seen it yet, what's wrong with you?
Yeah, it's
and why did you listen to a 2-hour show or tell you everything about it?
No, it's definitely yeah, it's kind of amazing that he Edward G. Robinson is remembered for playing a gangster, and this is it's a great gangster role, and it's this, and it's the big one is Little Caesar or whatever. Those are the two.
Yeah.
Delicious.
It to protect.
Pizza. Conan, let's hear those final thoughts.
Yeah, we got to get out of here and get to the after party. Yeah, this is one of the all-time great single location films, and up there is one of the greatest noirs. As far as single location thing, you don't have like a Hateful Eight without Key Largo. This is influential in very many ways, and you can really the sweaty humidity of the hotel and just the micro tensions, the micro expressions of the actors. It's witty and troubled, and I love that about it. It works really well. We mentioned the Edward G. Robinson of it all. It's very scene stealing. In a movie with Bogart and Bacall, he manages to completely decimate the place. And true noir sensibility here. Easily one of the greatest of all hurricane set movies, and a great entry into Noirvember. And honestly, a pleasure to talk about, especially with our chief Bogart correspondent, Mackenzie Boakes.
I'm trying to think of other hurricane movies. I mean, I guess
I know I brought all my Bogart things. I was like, just in case we need to I have all of my box sets and
nice.
This is a VHS. I have Key Largo on VHS.
Oh, see, I have a DVD one, but it has that same that same headshot, and then it has Casablanca, I think it has the big sleep. It has Key Largo, and
nice.
There's a fourth one that it has, and I can't off the top of my head, I can't remember what it is. Oh, Maltese Falcon, of course. Yeah, those are the 4 that it has.
Yeah, some of the 4s, you know, a lot of them are not good. Like movies about hurricanes are not good because you get the perfect storm, the day after tomorrow.
All right, let's talk about it in the after party.
I am really curious about other.
Yeah, I'm curious myself. So let's bait that hook.
Oh, I'm curious myself.